Aloha kakahiaka, good morning to you. Happy Aloha Friday, you guys. Round of 32, heat number 2 has been on deck for a while for the women, coming off a huge finals day for the men yesterday with Callum Robson taking the win. Wahine Fierro working with Ross Williams the last few weeks here on the North Shore. Katie Simmers, she's been surfing Waimea, having some great sessions with Molly Picklum. We've been waiting for her matchup this week, and now it's coming all down to today. All the best on the CS, like Nadia Arrow Starbe and the rest of the crew, will be trying to manage piping backdoor today to see if they can get 10,000 points ahead of Newcastle to see who will be on the CT. We know Yo-Yo's already there. We know Tia Zabrowski's already there. And now we have to decide who the other rookies will be in 2026. Joe Trappell with Jesse Starling on a gorgeous Friday morning here at Pipeline. And a lot of anticipation on this first heat of the day, Jesse, especially when you've got Yolanda in the matchup with young Tia Zabrowski.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, when you look at the two women who have already qualified for the World Tour, matching up in this round, I think it's a pretty scary opening round for the likes of Vahine. But, you know, Vahine also being on that championship tour, it's very exciting to see all of these ladies finally start to get underway again. It's been a while since we've seen them compete.
Anat Lelior was really impressive, you know, in the early rounds. Really solid, punctuated turns and stretched out walls over the shallow reef. She could really identify a critical section well and can adapt well if it's really coming down to turns throughout the day today.
And Nat, she's had a taste of what it's like to kind of get pummeled out there too. So I feel like her confidence levels, they definitely would be skyrocketed. We saw her, one of the only ladies out there on those really big mornings. She was going for the free surf. She was getting amongst it, getting a feel of what it was like when Pipeline was really solid, including yesterday morning. So yeah, I mean, Nat, she's not going to be afraid to throw herself over the lip and try and give us some big barrels today.
Our favorite part about this CS is having a number of the CT big names here in the draw. One of them is Gabrielle O'Brien, who's right next to Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, good morning, Gabby. One of the best in the world. You're here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger. First interview of the year, and we got the call. It's finals day. You're going to be in heat number 5. What are you seeing out there, especially after the morning free surf, Gabby?
Yeah, definitely. The wind cleaned up a lot from yesterday's men's final, so that was a nice surprise. There's not too many barrels at the moment, but I think once the sun hits it and it cleans up, there'll definitely be some barrels, but some beautiful sections to do some big turns.
And very short period, a short interval out there right now. You rode a 6'2" step driver this morning. Same thing you're going to be using in the heat out there?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can always use a little bit of a step up out here and just on the North Shore in general. So, yeah, I ride in a 6'2", hopefully get in the waves early, and just if it has a turn section, just push it as hard as I can.
And then starting 26 with the competition at home, how good does it feel to be here at Pipe for the CS?
It feels so good. Like, I cannot wait to get back in the jersey. It's been a really good off season, but it's just a short island hop over, so I couldn't pass up the opportunity to compete out here at Pipe, especially since it's the last event next year or this year on the CT. So yeah, I'm really excited.
Best of luck. Have a ton of fun.
Thank you.
Joe?
Thank you so much, Mitchell. Love to see that happy face of Gabrielle O'Brien. It's been way too long. It's kind of like, you know, first day of school kind of party before the CT starts. As you can see, a nice read right out in front of the conditions this morning. It's, you know, not as big as it has been. As we know, we will have a little bit of an increase throughout the day and really trying to capitalize on these morning conditions. Event officials like Brian Robbins, Billy Kemper, already looking at a potential finals day today for the women.
Yeah, I'd love to see us go all the way through, crown our ladies champions. Obviously, Callum just absolutely detonating yesterday, whether it was in the really big cooking conditions we had or in those smaller kind of grindy conditions through the afternoon. But the women, they're ready to put on a show. I mean, Tia Zabrowski, she's already got a barrel in the first 3 minutes of this heat. And I think for the likes of someone like Gabby Bryan, she would be keeping a really close eye on this heat because Tia, she's been making some noise.
Massive sounds from the entire camp as well, just heard globally. Seen globally, breaking records on being the youngest ever surfer to qualify for the tour. And we've kind of been dabbling with that statement multiple times now. You know, with Caroline Marks, even Katie Simmers delaying her debut as we see a rushing section on the back end for Anat Lelior. Had a nice jump start on that one. She loves to belt a big wall. Two-time Olympian. is up and running in this first heat of the morning, Jesse.
Yeah, and Nat, this is exactly where we saw her kind of just leave it with when it comes to that opening round heat that we saw. She was really ready to put some risk in her surfing, and she was traveling through a pretty nice backdoor wave, and I think she would have watched it the last couple of days and been like, you know what, I need to be on that backdoor. Think of the guys like Joey. They got those really big, excellent scores yesterday. We saw 19 excellent waves yesterday, and a massive chunk of them just being at backdoor. So a Nat, she goes to grab the rail, but no hands, traveling through that barrel there. So you can see she's got confidence when it comes to backside barrel riding here. Gets the speed, starts traveling through, hand in the wall. Unfortunately, though, it felt like her rail coming a little bit unengaged there with the wave. Vahine, I mean, we know she's incredible on her front side, trying to find a big barrel on her backside. Unfortunately, this wave not really cooperating with her right now, but she definitely is going to be a fighter in this heat.
Running into this one, Yolanda Hopkins for Portugal. Always has had a steady open face game with some rail work, often uses just the whole deck pad instead of wax under her feet. That's kind of been her go-to over the last few years. Yo-Yo officially qualifying, and maybe in a different generation than the other rookie that we have so far. I mean, TF14, we've got Yolanda Hopkins at 27 years of age, and that's filled with a lot of experience from being in the Olympics, from being a CT wild card, and even upsetting Carissa Moore in the past. As we look at Tia's approach here.
Yeah, 617 already to kick off her campaign. I mean, what a statement. We're at Pipeline. She's the youngest ever rookie, and she's not scared to pull in. She really doesn't have many faults. Yo-Yo, she really leans over that rail, always has a really crisp, sharp bottom turn. But you can see she's a little disappointed that she didn't get in the barrel there. She's not afraid out here. That's one thing for sure. Obviously, being in the Olympics, getting to know that pretty scary wave of Chopu as well. So Yo-Yo, she's going to have a crack here, but I would like you to sit with this. Tia Zebrowski never placed worse than a quarterfinal in a Challenger Series.
I'm panicking
14.
about that. That's when you look at all of the CSs she's been in, 6 previous, 50% of the time she's making the final. What a strike rate for Tia Zebrowski. Never losing in this round, never losing in the round before. This is history in the making. She's rewriting the book with consistency as we watch Anat Leilior getting absolutely barreled on her forehand. Yeah, point to your friends, the judges. Well-read wave for Leilior, who's already giving us just a lot of exciting energy. Even the right she pulled into without grabbing her rail, that was punk rock. And then to go left and get drained like that. She's taking this one very seriously. What'd you like here, Jesse?
I just loved everything. I mean, she had such a nice amount of travel time. You could see she quickly put her hand in the wall to try and slow down during that really deep part of the barrel as well. Just there, hand goes in the wall, keeps the line really open, really nice. Great wave selection too. I mean, that wave, it stayed open for her the entire way along the reef. So, and that's showing that today there's a little bit more western as well. We're going to see a couple more waves come through here at Pipeline. We're dealing with a little bit more north yesterday, and that's why we saw so many big backdoor waves. We saw Yo-Yo, she got a bit of action as well here. Can see doing her best to stall on this one. This is a bigger looking backdoor wave, just absolutely getting detonated though. Sometimes when that white water comes down, you kind of march into it like a wall, and it's really hard to break through those sections. Only the best of the best can do it, but I love the fact that Yolanda's putting herself in those positions to try and get those scores.
Keep on going, and not Leilior now to her backhand, grabs the rail this time, and even had some movement in the barrel. I like to see that. Tough to change gears backside as well, and you can get stuck in that backhand tube stall. She started high, tried to go low, and gets clipped there. She's gonna love the sound of a 783 coming from Rocky Cannon and the crew in the tower. And also she'll see that on her Apple Watch. The surfer from Tel Aviv, 2-time Olympian, doing great. And you think about her frontside barrel riding. She was in several training programs over at Tehupo'o in Tahiti to really work on her performance over a shallow reef. All that's paid off, and she's delivering this morning at Pipeline.
Yeah, some judges going even as high as an 8-point ride, and you know what? So well rewarded. Deep barrel, open barrel as well. Comes through, a little point back to the beach. Why not? Gets a nice section in as well, because you can't help yourself out there. If a section shows itself, you got to hit it. So, I mean, and Nat, I feel like we saw shades of greatness in that opening round, and it was just hard to find those barrels. Now she has the opportunity to get them. I feel like she's going to go pretty ham.
I think that might have been like a bow and arrow.
Oh, boom.
Just boom, bullseye. Well done. That style from Anat Lelior, who's just all over this lineup. 4 waves ridden already at the top part of this matchup. Out in front, setting the pace over our surfers that have already clinched a spot on tour. Tia Zabrowski second, Yolanda Hopkins third, and you know, if Moana Jones-Wong is the queen of pipeline, the queen of chopes, Vahine Fierro is looking for an 8-6-7 holding down priority.
Yeah, and you know what, working with one of the best. Obviously, Ross, he's really knowledgeable, especially when it comes to pipeline. Think of the likes of John Florence. Obviously, he's this incredible talent, but to have someone like Ross in your corner, I think it's really smart on Vahine's behalf. When you look at that CT as well, a lot of guys travel with a coach throughout the year, but some people like to use specialized coaches when it comes to certain locations, and I think pipeline is one of those locations where you need a specialized coach because of just how tricky that wave can be, especially when it comes to free surf. So you're not getting many reps out there, so I think it's really smart on Vahine's behalf.
Well done. 20 on the clock. It's looking like a finals day. Our friends at Surfline have been helping us through some big decisions on lay day. Some of them were fairly obvious with some heavy winds that we had throughout the week. As we check out the maps now, Jesse.
Yeah, still a lot of swell out there. We obviously have this kind of same residual northwest swell that we've seen over the last few days. It's big, but it's fun. It's slightly dying, but this afternoon, we actually have this west-northwest swell is going to start to come through. We don't think it's going to come in time. I feel like we may potentially have run, but look at what we've got today. 6 to 10 foot faces, offshore winds in the morning, slightly stronger onshore winds, but it's not the strongest we've seen this event so far. And there you can start to see that trend in the build of the swell. 6 to 12 foot faces by this afternoon. But they're teasing finals day. They want to run it, that we want to see some champions, but when you look at the rest of the forecast, there's actually a lot of wind to deal with tomorrow. Big faces in the morning, offshore winds, but kind of cross-shore winds, and it's pretty solid by the afternoon. Then when the swell starts to drop, unfortunately, the wind, it comes with it as well. So I feel like today, the best last day of the window.
Well done, Kevin Wallace, Surfline crew. Thank you so much. We've definitely been very grateful to score a couple of the best days competitively on the North Shore all winter. And once again, congratulations to all the finalists yesterday. Callum Robson, Morgan Siblick, runner-up in the event. Griffin Colapinto got third, and Eli Hanneman accomplished another pipe final this winter season, but also got his spot back on the championship tour.
Oh, how cool is that? I feel like there's, you know, a lot of people who maybe qualify for their rookie class or someone who's been working out for a long time. It obviously pulls on your heartstrings, but I feel like when you've qualified, got knocked off, and then had to deal with a string of, you know, health issues or personal issues or big wipeouts at Pipeline, to come back from that and to re-qualify, where about a year ago he probably thought to himself, I'd never want to surf that wave ever again. I think that is more than just a re-qualification story. What a growth in a human, and he wears it on his sleeve. He's got such a solid heart and a solid family supporting him. I bet you their tent's still set up down the beach from yesterday. So I think seeing that from Eli, it was kind of the perfect story yesterday.
Oh, what a beautiful story. Saw the whole family leaving the beach. They had friends down there for the celebration, and Eli got to enjoy it with his wife and just start making plans now for the championship tour like Yolanda's going to be doing this year, as we see her put her head down and pulled into a closeout. For Yo-Yo, 27 years of age, still based in the Algarve, two-time wild card in Peniche. That event still on the calendar this year. Moved back into the fall window later on in October. She made the quarters in 2023 and then got an equal 9th this past season. So having some nice success on those call-ups, which is always impressive as a wild card. When you haven't been against the best in the world, you walk into the locker room, it's intimidating, all your heroes are there, and you figure out a way to win and make the quarters. That really put the belief in Yolanda Hopkins to really stick to her guns and really find that winning feeling on the CS this
Oh,
year.
absolutely. And I mean, she's been doing this for a really long time. 10 years she's been competing and fighting for this dream to get onto that championship tour. And this year, it's finally happened for her. Unfortunately, Tia taking a bit of a solid hold down there. But yeah, I feel like Yolanda, you see so many people, even you think back to William Cardoso, you know, he tried for so long, he was about to give up. And then when he didn't, he made the tour. Yolanda, 10 years is a long time to dedicate yourself to a dream. And thank God she did. She's such a great asset to women's surfing. And I'm really looking forward to seeing her, especially at some of those bigger, maybe colder climates. We think of Bells. She's got a great rail game. And I think she'll be a great attribute to the tour next year.
Broken board for Tia Zabrowski, the 14-year-old sensation. Has to go grab her backup. Let's see what happened, Jesse.
Yeah, she just couldn't engage the rail there. And then unfortunately, Pipeline's got a bit of power. And it just landed right on her board, snapped it straight in half. But you got to think, everyone comes home with a broken board from Hawaii. There is so much power here. That lack thereof continental shelf, it just has this really open, solid power. And it just eats boards for breakfast, basically.
Certainly does. There's the quick change for Tia Zabrowski, and she'll be back into the sled here with the Hawaiian Water Patrol. Still in second at the moment, in advancing position, and still carrying a 617 from her opener. Inspired by Carissa Moore when she met Riss when she was 8, everything changed. She was already surfing, but then she focused on becoming a champion. The youngest ever qualify for the tour is making her way back out as Anat Leilior still setting the pace. The surfer from Tel Aviv has 15 minutes to try to keep this one out in front. We'll be right back. Great scenes from the opening ceremony, and the blessing and the prayer are called a pule here in Hawaii. And Lindy Irons was there for the blessing to kick off what's been a great event here, the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Feels like a long time ago, about 8 days ago. Now to get to finals day for the women, pulling up and under once again. Anat Leilior has been showing off her ability, going right and left this morning and taking the energy of this first heat of the day, leading over the pack that is filled with incredible surfers. Tia and Yolanda already confirmed for the championship tour. Vahine Fierro will be there as well. We got to enjoy a little extended off season, but I've seen Vahine in the water as well. She came here nice and early to do that training with Ross Williams, and she is so happy and just so fired up for another chance on tour. And, you know, last year being her full rookie season, you know, it's kind of strange that she was a rookie last year because we've known about her for so long, and you know, she's dominated her event at Chopes. As we look at a nice low power stance from Yolanda Hopkins, she really gets low on her surfboard, keeps her head down to try to gun for the exit. She's had a couple of tries at the left at pipe. Right now, still third though, chasing a 6.5.
Yeah, Yo-Yo, she would have felt that one a little bit, but I love the fact that, you know what I think about this heat, especially when you look at Anat, the wave she's going for, Tia as well. I think all of these ladies lapping up the fact that they've got the opportunity to go whatever wave they want out here.
A solid wall and another late takeoff. Tia Zabrowski goes straight down. Remember, she broke her board on the previous wave. And now the 14-year-old popping up right there.
14. It's kind of hard to comprehend because she feels so much older than that, just because she's so mature in her surfing. She's so mature in her decision-making skills, especially in a heat. You can see there, even just trying to keep catching waves, feel out the nerves because she would have got pretty pumped on that last one, but she needs to better a 3.5. She's giving herself opportunities to do that, especially on some pretty solid ways. You can see air got under her board there, so she never got to engage her rail to really set the line in this barrel here, and that's unfortunately just sent her completely over. But I feel like this is all learning. This is all growing for every one of these women. Yo-Yo having a real dig here, put her head down and just started storming through there. But that wall of white water, I talked about it before, when it crumbles, it's just like hitting a brick wall. You're not going to be able to push through it unless, like I mentioned, you're one of the best of the best. But even then, they still struggle when it's like that. So Yo-Yo, she's really setting her authority right now that she's not scared to have a dig on those bigger, kind of scary looking waves.
Interested to see how Yolanda Hopkins and Tia kind of plan the next few weeks as well. This one seems fairly obvious because they've got to get some reps at pipe as we're still enjoying the paddle battle from afar with these two surfers in the rookie class, Yo-Yo in red, Tia in blue. They're battling for third priority. This is exciting though. These two ladies, they've been 1 and 2. They've been dominant the entire Challenger Series season this year. Tia kind of just smoked her. She has got out a full board length in front of Yo-Yo. Oh, actually Yo-Yo got it. Never mind, take it back. But even then, you know, these two ladies, they want to be sitting in that top spot at the end of the Challenger Series because yes, qualifying is important, but actually being what you come out as your rank is quite important as well. It's going to determine who you're going to come up against at the start of next season. So you can see Tia, she knows that. She's got that in her mind and she wants to come out number 1. And to be honest, she's such a standout. I really do see her, you know, challenging for that top position. But if anyone's going to try and get in her way, it's Yolanda Hopkins. A lot of scenarios on the line, just like we had for the men here at the Pipe CS. And for the women, we know Yolanda and Tia Zabrowski have qualified for the 2026 Championship Tour. You take the top 7 on the Challenger Series rankings. So the next one we're really focusing in on is the Australian legend, 3-time world runner-up, Sally Fitzgibbons, paddling out in Heat 6 today with Luana Silva, Sophie McCulloch, and Alyssa Spencer. Sally will qualify by making the final at Pipe. And then the next scenario would be Francisca Veselko and Nadia Aristarbe can each qualify for the tour by winning this contest. They can't both win. There's only one winner. But if they can get that victory, Nadia or Francisca will make another celebration happen of another name making the championship tour in 2026.
Yeah, potentially another Portuguese woman joining that rookie class. Nadia obviously representing the Basque Country. And you know, she got that rookie year. She got it in a way where she got wild cards, injury replacements through last year, but she openly admits that she wasn't ready. You know, she was taking the opportunities. It was great learning, but she openly talks about how the confidence wasn't there. She had really bad imposter syndrome, but feeling like a different woman this year. I mean, she's already had the biggest win of her career over in Bolito, taking out the Challenger Series there. To have a win at Pipeline and qualify for the championship tour, I mean, I would kind of go in saying Nadia Aristarbe would be borderline unstoppable at Newcastle.
She's going to be in the blue jersey. Sorry, they're checking in right behind Arena Rodriguez, the Peruvian in the white. Another heavy heat, Sanoa representing Canada, and then Isabella Nichols in the red, just showcasing her championship tour talent and how much fun she has at backdoor and pipe, especially at this size. Isabella got a really fun one in the warm-up session this morning, and she's been loving her time in Hawaii. Isabella actually stays across the street from me when she comes over to the North Shore, and I haven't seen her at all. She's been here for a while, just been 2 shifts passing in the night. Finally ran into her last night. And she was having a double cheeseburger at Seven Brothers and just so stoked to be here. She's just so present, loving her surfing, and has a happy smile, ready to compete and try to get barreled in this next heat. All prep for herself at Pipe, but she's still here to win the whole contest too, along with prep for the Pipe Masters later on in December.
I think as well, Isabella's been one of those standout women who have been really trying to push to get better out here. Her last couple of years, she's kind of been knocked out of the competition by what you would say was potentially the 3 greatest women at Pipeline in this generation: Moana Jones-Wong, Katie Simmers, Molly Picklum. They're big names to fall out to, and especially out here. Isabella wants to assert herself. She wants to be one of those big names who's reliable for a solid result here. And now it's not starting the season, it's ending the season. So it couldn't be more important to be good at this wave, especially because it's going to be the last event, 15,000 points on the line as well. So I love the fact that we're seeing Isabella here getting more reps and trying to experience Pipeline in her full glory.
5:20 on the clock. The whole hype to this heat was maybe a Rookie of the Year preview with Tia and Yolanda on the matchup, but Anatle Lior is kind of taking control with that 7.83, getting barreled at Pipeline. Had an almost make on her backhand, no grab, got a 2.0 for the effort. As we check out the 7.83 again.
Oh, how good was this? She took off behind the peak, tucked in, beautiful line, great speed control. There's the bow and arrow back to the beach. You can see Anat, she is just having fun out there. Obviously, this was the statement of at the start of the heat. 617, really deep backdoor barrel there, completely on the foam ball for Tia. And you just to start the heat, I feel like that one kind of slipped away from us a little bit as well. We kind of forgot about that with how big that 7.83 was, but Tia navigated that wave really well. There's a lot of foam on the face, and she's showing that she's also great in the barrel. She has so many reps over at Chopu, and to have that so young is terrifying.
What a great life. She's so young. Her dad, Gary, you know, from Tahiti. Her parents, professional snowboarders, you know, and so Gary competed in the Olympics, you know, going back to 2006 in the Olympic Games. Her dad finished 6th in the half pipe.
Wow.
And, you know, her mom, Caroline, a French pro snowboarder turned now yoga instructor. They've got a little yoga retreat and a surf camp just north of Hossiger there. So I think, you know, she has, with parents that are athletes, you know, and very accomplished as well, it kind of makes sense that Tia's had such a jump start on her career. Watching this just unload on the reef again, and not Lior. Doesn't make that one, but I'm just so impressed with how mobile she is in the pit. She really gets those rails driving and creates so much speed for herself with style as well. Almost improving on a 2.0 there.
I think as well there's a big improvement when we look back to that first heat with her paddling. She's got so much speed under her belt. By the time she gets to her feet, she can really lock into that line and then continue to generate more. And remember back to that first heat, and Nat was getting smoked. She was taking off and doing her best Riari Ito and jumping from top to bottom. So I feel like she's learnt from those mistakes. She's paddling really hard into it, and that seems to be a really big key factor here of getting that speed you need to push through those big barrels. And I feel like in that, she's going to be one to watch today for sure.
2:40 to go in this first heat of the morning. If you're curious why it's the first heat and it's heat 2, we ran the first heat a while back when Molly Picklum won, then the wind came up. So Vahine's been on deck ever since, and look at that casual, graceful style. Just a quick pit for our Tahitian surfer. Her best score so far, breaking down the 8.67 that she needs to get into the top 2 situation. Her rookie year was a really fun one. She was able to have some really solid performances. 3rd place finish in Abu Dhabi in the wave pool under that pressure, and then also a semifinal on the Gold Coast as we watch this barrel again.
Yeah, quick cover up there for Vahine. She's that relaxed style you talk about. It's so easy to watch. I've actually really missed seeing her surf. Beautiful little pipeline pip there, but she's going to need something a little bit more. You can see just not getting that super deep cover. It's going to cap the score and just keep it pretty low. She's going to break down that big 8-point ride that she was looking for. It's a good start, but to start with 90 seconds on the clock, it's not ideal.
Yolanda up and under. She'll make that one without a problem. Setting that little jab off the lip too for a tidy little combination for Yo-Yo. I love that ability to pull up and under quickly, and she had a lot of speed, so she'll get credit for the barrel to hack off the top. Chasing a 6.5 in the dying minute here of the matchup to move on. Paddling for this one from Tel Aviv, just up and down. Anatle Lior will now lose her priority rotation. Top of the order is Tia. 2nd priority, Vahine. We'll see if Zabrowski plays some defense here to close out the matchup over Vahine.
It's going to be an interesting score, that last one for Yolanda. She's only looking for a 6.5. Thinking back to that 617 of Tia, it was a nice deep backdoor barrel. Kind of had similar shades to what we saw from Yolanda. If you're Tia right now, you're probably thinking, you know what, I'm just going to get another wave. She doesn't need to better much, just a 3.5. If I was her, definitely just try and take off one more time, improve on that scoreline, because Yolanda has the potential to get there.
15 seconds on the clock. Anat Lelior is still trying to paddle back out. She's probably not going to get there in time. It's just going to be focused on if Vahine gets another chance. With the clock winding down, a big CT name and one of the best barrel riders on tour will be knocked out in this round of 32. Yolanda Hopkins, who's been dominating the CS, also stays in third. The 14-year-old phenom, Tia Zabrowski, moves on, and the champ from Tel Aviv, Anat Lelior, takes a win in the round of 32 to move on to the quarters. Finals day continues here at Pipeline. We'll bring in Kaipo and Ross for the call. The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger.
Just keep on making a name for herself. Anat Lelior taking a win, moving on into the quarterfinals. Some charging, first heat of the morning. And we're getting going right here. We're planning on crowning a women's champ today, but this is just the beginning of the road. Kaipo Guerrero, Ross Williams.
Kaipo.
Pehe Oi.
Yeah, good morning. How are we?
We're good. Yeah, we saw the men's champ yesterday. Congratulations to Callum Robson. And now it's women's all day today. We're gonna roll through here. What do we think about nice conditions this morning?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Pleasantly surprised. Was looking at a few different applications last night and was worried about some westerly wind. Going to make it choppy this morning, but woke up and look at that, Kaipo. It's beautiful out here. It's groomed and lots of little A-frame friendly peaks out there for the ladies to charge on. So we're game on.
I love applications. The entire word. Isabella Nichols, Nadia Arostave, Irina Rodriguez, and Sanoa Demphley-Olin. How's that for an international crew?
Very good. Well done, too, on all the pronunciation.
We got...
You nailed that.
Oh, thanks. We got... What do we got in the house? We got Australia. We got Peru. We got the Basque Country. And we got, Canada, all lining up. Sanoa Demphley-Olin, 20 years old, out of Canada, has actually been making a great name for herself. You know, 5th in Aracera, 9th in Brazil, so she's kind of on a roll. You know, this year. This is her 4th event, so she's going to have to... she's not going to get the luxury of a throwaway, right? When we take our top 5 finishes. Arostave pulls into that one, but you could see she got clipped right there. Nadia Arostave out of the Basque Country.
Wow. Well done, though. She pulled in, and because of the shorter interval, you know, we've had a lot of Kona wins in the last 24 hours. The good news is there's lots of A-frames, so that's nice. It's not closing out, but you will get some softer exits where you're going to have to bust through. So that is the challenge this morning. There's nice peaks. There's good barrels on hand, but you have to pick the eyes out of it. You got to find the waves that draw off the reef. A little more shallow reef is kind of your friend today, which can be, you know, counterintuitive because it feels a little more risky looking for shallow reef, but those hollow waves stay open, Kaipo, and that's what you want. You know, you want those clean exits to impress the judges.
Yeah, we want those Kona winds to stay away. You know, here in Hawaii, we call them Kona winds. A Kona blow your tent over. That's why we call it Kona winds. A Kona make it really rough out there. So right now, though, south wind, just a straight-hander for Irina Rodriguez, the Peruvian, young Peruvian, just 20 years old.
That was kind of a, well, here we go, up and riding.
In the barrel, can the exit, Isabella Nichols. She's our top seed. Bella coming off her best season on the championship tour last year. Little warm-up for next year. Oh, yeah.
There we go. Part of the deal here. Get cleaned at backdoor. And there's no duck diving those waves. They pack so much power. So that's just part of the program for these pro surfers. You got to bail, which is so fun. You know, backdoor and pipe is just a beast. She thinks better of it, Kaipo. She's going to go back around, call for the ski.
What do you think about that decision?
Yeah, I think she saw some lines stacking up. She said, never mind, I'll go around the pipe. That's a pretty good call.
Sanoa, oh my goodness, detonated. Just could not, just as she was pulling in there, just got clipped by the lip. That did not look good.
Oh, a little bit of a wipeout there. And that's the trick, you know, it is smaller today. I would say it's a little more friendly for sure. But you still got to knife these late little drops. You sort of have to get underneath it and pull in straight away. So you're doing two things at once. You got to take off under it with, you know, a late drop and pull in and bottom turn all at the same time so that you can tuck in these little barrels. So it's a real quick move, and she was just a little late there and got a good old lip to the back right here. See right now she's going to bottom turn quickly. She gets hung up just for a second. That delayed her bottom turn. So you have to be really springy to your feet and tuck in fast.
Yeah, the pop-ups are key at Pipeline. Cat-like, you need cat-like reflexes here.
Yeah, and you also have to be nimble. You have to be okay with touching your body to the water. You know, a lot of times you don't have the luxury of dropping straight down and bottom turning. You got to pull in on the fly while you're standing up. So that implies a lot of sort of like halfway body surfing, or, you know, that's why backside surfing in these little barrels sometimes is easier, because you're kind of disconnecting from the face and you're grabbing rail and you're touching a lot of water. So that can be counterintuitive for a lot of these surfers. You know, if you're not comfortable with that sort of take off and pull in right away, it's sort of a mental decision you have to make.
Isabella Nichols, like I said, 6th in the world. She doesn't need to be here. She's doing her homework at Pipe. We'll see her on the championship tour. And she's been studying pretty well. She got this one this morning, Ross. Check this out, Isabella Nichols.
Okay, so she's reading it there. Gets a nice bonus section through the shallow part of the reef at backdoor. And yeah, a little tube time for Isabella, and I like it. That's what we were talking about for the men yesterday as well. I think practicing with just 3 other surfers in the water during this event is a huge bonus. I don't understand any surfer that has not done that, that's on the championship tour. Why wouldn't you come here? Because you know how it is, Kaipo, a typical day out here has 80 people and they're all overly hungry. They're not going to give you a wave, so it's a great practice.
And that was a theme that's been going on for a long time. Previously, this window was held by the Vulcan Pipe Pro. And same thing, I would always wonder, every winter it'd be epic, and you would have maybe a handful of CT surfers come and surf that event.
Right.
I think it was just a QS 3000, but it was more about, like you said, the reps.
Yeah.
That you can't, there's no other way you're going to get these reps, you know, and the easiest way to get the reps is to have clear water and Hawaiian Water Patrol to shuttle you out.
I mean, it's probably the toughest wave in the world to get in the lineup and get a good wave. You know, the boys just lock it down. You got all these pro surfers out here that are the best in the world. They love surfing Pipeline. They're actually working too. They're all YouTubers and pro surfers and Instagrammers, and everyone's really psyching to get their waves out here. So there's no extra waves going down.
Let's hear from the first winner of the morning, Anat Lelior with Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. And congratulations. The best score of the heat, the 7.83. Mainly rights out there. You got that on the left. Congratulations. How did it feel to surf out here this morning with really fun conditions?
Yeah, we came out in the dark. It kind of looked a little bit wonky, but I'm really happy they called us on, and the waves are only getting better, getting bigger, and the girls are gonna get the opportunity to push their limits. I'm stoked to be one of them. Definitely got probably my best barrel coming to Pipe, and yeah, I'm looking forward to go more backdoor. And yeah, it's beautiful conditions. I cannot thank enough WSL for putting this event over here, and the crew that making all the calls, the locals. So in a good position for a good day.
What about pacing yourself too? If you do make it all the way to the finals, you're going to have to surf 4 times. How does that feel, especially at a wave like this that can be very demanding?
I feel like people would pay to switch in my position. It's for sure it's tiring. I haven't been surfing here a lot with the boards being on, and it's been really, really big and messy. I didn't want to risk getting injured, but yeah, I'm gonna prepare myself. I have my crew here, my girlfriend, my sister, and my coach, and we have a local guy, Barak Mao, that's helping us. So yeah, we're a good crew of Israelis, and I was stoked to share a city heat with the newbies and some Vahine, some local chopu that I really, really appreciate. So yeah, I'm looking forward to do more, and just a shout out to my family back home watching and everybody watching. Have a good evening, Shabbat Shalom, and yeah, let's have a good day.
Congratulations. Best of luck in the quarters.
Thank you so much.
Hypo.
Congratulations, and congratulations to Isabella Nichols with a nice backdoor barrel. Textbook right there.
That's a bad woman right there. That was cool. Respect for Isabella. She backdoored it, like you said, Hypo. Way behind it, and she looked pretty comfy. Respect.
Yeah, check it out.
Okay, you can see her behind the back door, and that's how you do it out here. So you're behind the apex. You know, not a super long barrel, but she got drained right there. That was really well done, well spotted, right? She did all the work before she stood up, and then just enjoyed a nice pit.
Oh yeah, I can watch this over and over again. As we're watching this, we know that this score is going to go excellent for sure. Just how far? That's the question.
Good for her. That was really well done. And she bottom turned while she was standing up. That was kind of what we were talking about a minute ago.
Yeah, well, it does go excellent. 8.33. There's a spread from the judges. Ross, what do you think?
I love it. Yeah, that was an excellent ride, you know, and the scale's been set in this heat already with some, you know, decent rides, especially for the 2.83 from Nadia, kind of a couple near makes. So there it is. You know, that's the first really well-ridden wave out here this morning.
Yeah. Fashion and protection. I like the helmet with the bonsai colors for Isabella Nichols.
Is that the program there? Is that a bonsai?
That's like the bonsai flag right there. Those are the
Gotcha.
bonsai colors: yellow, red, and then that light purple.
It's a little Laker-ish.
Yes, it's cool.
Kind of cool.
They got cool graphics, man. Look at that thing.
They have good marketing. I agree. They're pretty cool.
You've seen the commercials, right?
I've seen the Kaipo Guerrero commercials. Anything Kaipo does, I'm a huge fan. So I just pay attention. The ladder stuff. Just anything, really.
Thanks, man.
I'm in.
Thanks for taking the hook right there, Ross. That was also okay.
I'm in.
We're good. So, Isabella Nichols, man, way out in the front. Nadia Aristabe did a couple turns on the back end for that 2.83. So, the Basque surfer in second place. Irina Rodriguez, we know she's got a really, really good backhand. We'll see if she goes pipe or backdoor. She's still looking to break a 2-point ride. And the Canadian quiet and patient, Sonoa Denfley Olin, out of Tofino, Canada.
Well, she has priority. So, you know, her job right now is to pick apart the lineup and see where she needs to shift to, because these peaks today are short and they're fast. So you kind of have to chase them down. You can't get too complacent. We saw Vahine do that a little bit in the last heat. She just kind of dropped anchor and sat in one special place. But today it's shifty, so you have to be on your toes.
Here we go, Aristabe. She's just got such good form on the backhand. And she's going to grind this way. Of course, you know, tubes are going to score the highest, but just like the theme yesterday, you just need to be in the top two. So I think that's a great insurance method by her. Heat leader, Isabella Nichols. She's going to go to turns as well. Nichols on that Blady DHD. And she's going to make her way in. So she's going to get rid of the 1.93, which is smart surfing by Isabella Nichols. She has that cherished 8.33 excellent score. Nadia Aristabe will improve upon her situation as well as we're near the halfway mark in this heat.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously all the competitors, especially this morning while the wind is nice, you're looking for a barrel. You know, that's how you're going to get the judges, you know, to throw down some points for you. But at the end of the day, like you said, Kaipo, you just got to make the heat. You don't want to get too complacent, you know, as far as competing. So a good way to take a shortcut is do a couple turns, just like Nadia did there, and put some sort of score on the board. And she does, you're right, Kaipo, she does have nice technique, really smooth bottom turn on her. She's got that good kind of counterbalance arm, that classic sort of Aki-esque arm, and a couple nice snaps. So it's not going to be a big score, but she's competing, she's on the board, you know, she's not going to go down with a zero. And same thing, a little backup score here for Isabella. I like that little snap there. She's looking loose, board's looking responsive.
And the Red Bull Jet Ski, Hawaiian Water Patrol on the way back out. Fine. Hawaiian Water Patrol with the new Andy Irons Rising Sun. The collection's back in stores right now and online at Billabong. Bring back those long 22 inchers. with the Rising Sun logo.
It's a lot of clothing.
You lived through that whole era.
I don't know how. I don't remember my shorts being down past my kneecap.
I don't think you ever went there. I feel like you didn't. You didn't
Probably
go there.
not. That was more an AI thing. That was early
Yeah.
2000.
Yeah.
In the 90s, we wore some shorts
Shorter.
that were even worse.
Shorter ones, yeah.
A lot of faux pas designs there.
I watched you in a green iguana the other night.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
What were we wearing? Some weird clothes back
I think you were wetsuit bound out here.
Okay.
Oh, Moana Jones-Wong. She's going to be coming up with Vaihiti Mahana and Annette Gonzalez-Exabari and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. That's a stacked heat for just around the 32. And then Katie Simmers, India Robinson, Sierra Kerr, and Sophia Medina to end this round. So those are some of the heats to watch as we see Sanoa use her priority, catch a rail, and unfortunately goes down.
A good effort there. She went over the handlebars, though. Wow, underwater. Let's keep an eye on her. Where is she? Damn, that was a long time.
Arena. Oh, it is feast or famine out there. I mean, you're either getting, really good score, some good performance, some good turns, or just beatings.
Oh, helmet?
Helmet off.
Beat down. Yeah, you need real quick, fidgety reflexes to stand up, pull in, all in one shot. That's the trick here, and we're seeing, some good efforts, no lack of trying, no lack of courage, but you really have to be fast pulling into these tight little barrels.
The bottom just drops out as these, especially at this size. Check this out. Ooh.
Yeah, so she was just she wasn't, taking her time on purpose, but she took for granted that wave was going to bottom out, and as she was kind of gathering herself, the bottom just did just that. Same thing with this one. She was kind of gathering herself. That was Arena, and as she gathered herself and stood up, the bottom dropped out from underneath her.
Yeah. And then you get the air drop, and then you get the lip to the shoulder, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the best in the world, and men and women, the surfers that do it the best, they're real fidgety. They're super jumpy and fast. Think of like an Italo.
Yeah.
Like just pure energy, real fast and underneath it.
We'll take a break right now. It's been Isabella Nichols in the lead, Nadia Arostave in an advancing position, but the story right now is about this 8.33 for Isabella Nichols. How good is that Lexus Surf LX Custom? As we go to our Women's Challenger Series rankings in live time. Number 1, Yolanda Hopkins. Yo-Yo, she's out of competition. This is going to open up room for Tia Zabrowski to take that number 1 spot. Or Sally Fitzgibbons or Francisca Veselko, who's yet to surf. Nadia Aroslav in the heat right now. And we got some more movement as well. So that's going to be the story all day today. We'll keep you updated on the live rankings for the Challenger Series. You can also go, Ross, to over worldsurfleague.com, hit the refresh button, go to the live rankings.
Love that.
That's what I do in between heats, a lot of that math right there.
That's good. Heat by heat, people win and lose. You press, like you said, Kaipo, press the refresh, and people jump around on those rankings.
I'm crunching numbers on the abacus just to keep things soulful.
I don't even think you need an abacus. So you're just like, you're like that. Coming out of schools, right? Yeah,
that's right, Imua.
Power brain, bro. Math is like, ain't no thing.
Hey, we got an opportunity right now for, actually, I'm going to talk about the lack of opportunity because the two surfers that are in the lead have both first and second priority. So Isabella Nichols, Nadia Aroslabe can really just box out Arena Rodriguez and Sanoa Demfli-Olin at this point.
Yeah, and it's getting to the time where they can be a nuisance if they want, kind of clog the lineup like you said. So we'll see how much strategy goes in here. At the end of the day, though, a nice little tube ride is really the get out of jail for free card.
Do you coach your surfers? Some, you know, like drills, the 5-minute drill, the 8-minute drill, the 2-minute drill?
Yeah, and it really comes, it's such a unique thing because every heat has a little bit of a different story. So we really like to practice having reps with 100 different flavors, if you will. You know what I mean? So because if you get too married to a certain way and then something gets thrown at you differently in live action in the heat, it can feel different. You know, so it's really being comfortable. I always use Gabriel Medina as like a blueprint for being Kelly Slater as well, for being comfortable on the fly and being able to read the room. It's sort of like chess, you know, and just being okay with 100 different scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, both of those examples are surfers that had not just freakish talent, but also super high heat IQ, right? And that combination is what makes those guys just unbeatable. I guess in surfing, you know, planning on surfing and surf coaching, all the plans have to be in pencil because they got to change. You can't write anything in ink.
I agree, and it's like Matrix. You know, you need to make sense of it and be okay with it, and actually embrace it. Be a gamer. You know, if you get too kind of insulated, you stop looking. You know, there's a million ways to win heats, and there's strategy. There's obviously great surfing. So I just want people to have their eyes wide open.
Nice calm winds, and hoping that this is going to stick through this morning. These just great conditions. Swell is forecast to increase through the day, I think. Is that what your application said?
It does, but not till later.
Oh.
So I think we're cool. We're not going to see some gnarly ground swell kind of, you know, run over this current swell. I was talking to Billy Kemper this morning as well, and he was really paying attention, obviously, more than I was, being, you know, how involved he is as a director. But yeah, I think we're good. So because that can be really tricky if you have a strong new swell, it gets kind of nuts out here. So I think we're good. It'll be very contestable all day. Although we do have some wind later potentially.
Yeah, I was going to ask you next about the wind.
Yeah, if it gets strong out of the west, that's an issue. Like, you know, yesterday afternoon, that was pretty tricky. But, you know, we woke up this morning to some really nice conditions.
Yeah, as illustrated by that excellent ride from Isabella Nichols. So Nadia had a paddle there, lost that first priority. Priority now goes to Isabella Nichols, which opens up an opportunity for Arina Rodriguez sitting in that. She's got that white jersey on. She's got second priority. Her positioning. What do you think, Ross, where she's sitting?
They're all a little deep, so they're over towards pipe more. There is some good waves further down towards off the wall, so slightly out of position.
And I guess that's something else that you know, surfers are learning in this Challenger Series, with the first appearance of pipe on the Challenger Series, is the importance of positioning out here.
Yeah, and also the big deal is it comes with comfort. You know, the more comfortable we get out here, the less taboo, with it being kind of a spooky reef and all that, you get more freed up and you start searching for waves like some of the best do out here.
Well, on the 5-minute right now, and Arina Rodriguez, she needs a 5.43, so that's really within her realm, the Peruvian surfer, to get into that top 2 and advance into the quarterfinals. Rodriguez coming off her best result this year on the Challenger Series. She made the quarterfinals in Brazil. When we look at that top 10 graphic coming into the halfway part of this heat, we could see the top 10, but Arina's right below that. She's number 14. So this is in the complexion of her entire season here.
Right.
This is a really, really important heat for her to make. This could make or break her qualification, and make qualifying a lot easier if she just goes to those quarterfinal points.
Well, I like that she's shifting slowly but surely down the reef. It's shallower down at backdoor, so that equals, you know, slightly hollower waves. So it's a good call for her. Here we go.
On cue. Delayed drop. She's going to have to stall right here. Oh, my goodness. So I think she was kind of tube seeking. Here we go. Nadia Arostabe, just up and out. Yeah. Arina had the idea right there, but I think was kind of tube seeking a little bit. And like you said, you got to kind of surf what's in front of you.
Yeah, you really have to be deliberate. You have to choose. You're going to do turns, or are you going to pull into the barrel? And
right.
You spotted it, Kaipo. She did sort of both. She drew off the bottom. There was a little barrel there to be had if she would have tucked in right from the get-go, but she just didn't quite know how to tuck in right away, so she went to the bottom turn and did turns, and then got stuck between two different ideas.
Yeah, that was a little barrel that you could stuff yourself into for sure.
Yeah, and with the way the scale is and everything, I mean, that was an excellent ride from Isabella with the 8.3, but she could certainly have gotten like a 4 and gotten herself, you know, out of trouble here with the easier score. But a 5.4 is serious. You know, she's going to need to get a proper little barrel.
And I think at some point in this heat, she ditched the helmet. Arena.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, the one weird thing about helmets, depending on the brand, is it cups your ears, and that can really throw you off. You know, it's just one of your senses is sort of blocked. I know the Oakley helmet, a lot of surfers really like that because it has the ears are open, and so that you don't get affected by that.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at Isabella, I think that's a painted up Oakley helmet right there.
Is it? Yeah. So it's like a lot less helmet, which the surfers enjoy.
Well, Isabella just playing the game, making sure she's close to the second priority surfer. Although she's clearly through because the top 2 advanced, so Isabella's through at this moment, and just like a 90% probability.
And to be honest, she handled this heat pretty easily. You know,
right?
She's the one that was kind of really showed a different level in this heat. That 8.3 was impressive.
And that's the test for like all the Challenger Series surfers is when they are surf against, you know, the men and women who've made it, the championship tour surfers, because they're the best of the best. So that's another test for all of these surfers in this contest. We got a lot of CT women in this event.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, Katie doesn't, you know, you argue she's good to go out here, but I like it that she just wants more reps. And in general, we haven't had the women out here at Pipe and Backdoor that long, so it's even that much more important for them to feel comfortable in a jersey, you know, pulling into some of these crazy waves on a shallow reef. I think it's you know, all the reps you can get at Pipe and Backdoor, the better.
Yeah, I concur. I'm looking forward to Erin Brooks in heat number 7 coming up a little bit later, and then we're going to finish off this round with Katie Simmers. Of course, Luana Silva's in the event, Gabriella Bryant. We're going to see the queen of Haleiwa in the next heat, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Right on. Yeah, I saw Katie Simmers probably get one of the best rides I've seen out of all the women this morning free surfing. She just looked so comfortable, took off really casual like she does late, and did an arm bar and stalled and got trained. I was like, wow. You know, you can see there's a clear separation at the highest tier for these women.
Chance for Sanoa, and she looks at that one, peeks over it, decides not to go, which was probably a smart decision. Set coming through here under 30 seconds. Remember, Sanoa, she needs a 6.06. With that peak over the edge, she lost priority, though. So Nadia Aristabe is all over it. And she's just going to guard the clock guard the lineup as the clock goes down. Isabel Nichols. She'll just take a nice ride in, prepare for her quarterfinals. And with 5 seconds on the clock, I think Sanoa's going to be boxed out, as well as Arena Rodriguez, because there you go. Nadia Aristabe with priority.
And Nadia, those couple little backhand snaps paid off. She got that 3.6, and she's through.
She kind of just played the game right there. There's the numbers, but the outstanding number for Isabel Nichols, 8.33. Moving on into the next round when we return. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Annette Gonzalez Exabare, Vaihiti Mahana Iso, and Moana Jones Wong. Beautiful north shore of Oahu, all the way from Haleiwa, the house of the Eva bird, here to Ehukai. The mist of the wave crest coming through. Where a wave called the Bonsai Pipeline is the site for today, where we are in the finals day for the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. We've got a great heat. Kaipaguro and Ross Williams on the call. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Vaihiti Mahana Inso is going to start this one off. And an exciting emerging youth coming out of this Hawaii region, Vaihiti, with a nice start there. Annette Gonzalez Exabari also out in the water, as well as the queen of pipeline, Moana Jones-Wong.
Yeah, this is a crazy heat. Very stacked, tons of talent. Everyone knows how to pull in and get barreled, so this will be a good one.
Hot off the buzzer. So good they name her 4 times. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, Ross.
Yeah, and Sakura is good. She can read that little extra bit of reef down at Aints and that shallow bit of reef. She's comfortable down there. She's smart. She knows where all these extra scores are. There's a little more reps of barrels down there on hand, and quick 5.5 for her.
Yeah. 5th CT year coming. Oh, here we go. Let's look at this replay. Mojo.
And on the other side of the reef that we just described where Sakura is, Moana's probably going to be pretty consistently taking these lefts. And there is still, you know, I don't blame her. There's still some nice lefts out there. And Vaihiti found one. That was a kind of a bottom turn deal, but she still found some cover up on the end of that A-frame.
It's almost a shame to have all these women clash so early in this competition, from what I'm seeing, because these are probably the 3 most talented local surfers, Hawaii surfers, at this break. When you talk about Betty Lou, yeah, Moana Jones-Wong, and Vaihiti.
Right. Yeah, stacked. And just the way the seedings turned out, that's just how it happened. They met up. So a little unfortunate, but at least we get to see them all duke it out right now. It's going to be probably a high-scoring heat, actually.
And it's going to be a big challenge for number 6 on the Challenger Series rankings, Annette Gonzalez Exabari. Just 18 years old, representing the Basque Country. Annette, just coming off a wonderful, beautiful finish, made the finals at the last stop in Brazil. So she's on a roll. She had a semifinal at the U.S. Open, which she surfed incredibly, and then, yeah, runner-up at the Sakurima Pro.
So she's got some momentum. She's climbing the ratings, and she's got 2 more events. See if she can keep it going. She's got a huge test, though. I mean, that's
and when you talk about the seeding, right? Yeah. Like, this is just how the seeding works out,
right?
And it's going to be a tough challenge for Annette, especially just at 18 years old.
Right. There's Sakura in the red jersey, indicating top seed in this round here, and she was at number 2 for this particular heat. So. Yeah, that's just how it is. Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. You got to deliver.
You got to be proud of Haleiwa girl, Sakura, just 20 years old. I think she came on tour at 16, Ross, but then she just came off her best season on championship tour last year. 2 wins.
Yeah, she found her stride for sure. Here we go.
So going to turns here for Annette, or Annette, as they say in the Basque Country. And we saw the calculated surfing in the last heat by Nadia Arostabe, just doing turns and making it through the heat. Do you think turns are going to get through this one?
You can't discount it, because, you know, we saw this in a lot of the heats yesterday, too. You can get a little too romantic about getting tube time out here and forget to compete. So sometimes the surfers that don't know the wave as well, they just start working.
Mojo Wong, arm barring the barrel just right through. That's why we call her the queen of pipeline. Well done. That's how you do it.
That's her program right there, Moana. She's so good out here. She really, she picks the eyes out of it. She knows how to choose those waves that, you know, deliver that perfect pipeline barrel, and she has a super high strike rate. So she's right on her takeoff spot. Does a really that was a clever stall. So she got behind it enough to get some tube time, and she's going to join that party probably a little better than, I'm guessing, Betty Lou's 5.5.
And this happened on the right.
Really pretty snaps here. She's very formed out. She's got some wingspan, sort of like a throwback to MR back in the day. Really stylish. 3 smooth snaps, but nothing critical. That'll keep the score lukewarm, which it is, 3.3, but she's on the board.
Yep. Waiting for that score for Mojo Wong, and it comes in, and you were right, Ross, as a 6.67. So Moana goes to lead. Sakura drops down to 2nd place. And a set coming through here, priority with Vahiti.
Holy moly, that thing spit its guts out too. That was a good wave. There's still great waves out there at Kaipo. Big A-frames.
Let's take a look here and see the right.
It's actually kind of cruel to watch this. This is going to be such a good barrel.
Oh,
Look at that thing. So if you're behind it, stand tall. It did pinch a little bit at the end, so it's still technical, these rides. These shorter interval, you know, it has that little bit of an almond crunch at the end. You got to bust through.
And it looked like Vahiti took off and just had a quick ride there. She's used her priority, so priority now to Sakura Johnson.
It's funny too, Kaipo, because you have two regular footers, two goofy footers, and they're happy to share this reef because we have so far consistently the goofy footers looking at pipe and the regular footers looking at backdoor. So we have a, you know, a very cooperating lineup here.
Yeah, not a lot of crossover right there, and there's been scores, you know, gathered both on the right and on the left. So it looks like equal opportunity right now. A little bit small kind.
What do you see?
Ruffle
Okay.
of wind. Variable conditions today. Wind is not going to make up its mind, I feel, through most of the day. It's going to be swirling around.
I agree. Yeah, it's supposed to be light southwest winds, which is, it can get kind of choppy, but if it stays, if it holds just a little more south than west in that direction, it'll be okay for backdoor. It'll keep it open.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. So I was talking about Sakura. I mean, you've spent a lot of time with her. When, you know, she got on, had some adjustment years, right? Coming on tour for so young. But last year seemed to me finishing 5th in the world.
Yeah.
It was a big breakthrough year, big confidence booster for her. She's always had the talent.
Yeah, absolutely. I've coached Sakura since she was really young, like 10 years old, and she's the same age as my oldest daughter, Sebi. And they were really good friends growing up. So all those really young years just catching whitewashes at Haleiwa, we've all been friends and have been working with her. And she was just so visibly better than everyone when she was really, you know, the writing was on the wall. And like you said, Kaipo, you know, she's always been spotted as being sort of a world title contender, but it was really nice to see her break through. And she got a new board sponsor with Mayhem. Here we go, up and riding.
Oh, dues paid there. Annette Gonzalez, ex-Sabari. Wow.
Ooh, wipeout.
That was a pretty big wipeout there.
Good effort. I mean, she charged it, but again, the bottom dropped out from underneath her, and you try to stand up and there's no floor underneath you, you're gonna fall down.
Yeah, Isabel Nichols threaded a backdoor barrel, 8.33 for the Australian. Let's hear from her after her first heat win. She's with Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Bella, you went excellent right there on the backdoor wave, went to turns on the backup. Congratulations. Really first good heat out here at the backdoor. How did it feel?
Yeah, thanks. It's been wild, like the boys event finishing before we even get to surf a heat, and I've just been watching some of the most perfect waves at Pipe and Backdoor the last couple of days, and just been getting so excited to go surf and hopefully try and get a couple of my own. But yeah, I've been here for 2 weeks now. That was by far the best wave I've caught. So I'm pretty stoked.
What about the downtime in the off season, especially after the great success last year? What's it really been in the months leading up to Bells now in a couple?
Yeah, it's been interesting actually, like having 7 months off. I don't know how to feel about it. Like, it's really nice because I haven't had that downtime for so long. But in the same breath, it's like I love doing things. I love being active. And I kind of felt a little bit lost there in the middle. But now to have this, you know, coming into the season, it's been really nice to get back into surfing heats again. And I'm really grateful that we're able to compete here. And I know it's hard for some of the CS girls because, you know, having CT girls in the event, it's, you know, points-wise and all. But I mean, this is just such a good opportunity for us to get waves, and everyone knows how hard it is to get waves out here at Pipe. So even just to get that one, it was, yeah, made the trip worthwhile.
Especially with the addition of Raglan, how stoked are you to have 4 events at home right now? Even if you include the Challenger at Newcastle, it could potentially be 5 weeks or 5 events really on the road, back to back to back.
Oh, I'm so stoked. Like, for the past 4 years, we've started the season in Hawaii. And it's really great, but it does take a lot of mental energy and physical energy, you know, coming here and trying to battle Pipe. And we had Sunset as well a couple years back. So to be able to go down to Bells, Marg, Snapper, Raglan, kind of stay in our neck of the woods, be drinking the good Australian coffee and with some bonsai. And I don't know, I'm really stoked that we get to start in our backyard and it's going to be fun. Hopefully we get some good waves.
Congratulations, Bella. Get the lattes going, Kaipo.
Yeah, that's right. Ordered up with extra froth. Almond, oat, or soy? That's the question when you're talking about your bonsai latte.
Well, she's not wrong. The coffee in Australia is really nice.
Yeah. And for Isabella Nichols, actually, you know, think about the tour, the CT tour. She's going to start the tour where she's defending champ at Bells.
No, there's a vibe. The Aussies they're getting kind of psyched. You know, their feathers are ruffling.
They're getting a little sassy. Yeah, I like it.
They're peacocking a little bit, and rightly so. We're about to go, like she said, down in their neck of the woods for about 4 years on this leg of the tour.
And there's no substitute for a serious Australian barista. They do it so well there. I love the coffee culture. And you know me on coffee.
Are you a flat white or what's your preference?
I'm kind of like, I like Americanos when I just want to keep it slim, but then I'll go for flat white every once in a while. But
you're a bit of a bonsai dude.
Yeah.
You got to froth it up with some other
flat whites. Yeah, flat white oat, bonsai oat, flat white. Right. Sure.
It's that kind of morning. We're really bonsaiing it up around here.
Let's check out the CT schedule. Started off with Bells, where Isabella Nichols is our defending champ. That all kicks off April 1st. We're going to get to that schedule because first we're going to see if a wave's getting ridden here by Sakura. Good job getting in the barrel. And you see that kind of clipped her on the head right there, but pulling straight in from the takeoff, Beilu Sakura Johnson. Oh my goodness, Moana Jones Wong just slipping off the back of her board. That looked like a bad wipeout, actually.
Where is she?
Watch for her.
Okay,
there she is.
Always a good sign if they're up on the board right away. The opposite is really sketchy if they're just kind of laying there, like, oh gosh, they're assessing what kind of damage happened. But she looks great. So it was weird though, Kaipo. She fell in the barrel, sort of on her knees there. But you know, at that point, you're just inside the barrel, and you're just hoping you don't connect with the bottom. And so obviously, she did not. Just probably, you know, pleasantly popped out the back and life was good, but you really are throwing a dice when you have a wipeout like that. Sakura got a little too high right here and just her left shoulder got clipped by that lip, and it's really hard to stay clean with these almondy barrels.
Yeah. Yeah, I was worried about Moana on that one, more for the knee and having that front foot on the board and the back foot coming off. And so
that was awkward.
Classic surfing knee injury right there.
She's fit though. She's a kind of a gym rat. She works out a lot. She prepares for, you know, being tweaked and torqued.
It's going to be international Mojo Wong now going into 2026 because she won the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region. So she's got an invite to all of the Challenger Series coming up. You know, she's a top dog. So
good for her.
She can take her act on the road.
I was noticing her too, Kaipo, the last few months, just watching her surf Sandbar days and Rocky Point days and stuff, and her performance surfing does look better. She's, you know, starting to kick the fins out a little more, getting a little frisky with the performance edge. You know, she's such a pipeline queen, and she knows how to get barreled. But I think she knows the job ahead of her on the CS Tour. You know, you got to hit the lip hard. So she's been practicing.
It's been a classic tale, like through generations of surfers from Hawaii being able to, you know, surf less than perfect waves or weaker waves.
Right.
And that story's been through generations for both men and women. You know, surfers from Hawaii performing and winning in powerful waves. But then when you come to, you know, like softer beach break conditions, I feel like that's why, even when you look at the tour, the more powerful waves, the Hawaii surfers do well.
Right.
Even if in Australia, Margaret's, Bells, there's a tradition of Hawaii surfers doing really well there, right?
And vice versa. You know,
Tahiti.
in the past, it used to be, you know, all the performer surfers would come to Pipeline and be sketched. But nowadays, it's 2026. Everyone does everything. Everyone's well-rounded.
Yeah, we're going to take a break right now, and we'll be back with the end of this heat. Heat number 4, round of 32. Moana Jones Wong in the lead. The Queen of Pipeline still reigning.
Welcome to the awards presentation for the 2025 Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. So with that being said, let's bring up our awards. Eli Hanley, Griffin Cole-Pinto, Morgan Sidler, come on up here. And now your 2025 Lexus Pipe Challenger Series champion, Callum Robson.
Yeah, I feel amazing. Me and Morgan were obviously speaking about that. getting the win, it's pretty special, to be honest. I feel a bit speechless, and yeah, I'm just over the moon to be able to actually win this event and win an event with Pipe, and to be able to just get some fun barrels on the way was super sick.
Let's give it up for our champ. Hoist it up.
Yeah, congratulations, Callum Robson. Oh, the kohola, waving high.
Oh, nice.
The Hawaiian humpback whale. Well, it's not a Hawaiian humpback. It's a humpback whale, because that actually, those whales are pelagic. They spend the winters here, giving birth, and then summers they go up into the Aleutian, Alaska area right there, where they feed on a buffet of krill.
So it's a haole whale?
It's a... No, they're pelagic. They travel around.
I just saw a window. I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, so
Hey, can I say something real quick? Those trophies are so cool.
yeah.
I really like that. I am waiting for Jason Momoa to grab one of those and go Ikaika mode on it, but I would love to have one of those. Those are cool trophies.
Split peak here. We're going to stick with the right, and Annette Gonzalez Echevarri carves off the top. 3.81 will take her to second in advancing position. And it looks like Vaihiti Mahana Inso also got a quick wave right there. But yeah, the trophies, Leo Mano, the Hawaiian Tooth Club is what they've incorporated in those trophies. And that's the real deal. Like ancient Hawaiians, when they battled, they had those, yeah, the shark tooth clubs.
So nuts. Oh. Okay, so Vaihiti, Betty Lou, and Moana doing their part, looking for tubes. But meanwhile, Annette is trying to get it done with these snaps. That's going to be a tall order, especially if Sakura backs up her score. You know, she's going to have to look for that barrel. She's in 4th priority right now. She does have 9 minutes left, but we'll see if she can make that adjustment, Kaipo, and from turns to barrels.
And Hawaiian Water Patrol again with the escort back out. We talked about the whales. I have to clarify they're migratory, not pelagic.
Gotcha.
Maybe because they're mammals that came from Kananioke Kai, my daughter, who actually studies that. So.
Oh, did she text you?
Yeah.
She's like, Dad, bro.
Yeah.
You're blowing it.
Get it right.
They are full of krill, but yeah. After that,
she said no pelagic, no migratory. Get it right. College paid off, I guess.
Yeah. Yes.
Neither Ross nor I would know about that.
No, our education's right here, cuz.
Straight out of high school, straight to the pros. What a way to go.
We're okay. We're
fine, bro.
Fine.
We're doing great.
We made it.
That is one thing about surfing, though. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of. It's tempting because Sakura's a great example. I mean, she was still a Wailua High School, you know, I think, what, a sophomore or something when she qualified?
Yeah.
They're like, here's a world ticket.
There's something in the water in Wailua. A lot of bulldog pride. A lot of good surfers came from that school.
Yeah, well, we couldn't consider Shane Dorian a bulldog. He spent a little time there.
He was Kona Waina. He did. He came and lived with Jason Magalanis for a short period of time, but we can't claim Shane.
No, Kona Waina.
He's Kona Waina.
Okay.
Yeah. But we had a lot of great surfers come from Wailua. Kolohe Bloomfield, Rock, and Clark Little.
Oh, my goodness.
Jason Magalanis. Yeah, there's a long list. Ricky Irons, Mike Latronic back in the day.
Yeah. Brock Little, he didn't want to catch the bus to Punahou. He had the golden ticket. He said, no, I'm going to stay right in the hood.
Yes.
He just went straight bulldog mode.
Oh, yeah.
Took over. What a legend. We love you, Brock. Brock on, man.
Yes, Brock on. Yep.
7 minutes, 15 seconds, and the two North Shore surfers in control right now, Ross, and that's not a surprise.
Yeah, and Sakura is still holding on to the 1.6, and she's eyeing any little backdoor barrel she can find.
Annette pulls in. If she can make an exit here, that could change the situation. Looks at the judges straight after coming out of the barrel. Wow. She needs a 3.81. The plot's going to thicken because she's for sure going to go into second.
Yeah, the crew is psyched. Well, she answered my question. You know, she needed to stop those turns and look for a barrel. Under priority, too, Kaipo. She had 4th priority. Sakura let that go. A little sneaky double up on the inside.
Wow.
And she got pitted. It's going to be a good score.
And we talked about her number 6 on the Challenger Series rankings. Ultra important heat for Anette. And she got the job done.
So Moana looking left. She's not caring about this, right? Sakura lets it go. Smaller wave, but guess what? These smaller waves hit the reef, and they'll still jack up. And it was a great little barrel. So I believe she will take second place right now. Yeah, good.
Oh, for sure.
So now Sakura is going to need a little score here. And again, kind of a bonus too. She got the bottom turn pump up into it and enjoyed a couple seconds of shade there in the barrel. So judges deliberating. They're going to probably compare it to Sakura's 5.5, get it to fit in that scale. 5 minutes to go, so a little bit of pressure on Sakura.
Yeah, all of a sudden the tables turn, and it looked like, when I was commentating, the 2 local North Shore surfers in control. And that story is going to change, and probably change in a big way for Anette Gonzalez Echebarri. 3.81.
Oh, wow.
She's going to get way more than that. She gets a flat 7.
Okay, so judges liking it. I think what they spotted was the extra pump. Some of the other barrels were a little shorter in this heat, so she was in the barrel for like another second. So they clocked it, and they gave her an extra point or 2.
Talk about rising to the challenge. The 18-year-old who is on the precipice of qualifying for the championship tour needs to get through this heat, and she's doing a great job. Sakura needing a 4.84, basically a 5-point ride.
Interesting.
With under 5 minutes to go.
You can see now her attention level went up as she's starting to scan the reef a little more careful. She's like, shoot, I let that wave go. She knows that she made a little bit of a mistake there, so she's going to have to make up for it here in the last 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah. And this, I mean, not to say you can control so many things, but there is a bit of luck in surfing. I always say, especially, with conditions changing, there's a little bit of a luck in surfing. We know she's got the talent, but you need the wave to perform.
Yeah,
it's not a lot of time, really.
That's a good call. Now she does, right? She needs something to come to her, and that's the kind of the rhythm factor, the luck factor. But the mistake was made. She had priority, and we talk about it sometimes. Kaipo, you've commentated a million heats, and we talk about the curse of priority.
Yeah.
You start getting romantic about it, like looking out the back for a huge wave.
Well, here she goes. She's interested in this one, going back door. Sakura Johnson stalls, now on the gas pedal, comes through. She's going to turn this heat back in her favor.
She's
wow, what an answer back.
Pressure, what is that?
Just composure, right? Exactly, Ross. That's handling pressure in a world-class way.
Well, she stuck to her guns. She waited for the wave that she wanted, and there was a little bit of luck factor. Something got delivered to her. That was a nice, perfect, easy little backdoor barrel. It's going to be a good score.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be the 5 that she needs.
Yeah. And they really paid off Annette with the length of time in the barrel. This wave not quite as tall, but she spent a good amount of time in the barrel. And so the judges, they have their scale super set, but again, that was much like Annette's. It was kind of a longer barrel, so I'm guessing it's going to be similar to her 7.
Yeah, I agree. One more look.
Yeah, good stall, good bottom turn. She took her time, a lot of patience there. She knew it was a perfect little drainer, and she was like a very measured lineup there, the way she kind of lined up the barrel. One little adjustment pump in the barrel, but she showed a lot of maturity in that barrel.
Yeah, she knew how to put the brakes on at the beginning and get on the gas pedal once she got in the barrel. That was really impressive, and it impressed the judges too. Sakura Johnson, she goes excellent, 8-point ride, and takes the lead in the heat. There's the spread from the judges. Hey, the Hawaii judge gave her 8.5.
A little extra. You know that kind.
It all evens out. Oh man, Moana just wrong in the barrel and comes out. Wow.
Oh, a little snap too.
This is going to make it really, really hard for Anette and Vaihiti, because that's going to add to Moana Jones-Wong's total. Her low of a 5.77. I think she's going to do better than that.
Yeah, so now, the North Shore surfers are kind of pushing their weight around, showing how comfy they are out here. And Moana, good, really well read there behind the peak. She enjoyed every second of that little barrel and finished it off nicely too with the top turn on that step up board, but still was a nice little snap to finish.
Comfy. like a nice, perfect futon with a memory foam topper right there. That's how comfy that was.
A little lap, little just comfy dog on your lap. What else is comfortable? A little fireplace.
I like futons, just local stuff. You can sleep on the floor right there.
Well, if you get the Walmart futon, it's gonna be a little, you know. The Japanese futon, okay, yeah, those are comfortable, yeah.
With the memory foam topper. Okay, talking from real life. 1 minute remaining. Moana Jones-Wong, we're waiting for her score and see how that is going to run out, but it's, I think the writing's on the wall. It's going to be Sakura Johnson and Moana Jones-Wong moving into the quarterfinals.
Well, Annette has 45 seconds, needs a 6?
6.17, Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri.
Oh, maybe one more kind of a look here. Just never say never. There's that one A-frame out the back, Kaipo. Let's give it a chance to hit the lineup.
It will, 28 seconds, so this one wave will have enough time to eventuate. And Annette taking a look here.
Oh.
Maybe an opportunity, decides not to go, so she's gonna get one more. With the interval, I think there's gonna be one more wave, but that one's split.
Surprised she let that first one go. It did barrel. All right, Moana and Betty Lou throwing down.
Well, there you go. Nice effort by Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri. She's going to take this one. This is after the horn. It's not going to count. It's going to be Sakura Johnson, Moana Jones-Wong into the quarterfinals. We got more action coming here at Pipeline. We're going to bring in Joe, Jesse, and a very special guest when we return to the Lexus Pipe Challenger.
My name is Evely Ulai Kalenia Kea Wong, and I'm from the island of Oahu. I love surfing because I love being in the ocean. It's where I feel most confident and most like myself. A bikini kind of life means I get to experience new places, new cultures, new people, and while doing what I love. My name is Evely Ula Wong, and this is the Bikini Kind of Life.
Happy finals to everybody. Still in the round of 32, heat number 5. Always great to catch up with Eve Wong. Proud to be a native Hawaiian and speaks fluently in Hawaiian and passes on her traditions and her culture everywhere she travels in the world, having her most successful year on the CS as she joins Gabriella Bryan, Amuro Suzuki, and a local named Zoe McDougall. Speaking of locals, we got one joining us on the set. I'm Joe Turpel. This is Jesse Starling, and the local in the event, Chesney Ganot. Thank you so much for coming in and joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm stoked to be here.
Yeah, I was stoked to see your name in the draw, first of all, and then all of a sudden your first heat of the entire event. How did that feel? Was it nerve-wracking, or were you just stoked to get it done?
I think I was stoked to just get it done. I was looking at the heat draw and I'm like, oh man, I'm first heat. Definitely a little nerve-wracking, but I think the conditions were cleaner the morning of, so I was kind of stoked just to get out there and get my feet in the wax.
And then to get a win, how did that feel personally, and then your friends that were cheering you on the beach?
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely felt good to win my first Challenger heat, and I was just beyond stoked. I honestly couldn't believe it at first, but it was such a good feeling.
Stoked that you're joining us for the call. We're getting this one going here with the backhand of Amuro Suzuki. Grown up about 2 hours away from Chiba, Japan, her parents were happy to take the drive to find more consistency. Where she grew up, it was flat most of the time, so that extra effort to get waves really made a difference for Amuro to be a world-class surfer, Jesse.
Yeah, pretty cool part of the world. She grew up in Shonan, Japan, and it's I actually got the privilege of heading there at the end of last year, going to see my good friend Dai Wacko, and it's these really, they're small but fun little beach breaks that look right onto Mount Fuji, which is really cool.
Nice little paddle battle and some arms going up. That's Zoe McDougall, who wanted that wave, but so did last year's world number 3, Gabriella Bryan. So that got a little feisty there. As we know, we got the priority rotation with 4 surfers out. Before it's established, though, you're just trying to outposition each other. And today, when there's perfect peaks, lefts and rights, Chesney, that could get confusing like that one just did there.
Yeah, it definitely was a little weird of a situation right there, but
Sometimes, you know, they're trying to force a call, a block, or just force maybe priority to start. You know, if the judges see anything there, something will pop on our screen. If they're saying, nah, that was just some confusion, they'll let it run free. So no signs yet of any rotation getting going between them.
Yeah, no, the judges are going to leave that one be. It's really interesting as well. A lot of competitors, some like to have the first wave of the heat. Some like to have the inside at the start. But yeah, like you just mentioned, when they get these perfect peaks coming through, anyone's kind of got the inside. You can see those two, they've competed against each other a lot in the past, and maybe some old rivalries starting to rear its head.
Yeah, I'm not really trying to open up anything right here as far as a rivalry or something, but they did share a wave this morning in the morning free serve, Zoe and Gabriella Bryan, then right into a little confusion on the takeoff. So this is how the morning started for these two.
Uh-oh.
And then right into this.
Yeah, this is tricky. You could see some old tensions from the free surf. Gabby had a really good paddle there. And I feel like maybe paddled herself out of position slightly. Zoe hands up, but a bit of a rerun there from the free surf, Chesney.
Yeah, they're having a little rough of a morning together so far.
Yeah, and then you carry that into heat. Sometimes it's a little incentive when you've got a little more motivation against somebody. You know, rivalries, you can break them down in different parts. A lot of times we see them as being healthy if it brings out the best in your surfing and you don't fall apart. But when you're looking at Gabriella Bryan, she's showed us that she's a world title threat. It really showed last year specifically. 4 finals, 3 wins.
Yes.
That was insane to watch as we see Zoe up and down. But Chesney, I know you watched the tour very closely.
Oh, yeah.
What about Gabby Bryan and her season last year?
I mean, she's just such an inspiration to watch. Like, I think, like, her power surfing is just next level. Seeing her at like, big waves, just, like, even though Sunset's not on the tour right now, like, seeing her at waves like Sunset is it's, like, such an inspiration. It's, like, her surfing's insane.
So powerful, maybe the most powerful rails on the championship tour. Last heat was won by a CT threat as well, who turned in her best season to date. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson's with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you, Joe, and one of the best from the North Shore of Oahu as well. Congratulations, Sakura. Really good heat, especially with the comeback with the 8-point ride. Getting things going right here at the Bonsai. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Yeah, super happy, you know, to be able to get some barrels out at home. Thankfully, this wind is holding off for us, so we can just keep praying for that wind to not come. But yeah, super stoked to, you know, get an 8, of course, but just to get some barrels out there is a treat.
And especially with all the downtime in between the finals and this event and then leading up to Bells too, how satisfying is it not only to get a win, really an important win right here, knowing that the Pipe Masters is back in December too?
Totally, yeah. I think anytime at Pipe, you got to take it. You know, you can't take that for granted, and you got to use that time to learn at the most. And yeah, you know, just kind of fine-tuning things for the year ahead. And yeah, excited to end it here at Pipe next year, or this year.
What's the biggest thing you learned about yourself during the downtime, Sakura?
Honestly, I think the hardest thing that I learned about myself was to, you know, take time to just chill. I felt like I was such in a go mode the whole season. But yeah, I think I was just learning so much of just like hanging out with my friends and, you know, remembering all that special time that I did have with them before, you know, going on tour, and never taking that for granted, of course, either, because it's all precious time with your friends. And yeah, the everyday life here is pretty good.
Great words. Congratulations. See you later.
Thank you so much to you guys.
Joe.
Great shirt, Mitch. You look fantastic. And a great interview with Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She did learn a lot. And I ran into Betty Lou quite a bit on tour. And she was with one of her best friends from childhood, Luana Silva, you know, where they're growing up here in Hawaii together. They're 2 big names early. And now they're going, hey, we're on tour together and being successful. And I noticed a few moments, especially this one on the Gold Coast. They just were shining. They're with their moms. It just felt like they had realized the life that they were living is what they always dreamed of as kids, Jessie.
It's really nice to see, actually, that when you have these childhood friendships and good, healthy rivalries like Betty and Luana would have had, them get to flourish on that top stage. Dreams do come true, you know. It's even been cool. Molly and I were super close growing up. To see Molly go on to win that world title, it was like, we spoke about that at state titles when we were Groms, and I'm sure, Chesney, you'll get your chance to do that with your friends too.
I hope so.
It's really cool to be able to watch and be a part of that and see their emotions and how cool and how much it means to them. It's like probably the best part of our job, I think, seeing the emotions kind of flourish through the competitors.
And I bet it's more inspiring for you, Chesney, when you see someone you surf with leave and go accomplish so much on the international tour, and that motivates you as well.
Oh, for sure. I feel like it also makes it feel like a lot more realistic, because like they come home and they're like doing the day-to-day stuff that you do all the time, and just being able to see them leave and go like be so successful is really awesome.
Who's in your surf crew? I know you don't want to leave people out, but like kind of every day, who are you calling first? Who do you typically try to surf with on a day-to-day basis at home?
Well, I feel like during the winter time, there's like a lot of people that are visiting that I'll like make friends with and like surf with them while they're here. I surf with a lot of the same kids that I went to elementary school with, so that's like kind of my crew when no one else is here.
Did you go to school across the street?
Yeah, I went to Sunset.
Awesome. What a fun place to be. You could hear the horns sounding. You're the Pipe Masters and dreaming of being a part of it one day.
Yeah, I remember like trying to hide the screen from like our teachers on like the YouTube app, like watching the comp when it was going. So that was pretty funny.
You pulled it off.
Yeah.
Well done. As we see the Water Patrol scooping up Gabrielle O'Brien. Had the paddle confusion at the start of this heat and also the start of the morning free surf with Zoe McDougall. Zoe in there to kind of play a Joey Johnston type role, just representing the North Shore crew. Hasn't been in a ton of events, you know, in the last year or so, but grew up very competitive, raised on the beach at Sunset. And next door neighbors with her best friend, Coco Ho, growing up. So she's been on so many great surf trips, ran into her in WA last year. And she is fired up to get involved in this heat, especially after getting left out of that opening wave, Jessie.
Yeah, and I feel like that kind of made her a little bit frustrated, but I feel like Zoe, especially watching her compete over the last couple of years, I actually feel like she's one of those competitors who thrives off feeling a little bit frustrated. You know, she can really feed off that energy, use it, and I feel like her surfing gets a lot more powerful when she taps into her emotions a little bit more. So potentially something big coming from Zoe. Obviously Eve having that too, but I feel like all of these ladies maybe slightly a tad bit frustrated. No one really getting something big at this point in the heat.
Chesney Gannott, let's focus on this wave, pipe and backdoor. What I noticed on the North Shore is you had your hand up to go try this wave, early sessions at Waimea Bay. Was it an instant feeling of like, I want a piece of that? You know, it didn't seem like you were overwhelmed with fear. Tell us how that was for you, just tackling a wave like this.
I mean, I definitely feel like I have that desire and like want to surf bigger waves and like push myself in those kind of conditions. Seeing girls out at Pipe like Moana like has been such a big inspiration, like seeing what she does, seeing the waves that she gets out there, and like how like surreal it is and like how emotional she is when she does get those waves. It's like super awesome, and I definitely want to like get a piece of that and hopefully get waves like she's gotten out there. So she's definitely been a big part of like why I want to surf these kind of waves. But yeah, I mean, waves like Sunset and Waimea, I haven't really been out Waimea that much this winter, but definitely stoked to surf out there a bit.
Wow, it's growing quickly. Yeah, I guess you had the eye of the tiger wanting it at a very young age, and that relationship is just continuing to grow. I'd love for you to see some of your waves from this event. It was the first heat, just thrown out into it in just a moment, because we've got a nice approach from Gabrielle O'Brien. She'll get a make there. Her best so far in this heat. Not super deep, but it's a completion, and all we have is ones and twos. So we'll see Gabrielle O'Brien move into the top two with that one, Jessie.
Yeah, that's the moment we've been waiting for in this heat. Someone to find a little bit of cover up, and you can see Gabby kind of gave herself a bit of a shake of the head on that closeout wave, the one prior. She's really made redemption for this year. She got a nice looking pipe wave, had nice speed paddling in, and just held that line, tucked up. Finished a little bit higher, which is good. I think you see a lot of those best guys out here usually finish their lines quite high at Pipeline. But Gabby, yeah, like we mentioned, Chesney, getting the best of this so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, she has such a good pig dog. It's like
and something she's been working on, right? I mean, she was very open to say, I want to work on backside barrel riding. And then she's at Chopes last year, and she's like, well, that's the best one I've gotten so far. And she's in a Jersey, you know, getting an excellent score. She did a strike mission to Tahiti again this year in prep. You know, she's all in. And I think it's so smart. she knows she could smoke people with her power. I mean,
Yeah.
she's done that so many times
For
this
sure.
year, and now being more balanced in hollow lefts as well, and there's quite a few of them this year, Jesse. Wow, even a better world title campaign approaching. I did bring up we want to see your waves. So
Okay.
let's go check it out and give us your review of what was happening out here at the time.
I mean, I feel like my board, like, this was a smaller kind of wave. I feel like my board might have been a little big for, like, doing turns on that wave. But this was definitely, like, the one I was most stoked on. It was such, like, a good feeling to start the heat off like that. Definitely made me feel a little bit more confident. But, yeah, that was, oh, Eve.
And now Eve kicking out of this one live action. And that barrel was actually the first wave of that heat as we look at Gabby Bryan, unable to pull up and under. But her wave before was a 4.0. And so she did jump into the lead. And we'll see what Eve Wong just turned in. She had a 2.0 start. As this heat's feeling like it's building a bit, Jesse.
Yeah, definitely. Eve starting to swing a little bit more. Gabby as well. You can see Dougie Silver a bit nervous on that one. That's something pretty cool they've been working on, is trying to bring out her personality more in her surfing, and especially her competitive surfing. I feel like taking away from the stress of, you know, needing to qualify, needing to get some big results. She's just trying to be herself. Big drop on this one here for Eve. Solid looking wave. Couldn't quite get the cover up there, which is kind of why we saw Dougie just kind of shaking his head a little bit there, but you know that Eve's going to have a go. If one comes her way, she's going to be throwing herself over the ledge. I have a question for you though, Chesney. Do you typically ride longer boards? I remember watching that heat thinking, oh, she's on quite a long board.
Yeah, I do typically ride longer boards out at Pipe. I feel like my mindset with that is always like the few extra inches can never hurt. I also think that Uncle Dave Riddle has been like a big part of that too, is like just like a little, there was a few barrels coming in that morning, and I think I went out there with the mindset in that heat that I really just wanted to get barreled, so I wasn't really going out trying to do turns, so I think that's kind of why I was on a bigger board that morning.
It's such a common kind of mind warp when you're going, wait, is it big enough? Can I ride this board, or am I going to have to perform? It's that size that you had.
Yeah.
That is a very common issue of like, what size do I go with if I'm really going to be packing barrels like this one. Amuro Suzuki flying out in front and reaching through the pocket, finds her feet again, a little bit out of control on that top turn. But a surfer that's experienced the championship tour format. We go back to 2021 when she replaced Lakey Peterson 4 times in that shortened season and became the first Japanese woman surfer to win a heat on the CT in over 2 decades. We've been waiting for her to qualify ever since. We're still hanging out with local Chesney Ganad as action continues. We'll be right back. The Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By 805 Beer. Properly Chill. By White Claw. Grab life by the claw. And by Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Let the good times cruise. So much wonderful support from our sponsors for this great Challenger Series event, the second to last event of the season. Another way to say second to last event is
penultimate.
You nailed it.
Yep.
I'm so afraid of that word. I'm glad you said it. Newcastle's coming up next. That'll be the season finale, and we'll find out who's going to be on the championship tour. Gabby Bryan was the number 2 seed heading into the Final 5 last year. Ended up 3rd when she lost to Caroline Marks, but that was the first time she got to feel the format of a big world title day, and now things changing format-wise, and Gabriella Bryan wants to make sure she's learning the most she can about pipe and backdoor, because there'll be 15,000 points on the line. I'm hoping Chesney's got a wild card.
Me too.
And things will be very exciting when we get to December.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that too. That'd be pretty sick.
As Sally Fitzgibbons, one of the best ever, is paddling out. We mentioned, Jesse, before, the situation's unfolding for the CS. The next one we're really looking at is Sally Fitzgibbons in a position to get her spot back on tour.
Yeah, just needs to make the final. And you know what? She's so reliable in competition. She's definitely capable of doing that. Alyssa Spencer has some ground to creep up on the rankings. Not her best year that we've seen, but she's been putting in a lot of time out here with Chris Gallagher.
And that's a big heat. Everyone in that next heat has championship tour experience, but no one comes close to the reps that Sally Fitzgibbons has. Rookie of the Year race was with surfers like Coco Ho. Coco finishing in the top 5, winning Rookie of the Year, and Sally was one spot behind her that season. It was another changing of the guard type moment. I'm sure you see Coco all the time in the water, Chesney?
Yeah, I mean, I see her. She's my next door neighbor now, so I see her quite a, yeah, I see her quite a bit.
What a great spot to be.
Yeah, for sure.
She was my landlord before I lived in that house.
Stop it.
Beautiful
Really?
place. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Best landlord you could ever ask for.
Oh, I bet.
Uncle Mike would come down when the refrigerator was leaking or something. We'd talk about surfing for hours on it.
love
Yeah.
this. Oh, that's so funny.
What a great spot to be. So Rockies, walking distance to go surf out there with all your friends, not just locally, but from all around the world.
Yep.
Give us a little update on your season personally and memorable sessions you've had so far this year.
I mean, I think one of the most memorable times this winter so far has been like being able to have this opportunity to be out at Pipe, but I've been surfing Sunset quite a bit. We've had a few cool like regional QSs. Also had a QS here at Pipe a month ago, but yeah, I've just been really trying to focus on getting waves out here. It's obviously been pretty tough because of the amount of people, but that's kind of been the main goal, is to just get Pipe waves. Yeah.
I like that. And then how about, you know, when the winter months disappear, are you starting to kind of think about what you might do in the summer months around here, or any like trips, dream trips you want to take on?
My favorite place I've ever been is Tahiti. I think we have a few QSs there as well this winter, or this summer, sorry. So I'd definitely like to make it back there, and then hopefully somewhere else this summer. But yeah, and then obviously town, there's a few like super fun waves over there, but it's a bit of a drive. But
it's almost easier just to go to Tahiti sometimes.
I agree. you should tell my mom that.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, your parents are so cool. Yeah, they'll be down for that for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
And now that your dad's retired, he's ready to get on the road.
Yeah, I know. He'll definitely want to go on a vacation this year for sure, I'm sure.
6:40 to go in this one. Gabriella Bryan, a 4. Eve, second, a 2. Jesse, score-wise, we're really just getting started right now.
Yeah, not what we were kind of expecting when you see such names in a heat. Gabby Bryan, yeah, with that high mark of this heat right now, I just feel like, yeah, Eve, she had that chance, obviously, on that big backdoor wave, just couldn't get really nice and under it. Zoe McDougall needs a 3.63, super capable. And if we think back to that opening day, Zoe got this really cool ride where she just tagged it 3 times. And she actually got a score pretty similar to what she's chasing right now. So Zoe, capable to do that as well, but it's kind of unfortunate that no one's really got started and we're down to 6 minutes to go.
Gabby.
Gabriella Bryan will get this wave. Nice wall. Look at her open up. That was the big blow we were waiting for. That turn was radical. Released the fins as well. It wasn't your just classic Gabby Bryan rail hook on the face. She actually went high off the lip line, did the disaster slide, and brought it back down. Chesney, your review of this turn.
Yeah, that was pretty sick. I mean, that's just kind of the power surfing that we were talking about before. Like, that was such a good turn.
Just feels like she could wind up, go as hard as she wants, but light on her feet enough to recover when the fins slide out.
How about the acceleration she got off that bottom turn? She had so much speed going up into that turn. I love the fact that she's giving us something different. I love the carves as she does. When she lays it on rail, it almost like hurts for the wave. Like, you feel bad for the wave. But now she's showing us massive finners as well. So Gabby, I feel like it's a little bit of a tease to what she's been up to on the off season.
Gosh, she always has secrets for us, then comes out blazing like she did last year on tour. Now working with Jason Shibata heading into the championship tour season. Bots is an absolute legend. Had a great professional career. Absolutely rips. Great mind, easy to chat with. Going to be having a lot of fun seeing Bots on tour, supporting Gabriella Bryan. that last score for her. A single maneuver is actually her best wave, better than that pit that she got. 4.07 to extend her lead.
It makes sense. That turn had some serious aggression behind it. It was definitely the most critical turn we've seen maybe all event. You know, there was a lot of spice behind her back foot there. So Gabby, there's that kind of competitive edge as well. That world champion thought, well, hey, I have a 4 and a 0 point something. Let's put something more on the board here. This turn was just nasty. Really kicked those spins out. Great recovery as well. That board was pretty far away from her, so she's looking really strong through her core to be able to grab that board, bring it back under her to get the completion there. So I feel like Gabby, she's not going to be stoked with 2 4s, but I think at this point, really smart just to get another score on her feet, get the lead extended right now, and that's that world-class CT surfer that we know and love of Gabby Bryan.
Gabby Bryan always told us the conversation she was having with Carissa Moore during last season, you know, that helped her stay in the game. Carissa would tell us, you know, Gabby was one of the main reasons why she was watching a lot of events, supporting her best friend. Well, now they're going to be traveling together this year on tour.
How good.
I'm starting to think what's going to happen. I mean, you automatically go to finals together, you know, especially with how consistent Gabriella's been at Margaret River in the last few seasons.
Yeah, for sure. I think that would be really fun to watch the two of them and like see the dynamic when I'm sure the odds of them ending up in a final together are pretty high.
Well, pretty interesting. There's only been 4 ladies to ever win back-to-back there, and Gabby and Carissa, one of the 2 to ever do it, and no one's actually ever won 3 times there before. So both of them with a bit of a chance to make some history at Margs.
Zoe McDougall goes straightening out. It's been a frustrating heat for the local, 0.37, and now just an up and down again. She loves surfing pipe and backdoor, an absolute shredder, has that real cool free surfer vibe. Really talented at every wave here on the North Shore stretch. But it's crunch time. Top 2 move on to the quarterfinals. Luana Silva, Sally Fitzgibbon, Sophie McCulloch, Alyssa Spencer on deck coming up next. And Amuro Suzuki chasing a 1.93. We mentioned how this is the second to last event on the Challenger Series, and Amuro's had a great year. Her best result has been a quarterfinal. She got 2 of them in the same season this year, has her just outside that qualification picture, so she knows she's in a must-win situation right now.
Yeah, she needs to make this heat. It's definitely crucial. Should be loving that Gabby's taking the points. This is a big wave here.
As she's stalling, waiting. Uh-oh, bang, a big mid-face hook for Gabriella Bryan. And now pulls into a section down the stretch, and she'll sink in the foam on the 3rd turn. A fun wave to watch. You see her wind up off the bottom and you start feeling bad for the wave. You're like, oh gosh, here it comes. But that one was just a really smart kind of mid-face hack and got a bonus barrel down the line, Chesney. That was sick.
Yeah, I know. I feel like Pipe's such a funny wave because you can either leave with like 2 10s or 2 like 1s. So this is kind of an average scoring heat right now, but Gabby's doing a good job at taking advantage of what she can get.
Just that CT headspace and heat strategy. She'll get a lap on the ski for the Hawaiian Water Patrol. We mentioned Gabby's domination through certain events. El Salvador, Margaret River, J Bay, 4 finals last year, runner-up in Portugal. But this has been an event that hasn't been her best. A few 9ths. She's had 1 5th a few years back, so it makes sense why she's starting off her year here at the CS. And a wind up to a slide out for Eve Wong. So now priority is with Amuro Suzuki. Important wave, takes the drop, needs a 1.93. Nice backhand carve. The wave's already really full. She's just gonna milk this thing to bits, and the whitewater bumps her off, but she doesn't need much, Jessie.
I'm not convinced, unfortunately. I think Amuro, I think Eve maybe watching that would have been the most stressful part because she was trying to better her 2 and then her fins unfortunately skidded out. Amuro doing what she had to do, but I think Eve's probably got the jump on her just based on that last ride.
Amuro chasing a 1.93, scores in at a 1.2. Suzuki out along with McDougall. Eve Wong and Gabriella Bryan survive a close one. And the top 2 will be in the quarterfinals later on today on finals day. Chesney Ganad. What a legend. Thanks for coming
Yeah,
down.
thank you for having me.
I hope you still get great waves today because you fit us in this morning. So,
I will try. I will get waves for sure.
I hope you have a great year and can't wait to see you in the jersey very soon.
Yeah, thank you so much. So stoked.
Awesome. Event continues here. Lulu, Sally Fitzgibbon, Sophie McCulloch, Alyssa Spencer. We'll take a quick break and bring in Macy Callahan for the call coming up next. Gabrielle O'Brien, last year's world number 3, switched gears in a positive way, went to her big power blow off the top. The most powerful surfer on tour was able to change gears and get a nice 4-for-1 maneuver, then got a snap to barrel combination to finish up the matchup. She's going to move into the quarterfinals. Thanks for being with us here on finals day. And I'm surrounded by great Australians at the moment. Jessie Starling, Macy Callahan joining us in the booth. Good to see you, Macy.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so stoked. I've been loving watching your career. Obviously, many years on the CT, making big finals, a few challengers this year as well. And then I saw your name disappear out of the draw, and I didn't even get a chance to see you. So I'm stoked you're here. And can you give us an update on having to pull out of the event last minute?
Yeah, of course. As some may know, some may not, last year I took a few events off. Yeah, kind of taking a step back and reevaluating, and I've been on and off tour since I was 16, 17, so it's been a long journey, and I think I probably wasn't performing my best and realized I needed to work on some things, and my mental space wasn't quite there. So yeah, I thought the best decision was take a step back, take a breather, and see how it is off tour, and fill my time with, some other things, campaigns. I've been doing the Know the Feeling tour with Billabong, and it's all been really exciting and fun things, and I would love to get back in the jersey when I'm ready. I just didn't feel like right now was the time, so happy to be here though.
I love that, Macy. I'm stoked to see you in some good waves and doing it your way. That is powerful, inspiring too. I love that.
Yeah, thanks. You kind of have to put the ego to the side and realize, all these girls are so good, and you really have to be in the right mental space to compete at your best. And I just felt like I wasn't there, and I want to be winning events. So at the end of the day,
Thanks for joining us for the call, Macy, as we have already a start from Sally Fitzgibbons in a great position to put herself back on tour here, Jessie.
Yeah, Sal. She needs to make a final to qualify for the tour next year. And when you think of Sally Fitzgibbons, she just belongs on the tour. She's been there for so long. Someone who is there. Luana, great looking carve. Wow. Had a really nice release at the end of it. I love that we get to see a lot of these ladies, what they've been doing with their off season. And Soph stand out when we first saw the women in the lineup. She got a crazy wave off the wall when it was massive, so she's definitely going to be chasing a couple barrels out there. But I feel like when you think about Sally Fitzgibbons, she's a part of a lot of women surfing first. Think about equal pay, the tour is matching up with the men and women, and then now I feel like with the tour expanding on the women's side next year, she wants to be a part of that as well, so she could say she was really there for a lot of it. So I feel like this is going to be a really big driving factor for Sally.
Gosh, surfing through all those changes, for someone like Sally, who's finished runner-up in the world 3 times, and when she's dropped to the Challenger Series, she just had a new challenge of motivation. Macy, you know Sally very well, and you've been watching her perform at the highest level for several years. When you see her in the draw and you have to compete against her, what kind of thoughts are coming to your head?
Personally, I would hate to roll Sally in any event, CT, Challenger Series. Yeah, she just doesn't give up. She's got, the biggest heart, so much passion. And I don't think she ever gets below like a 12 total. So she's like deadly in the Challenger Series for sure.
And they almost become historians for us when they surfed in a completely different tour and format, you know, going back to 06, 07 in that era. Sometimes the tour was ending in August at the US Open. There was a lack of world-class waves. And like you're mentioning, Jesse, all of a sudden it was like world-class waves everywhere, equal pay. As we look at Alyssa Spencer, take a look up and out. But yeah, Sally's done a lot. And Alyssa is still in those early stages of her career and has enjoyed some CT moments for herself as well.
Yeah, and Liz works so hard. She is just always training, always trying to get stronger. Her and Gally have this really cool connection as well. They really seem to work pretty incredible with one another. And Gally is so good to have in your corner, especially at Pipeline. I mean, he just rides his bike to work every day, and he says he loves winters at home. And I feel like we spoke about it with the likes of Vahine and having Ross in her corner. I actually feel like Chris is a really great asset to have for Pipeline as well. And Alyssa, Levi Slauson, Tara Watanabe, those guys really getting to tap into that knowledge here.
All about crews, isn't it, Macy? I think that's been a pretty common theme for a very long time, but it seems really in our face now, you know, with all these regions. And sometimes even friends that are not from the same place as you, but sharing that same coach and sharing that energy to turn into good results.
Yeah, for sure. I think having that crew on the road is like one of the most important things, and it makes life a lot more fun and interesting and funny and lighthearted. So yeah, it's always fun traveling with your friends and a good coach.
Yeah, definitely. With Sally, she's changed coaches, done it her own way, oftentimes with her dad at a lot of events over the years. Remember, her dad had a mustache many years ago. It was a deal when she won her first event, he would shave it, but she never knew her dad without one. And she won bells, and I think everyone in the family thanked her for that. He looked great. Yeah, he's just never brought it back. Obviously, one of the biggest supporters for Sally in her career, always backing her decisions to go all in at all times. She got to represent Australia in the Olympic Games in Tokyo, as we see Alyssa Spencer getting a little bit more out of the second effort there, Jesse.
Yeah, a little bit more. She got a slight cover up there for Alyssa. Probably one of the better moments of the heat so far. She spends a lot of time down in Mexico chasing big barrels, trying to just perfect that technique, and you can see she locked into that there. Scruff, having a look here.
Scruff, I love that nickname. Throwing it down is Sophie McCulloch. Laying it down in the foam. And now just fading through the inside. I like how she just didn't kick out of this wave. She knows the heat previous was really tight. Eve advancing on with a 4-point total. So McCulloch making the most of that. Macy, we always think of Sophie and we know she charges. You know, what more could we learn about her and her approach?
Oh man, she is an amazing woman, really. As most people know, she hurt herself out the box, charging there, and I think it's taken her a long time to, you know, get back to where she wants to be. And if this doesn't just prove how great she is mentally, like to come back here to Pipe, and she's not slowing down, that's for sure. Yeah, I've seen her in some free surfs and she's charging, and yeah, she's got it all. She's an amazing human and a great surfer, so yeah.
Love that, Macy. Winner of the last heat, Gabrielle O'Brien, is hanging out with Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Gabby, congratulations. Spoke to you this morning. You were very excited about the conditions out there. Compared to the free surf this morning, how did it fare out there during the heat?
Yeah, there's definitely some better waves, I think, now. Once, like I said before, when the sun comes up and kind of grooms it, it's nice. I saw a lot of really good waves. I wasn't on a lot of very good waves, but it was nice to make it through that heat and get a feel for the ocean, and out there with nobody is always a really nice thing.
And a big difference, I mean, the format too, right? 4 people all the way through the final, especially if you have 4 times today. Talk about competitiveness and working with Jason Shibata right now. How big is the difference right here, and how comfortable do you feel working with Bots?
Yeah, Bots is so awesome. I feel really good working with him, and he coached me back when I was like on Hawaii surf team, so and even before that, so super nice to have him back in my corner, and yeah, I mean, feeling right at home, so I'm really excited.
And what about the work in the off season heading into Tahiti? How much do you think that actually prepared you for something like this right now?
Yeah, I think this is maybe like the first time I've had a heat at pipe where I actually want a big left. Like, I went to Tahiti in the off season. I was only supposed to go for a week and ended up staying 3, and just trying to get better at my backhand barrel riding. I worked with Tahude, and yeah, I feel like I've got a lot more confident. I obviously have so much more to grow, but yeah, I want a big left.
Keep the smiles going. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Joe?
Gracias, Mitch. Thank you so much. Gabriella Bryan all smiles with that victory and doing everything she can to be a well-rounded world title threat. She is on her way. She's always been good at rights, always loved Sunset at a young age. She's actually got one of the coolest sponsors I've ever heard of. She's sponsored by HT's, that wave in the Mentwise.
Kidding.
Isn't that cool?
Wow.
So if she wants to go to HT's, there's a spot for her all the time at that land camp.
I'm so jealous.
Isn't that a great sponsor? I never even thought you could apply for that.
Damn.
Yeah, so anyways, that being her right there, her forehand hook and barrel riding have always been at her fingertips, and growing up on Kauai, she was just all set up to be a world-class surfer. As we look at a left just opening wide, and every wave gets a little bit better for Alyssa Spencer. And now she'll draw it back into the pocket. Has some room to throw down turns. Yeah, don't kick out on a day like today. Such a great read for Alyssa, JJ.
Oh, incredible read. And I feel like she's starting to build confidence with every single wave. She also is really great under pressure. She knows just the season where we are, how important this event is. Can see, puts that arm on the wall, starts to try and wipe off some speed. Got a nice amount of cover there. What it was a pretty solid wave too. Would have been scary, you know, locking in for that line there. 2 really fast carves. She's looking strong. The fact that that's a bigger board and she's whipping it around so quickly. But check this out, tucks in, how's that perfect technique stance? And her face at the end of it, I think says it all. It was mouth wide open. She was like, are you kidding? Got 2 calves through the inside. And I think Liz, yeah, like I mentioned, it's a confidence thing for her. We even had Shane in here say that she can be a little bit more on the timid side when he was working with her, especially with Pipeline, but looking like she's pushing through that and really working on finding confidence out there.
Fun little push and some fun sparring partners to have in North County, San Diego. You think Reed Van Wagener, you think Sierra Kerr, spending a lot of time in that Carlsbad Encinitas zone, and Alyssa, just one of the top surfers out there in that region, taking on the world, and just positive signs, pushing herself in hollow waves. Really cool technique, great backhand as well, as we're anticipating her best score to come in at a 5.33 now. So Alyssa Spencer goes all the way to first with that one. Macy, you know how that feels when you start getting on a roll in a heat? You know when you're going, okay, I figured this out, and your scores keep going the right direction. What a positive feeling that is.
Yeah, it's definitely a good feeling, especially somewhere like Pipeline. If you get a few under your belt, it's always nice, and maybe pull into a few bigger ones, and yeah, just feel at ease, yeah.
Let's go into the qualification scenarios once again. We know Yolanda Hopkins, Tia Zabrowski are on tour, as we see a nice little jump into the pit for McCulloch. Sorry, Scruff. As she will wrap that beautiful cut back in the pocket and really start building on her second place position.
Nicknames are such a part of Australia. Everyone's got a nickname.
I feel bad calling you Macy. What should I be calling you?
My friends call me Milky.
That is awesome.
So yeah.
Jessie, JJ, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Get JJ. I get Noodles a lot.
Noodles?
Yeah, Noodles.
Yeah, Noodles a lot.
Oh, I feel like I've been left out. Noodles, watch this thing.
Pretty tucked in barrel there for Soph. Great read on it. I mean, I don't know if you saw it, Macy, she got a crazy one off the wall the other day. It was one of the bigger days, and she got absolutely detonated on it, but I was chatting to her and she was like, no, I feel so good. I feel so ready to be out at Backdoor and Pipeline for when it does get a little bit smaller. She'll find those really nice open cones, and that's exactly what she got. I think potentially even a better read for Soph on that one than potentially Alyssa's, even though the waves were differing in size. But Sophie's so reliable under pressure as well. We have this event back home called the Australian Board Riders Battle. Macy's a big fan of that one. And Soph, I think, sorry Macy, this is going to be really harsh, but I actually think she's probably the best woman in that event.
Easily. Scruff is like dead set one of my favorite surfers and competitors. She just has the tenacity. Like, she's so strong and she never gives up. It's so good.
5.93.
Yeah, wow. So almost getting that 6th range. So the judges liking that one a lot as well. Back on the ABB, she's probably the best runner up the hill as well.
Yeah, I think I'm the worst.
I always see Macy at the end of the hill. She's like, no, don't talk to me.
I'm like the tallest person, and they think, oh yeah, you're probably a good runner. I'm like, I'm literally like the worst. I go so slow. I go backwards.
You're a good swimmer though, right?
I can swim, but I can't run.
That is one of the most entertaining events to watch. We'll have them break down the rules in a moment, but it's at the 14-minute mark here in heat number 6 of the round of 32. Sophie McCulloch now in the lead. Alyssa Spencer in the 2nd spot. Priorities with Luana Silva, and Sally Fitzgibbons is the focus as far as qualification goes. Needs to make the final, and one of the longest running members of the championship tour could be right back where she belongs.
I'd love to see her there. You know, I love Sally on tour. I think getting rid of the cut is going to really suit her as well. Obviously, she's struggled with it the last couple of years, but started to build momentum, and then unfortunately it was too late in the season. But I think starting at home, the cut's gone. It's really going to play in Sally's favor.
What's the energy like, Macy? You know, you've been in these events, these races to qualify. You've made the tour. You know, when you start to count the days, the events that remain, and there's situations on the line, being on the bubble to qualify, as we watch Alyssa just get down the stretch here and belting the oncoming section. She'll play with this inside wedge, but it's growing in front of her, and she has enough speed to tag it. And now redirect on her backhand. What a cool wave from Alyssa. But yeah, the energy, what does that feel like at the end of a season when you know there's a lot on the line?
Yeah, it's daunting. I think a couple years I came in needing to make the final to re-qualify. I think it was like 2 years in a row, and I think I was crying like every day beforehand. I was like so nervous because yeah, you're pretty much essentially like losing your dream job if you don't get back there.
Yeah, that pressure is just tangible. We feel it at every event, and sometimes you're clutch in that, you feel the pressure rise, and then you also can maybe feel like you can't feel your legs at times. You know,
yeah,
you got to paddle out.
Totally. I think, yeah, it's definitely a cool one though. If you can rise to the occasion and get back there, it's a really good feeling.
Alyssa Spencer wants to be clutch now, sitting 11th on the Challenger Series at the moment. Take the top 7, so she's in the conversation, JJ.
Yeah, she's definitely there. I think this is going to be a great redemption event for her. Usually her strong points are Portugal and Brazil, and I feel like maybe lacking, maybe missing an opportunity at those 2 events, so she's got a new one to try and make her own.
11:50 on the clock. We're going to take a quick break. We'll wrap up heat 6 of the round of 32 in just a moment. Still enjoying our conversation with Macy Callahan. We'll be right back.
Here on the North Shore, looking at how many people have passed away in, over the years, over the decades, and how radical the ocean is here and how dangerous it is, and the surf, that's who you want coming for you in a bad situation, is Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Always a big thanks to the Hawaiian Water Patrol, doing an incredible job every single event here on the North Shore of Oahu, all led by Terry Ahui, Abe Lerner, and the crew. 9 minutes on the clock here. Alyssa Spencer out front. Sophie McCulloch in the 2nd position. Lulu and Sally trying to get in the top 2. Thanks for being with us. Terps, Noodles, Milky here for the call. Nicknames are the absolute best. Can you give yourself a nickname? That's not allowed.
Nah.
Your friends have to give it to you.
Yeah.
That's the rule for sure.
For sure.
But there's another Noodles. How does that work?
There can be multiple
It's like
noodles.
the
There's
same.
no rules. There'd be lots of JJs,
Yeah.
couple Terps out there.
That makes sense.
And sometimes nicknames come from stories, like an occasion that might happen.
Do you know there's a guy that works for WSL? His name is Thomas Bennett.
Waynesy.
It's Waynesy.
Yeah.
So for over the years, I thought it was Waynesy. And I get this formal email about a press conference coming up at Bell's. It's like, sincerely, Thomas Bennett. I'm like, I must be some guy that just got a job. You know?
Some new guy.
It was Waynesy the whole time. I've known him for years.
Yeah.
I had no idea his name was Thomas Bennett.
I think as well it's a bit of a thing back home where I'm sure your dad's friends have a lot of nicknames too, and for a lot of my life I've never known their real name.
Oh yeah.
Here comes Lulu. That's a fun one as she makes it under the hood and gets out in front. Always has a great forehand carve, just like Macy.
Wow.
Milky, sorry. And she gets down the line here and gets a little bit stuck. I've always loved your open face hook that you've got. And Lulu always uses it to her advantage as well. What do you see in her version of it?
Yeah, Lulu's a beautiful surfer. I'm very fond of her. Many trips together. Obviously ride for Billabong together. I've known her since she was really young, and she's a great surfer. And I think last year she really stepped into her own and made a couple finals, and she did amazing. I was so proud. Yeah.
What's the most interesting trip you've been on, Lulu? Maybe location-wise, anything kind of?
Yeah, we went to Morocco together on a adventure division trip with Billabong, and we went with a bunch of boys, and yeah, we got tested there for sure. It was super raw, and we went through the Sahara Desert, and it was an incredible experience. It was probably one of my favorite trips of my life, and I would have never gone there without, Billabong. Or it was just incredible. We saw so many cool things, and so many cool memories were made, and it was super cool to share it with Lulu.
More trips like that for you coming up this year. That's what I'm hoping for.
I hope so.
And those are those pinch yourself type moments, right? Of going, I'm glad I'm a pro surfer.
Yeah, so grateful. Like, the places we get to go is so cool.
Lulu, feisty competitor growing up here on the North Shore, loves that winning feeling. Won a World Junior title over there in the Philippines. Jesse, you were there on the call, if I'm not mistaken. That was a really exciting final.
Yeah, great final. I mean, her and Kana Nakashio, two of the standouts the whole way through, and it was really interesting to watch Luana have to navigate having the pressure of, you're a CT surfer, you should win. Kind of that was the pressure that was kind of put onto her because of the amount of experience she had so young, and she rose to that. She completely owned it. Kana definitely pushed her to the limits, but Lulu, yeah, I really do believe that World Junior title kind of skyrocketed her into what has been her best year yet, and even based on that last wave of hers, that 4.5, I think that's probably the fastest I've ever seen Luana surf.
So quick, she's so fun, and he also kicked off the year with a win. What a positive. I talked to the baseball coach at UC Santa Barbara. He was a teacher in sports management, and he said when they would try to organize their schedule to start a season, he was thinking about the psychology of his athletes. He didn't want to get smoked to kick things off in a preseason. He wanted to be the other way, where he was building confidence with his squad, and I kind of felt that with Lulu. Being already on the CT, you know, you'd go, why go to the juniors? Because she wanted to try new things. She wanted to start with wins and really have a feeling of surfing heats freer in that format. And bang, went into her most successful season to date on the CT. I thought that was so well planned out.
Yeah, totally. The World Juniors is such a great event to start the year off with, and yeah, you get a lot of confidence from that event, and moving into the bigger events in the year, it's a good little starter.
Good memories.
Good memories, yeah. Feels like a long time ago now for me, but
what
definitely.
Was yours, Kayama?
Kayama Beach, yeah, like 2016 or 17.
Who was in the final with you?
I had Mahina Maeda, pretty sure.
Rad.
Yeah, I think I found my trophy the other day. It's my mum uses as a dog toy bowl now.
Lucky dog.
Yep.
As we see Sally Fitz find a nice section to work with, pulling under the hood for a bit there, has a 107 to eliminate. Remember, if she makes the final here, she gets her spot back on the championship tour. And if not, she still has an event to come in Newcastle where she went on a roll at the start of this season and made the final. So a very unique year where we're bookending things at Meriwether Beach.
Yeah, start and finish back at Newcastle, which is pretty cool. This is the other, we got a split peak scenario. Lissa almost coming out of a really deep tube there as well. You can see there's that confidence again. We talk about it, finding these moments. She's trying to use speed to her advantage. Sally, unfortunately, I mean, got a really nice cover, heaps of foam on the face, so it's going to make it hard to have a lot of speed and use that to your advantage. So Sally getting her best of this heat, but she's going to need more.
Scruff on the move, beautiful timing on that snap, and comes down with just a clean single maneuver opportunity on her forehand. One of the most dramatic CS wins went down on the North Shore for Sophie McCulloch when she was out of the mix, really, of qualifying, but then things changed on that finals day. Back to the single turn here, Macy.
Wow. That was nice.
Just a feel-good turn, huh?
Yeah.
Clean rails and just a nice lip section to play with.
Sure. I think, like, yeah, if you're on the wave already, you may as well just give it one good hit.
Yeah. So, yeah, back to Haleiwa. That was an exciting one for Sophie McCulloch. She was sort of going, oh, yeah, I'm just trying to get a great result. We had a morning show. There was a bunch of surfers ahead of her that were closer to qualifying. And I suppose, you know, on the tough side of that, Teresa Bonvalot fell out of the mix with Sophie's result, but it was one of the most heroic final day runs to put herself on tour. And the tough part for her support crew, like, do we tell her what's on the line? Right before the final, they're like, hey, if you win, you're on tour. She had no idea. And then she's like, oh my gosh. She said she had a moment where she's like, okay, pull it in. But she had no idea. She was just on a roll. And she still gathered herself to win it, made the CT.
Wow. Yeah, no, Sophie's an absolute pocket rocket. Like, when she locks in, it is unbelievable what she can achieve. And I think she's a really dedicated competitor. She's always looking to get stronger, always looking to get better. She's got great sparring partners back home as well. And look, I mean, that takeoff was super critical. She's not scared to be kind of hanging on her toes on those takeoffs, really trying to tuck into those barrels. But I think growing up with people like Alistair Reginato, Cooper Davies, so many boys back home from the sunny coast who are absolute powerhouses. She's used them to her advantage and, yeah, held on to her toes on that one there, Mace. But, yeah, she's got great sparring partners back home.
Yeah, just a knifing takeoff. Hard when it's such a TP because it's shoving you down to the shoulder really fast, Mace.
Yeah, that was good. Got under it. It was nice.
Nice aerial view there. Drone pilots doing a great job. Eric Sturman, Daniel Lee.
I think Sophie's best sparring partner is a boyfriend.
Yeah, oh my gosh, yeah.
Oh my God, those two are like cowboys out in the skis. Like, it's so funny watching them on the big swells, whipping each other in. Love it, love to see it.
Oh, so good. 55 seconds on the clock. Round of 32, heat number 6 coming to a close. Remember, Sally, if she can make the final here, will qualify for the CT. She's in a great spot. If she doesn't do that, she will just have to wait for Newcastle and her performance there. For Lulu, she's getting a jump start on her form for the championship tour this year. And so the top two are the surfers really trying to climb up the CS ranks. Alyssa Spencer, 11th on the CS as we take the top 7 from the women's tour. There's another late takeoff. This time it's Sally looking for a 518, misses the barrel, but jams that snap to slide. Taking her a bit of time to hang on to it. And she'll be calling it a heat. Left chasing a 5.18 there, Jessie.
There was definitely 5.18 on that wave. There was a really nice barrel there. Unfortunately, just with the takeoff, she went a little straight on it and couldn't get that rail engaged to tuck in for a nice backdoor barrel. Unfortunately for Sally, yeah, I felt like it was going to need something pretty special for a turn. But yeah, for someone who's usually so reliable, unfortunately, we're losing her out of the draw.
Sally out, that's a big name on the CS rankings, and Luana Silva, CT standout local here on the North Shore, advancing on Alyssa Spencer and Sophie McCulloch. Always fun spending time with Macy Callahan. Remember that movie Surfing that you guys premiered a while ago? Of course you do.
Yep.
Any talks of a sequel in the mix? I would love to see another movie.
Well, we just launched a tequila brand, so
congratulations.
yeah, maybe alongside that we'll sneak in a little surf movie too.
I'm just going to will that to happen.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Me too.
Yeah. Well, thanks for hanging out.
Thank you.
And we'll see you very soon. Action continues here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. Aaron Brooks is coming up next.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger.
Alyssa Spencer successful on to the quarterfinals along with Sophie McCulloch here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong, getting a download after her heat with Chris Gallagher, North Shore Shaper Surf Coach. and former CTer. And we have a guest in the booth. Welcome to the booth. Sanoa Denfli Olin, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me in.
Talk to me about your visit to Hawaii right now. How's it been going?
It's been really good. Hawaii is always my favorite trip of the year. It definitely was very different this year. Having the pipe event, it's obviously a very intimidating but special wave, and just having any experience out there goes such a long way as a surfer, especially with the CT and everything there now. So it's been amazing. Definitely been pushing myself, but feeling the reward.
Nice. What's kind of some of the things that you've learned from this trip in this short period of time?
Pipe is a very tricky, scary wave, which I already knew, but had never experienced firsthand. I was able to paddle out a couple of the bigger days and just kind of fill out the china on the line-up, and then also experiencing the crowd firsthand has been amazing too, because it's really intimidating but incredible to watch all the guys and girls out there.
Yeah, a lot of really good surfers, the mecca of surfing, if you would, around this time of the year. We got a great list of surfers right here, Ross. Aaron Brooks, Francisca Veselko, former world junior champ, Anon Matsuoka, who's been making a name for herself coming out of Japan, and Teresa Bonvolat from Cascais, Portugal. Actually, 2 Portuguese surfers in this heat.
Wow, yeah, still really good international flavor here, represented everywhere. And the Canadian, which maybe you could speak to, Sanoa, but Aaron Brooks getting started with some maneuvers.
Yeah, that was a good first wave for Erin. She's been a part of our Canadian team for a couple years now, and she's obviously crushing it on the CT now. That was a good way to start her heat, get a couple of big maneuvers. That end section was super critical, and there are really good barrels out there, but they are hard to find, so that was really smart.
Yeah, she's, Aaron Brooks, just such a phenomena, right? In 2024, came in as a wild card, won Fiji. A lot of expectations were placed on this young lady in her 2025 rookie year. Made a few semifinals, but I think her overall talent is going to have her much higher up the rankings in 2026 compared to her rookie year. She finished number 8, but I think she's just got... Can you just talk to me about what your thoughts on Aaron Brooks and her surfing?
Yeah, I think I can speak for everyone when I say that Aaron Brooks is incredible. She is so fast, she's very progressive, and charges in huge waves. So there's really nothing that you can say about her that isn't positive, as we see Teresa on her opening wave right now. Just trying to find a couple turns to start the heat. But yeah, Aaron is incredible and pushing the limits in all aspects of surfing.
I agree with you 100%. Ross, talk to maybe a little bit about in some earlier heats. We're expecting this wind to come up. We saw Teresa, resulting in turns. When's that switch going to happen?
Yeah, I keep looking over, down towards Haleiwa. That's where the west wind will come from. And it's still, I was just peeking out of the booth right before we jumped in, Kaipo, and it still looks pretty smooth down there. But we know it's forecasted to come up. So if that happens, the rights will get a little choppy, but into the wind. So maybe the occasional barrel. The lefts will be downwind, so that's kind of a little more friendly for snaps and carves, just like that wave from Aaron. So we'll keep our eyes out, but it does look relatively calm there. You can see Haleiwa past Keiki, past Sharks Cove. It's still relatively calm, so there's Mokes and Wailua down there. That's the west.
Yeah, that's cool. We're kind of looking at a wind indicator, aren't we? Because you'll see it coming from that direction.
Right, and so on the other side of those mountains is Makaha. That's where you're from, Kaipo, and all that side. So that's kind of like in that westerly direction. But those are bad winds. When the wind comes from that way, it gets real choppy, and that's expected a little bit later.
Yeah, so we'll see. We've seen turns on the first 2 surfers. 3.33 for Aaron Brooks, a 2.77 for Teresa Bonvolo. Teresa's an interesting story. 26 years old. As we take a look at her replay, I'll let you talk us through this replay, Sanoa.
Yeah, she had a nice clean entry and just noticed it wasn't going to barrel and opted to turns. It obviously will be a relatively low score just because she didn't, find an end section or a barrel, but those 2 cars were really nice. And just finding her feet, I think it's really smart in this heat. Yeah, nice overhead wave, and was able to lay into a few, so I'm sure that feels good.
Yeah. Teresa almost qualified in 2022, just 1 spot away. That happened in Haleiwa, the final challenger there. And Francisca Veselko looks like she got a wave, Ross.
Yeah, pretty nice, smooth snap there for her. But, Erin's, she's so smart, and she found a wave that had a section. Sanoa, you mentioned it was kind of a little more critical. So if you are going to do maneuvers today, you'd like to find a section that, gets the judge's attention, and that's usually a closeout section or something with kind of a gnarly lip line. And Erin only got the 3.3, but she did spot it. So even though it was a smaller wave, she cracked the lip, and so right now she's a little bit of an early lead.
Yeah, 1.77 for the former world junior champ, Francisca Veselkov. Francisca Kika took out a win at the first Challenger Series event over in Newcastle. Very talented surfer, coming from a beautiful part of the world, in Carcavelos, Portugal. But Sanoa, you come from a beautiful part of the world that I want to know more about, the surfing city of Tofino, Canada.
Yeah, Tofino in British Columbia, Canada is my home. I'm definitely biased, but it's my favorite place in the world. I was actually talking to Ross just before we got in the booth here and saying that, funny enough, the most similar places I can draw to it would be like Hawaii or Tahiti. Obviously, aside from the temperature, it's the same, like lots of wildlife, big mountains into ocean, and just kind of those really like small town community vibes. So yeah, I mean, it's my home. I'm biased, but I love it.
I'm fascinated by it. I want to visit. I want to check it out. And wetsuits are so good now. Like, I'm not even scared of the cold water. I'm actually looking forward to it and want to check out the nature there. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of waves.
There's a lot of waves. In the town itself, we have primarily beach breaks, and you can surf them every day of the year. And yeah, when you get the right spells between driving some logging roads and on some boats, you can find waves everywhere.
Yeah, the DeVries brothers, they got some boats and stuff out there, right? That they can take you to some spots?
Yeah, the Bruiler, their family explores a lot on boats. Pete DeVries, he's from the same town and yeah, has made an amazing career around the waves there.
Yeah. What kind of wildlife are we talking about?
I mean, in the water we don't actually really have any sharks at all. They kind of don't come in, so we'll have orcas and then just sea lions, seals.
Wow. Any bears on the island?
We got bears, wolves, and cougars, but
we
don't.
It's like a pretty gnarly trio right there.
Pretty gnarly trio, but luckily we only really see black bears. There's been a couple grizzlies spotted swimming onto the island, but I've never seen any, so I'll count my lucky stars with that.
It still sounds like an adventure for me. Count me in, man. That sounds so cool.
So when Kaipo comes to visit, you take him on wherever the most bears are and just have him walk around a little bit?
Yeah, we can go bear watching.
There we could, yeah. I'm sure there's a safe way to watch bears. It's just, I think it's the time of the year, you know what I mean? I think when they come out of hibernation is when they're the most aggressive, but I think once they're in kind of midsummer, they're kind of like well-fed and they're pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, my personal experience is that the black bears are really mellow, and the only time I've really found any aggression with them is if it is like a mom protecting its cubs. But, wow, Kika with a big drop, oh my gosh.
Wow. That was a pummeling right there, and I think there was a split of the peak there, so I think Teresa took the left. Oh, and more punishment coming on the way. And then Teresa's just in the channel, Ross, for the easy paddle out.
Wow. Francisca, yeah, she was trying to shake it off right there. That was a bit of an elevator drop and just could not hang on. So, if you're not frantically paddling underneath it, you can get hung up like that. And those are the kind of sketchy drops you don't want. But it was Kaipo right, a split peak. A little bit of an elevator drop, too, for Teresa, but just an A-frame, so she kicks out. And Sanoa, a pretty wild wipeout.
Oh.
That was a wild wipeout. Both of them getting a bit of an air drop. Kika kind of got the worst of the wipeouts, but good to see that she's okay. And at least the girls are sending it, and they're trying to make the most of the opportunities to have the lineup to themselves.
I love what I'm seeing. I also like Sophie McCulloch taking a win in the last heat. She's on to the quarterfinals. Sophie's against the glass with Mitchell Salazar. Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Sophie, Breaking Bad is great. You know what's even better? Pipeline when it's doing its thing. Congratulations. The North Shore in the past has treated you well. It seems like out there, especially getting the victory, seemed that way.
Yeah, to be honest, I was definitely a little bit lost out there, but I was lucky to sneak a little one and then back it up, so I can't really ask for much more.
All right, Reynos, he's obviously one of the best coaches out here, former professional surfer himself. What kind of advice did he give you, especially on a day like today where the swell is picking up?
Well, it's all secrets. I'm not allowed to tell you that, but no, having Reynos in my corner is like really reassuring, like having someone that has spent his whole life watching this wave. And yeah, we've had a really good vibe going, and he's taught me so much, so I'm super grateful.
What's it like being fearless in these types of waves too? I've seen you do it at Haleiwa, I've seen you do it at Sunset, and out here at Pipe.
I'm definitely not fearless. I'm like shaking in my boots out there, but I think I've spent enough time trying to push my limits that I'm used to that feeling of being scared.
Congratulations, seeing the quarters.
Cheers, thank you.
Kipes,
I guess that's a great point that Sophie's bringing up, and I want to ask you the question, Sanoa, is just opening yourself up, because there's fear in Hawaii, but being able to operate with being a little bit scared while you're surfing.
Yeah, I really like that interview by Sophie. I mean, she is an exception. She's a charger. I saw her pack the gnarliest wave off the wall just a couple days ago. But yeah, it's definitely like Hawaii, I think, is such an intimidating place. Even, you know, you surf Pipe or Rockies or anywhere, and it's like the reefs are shallow, the waves are so powerful, and it does teach you a lot, like whether you're on the sandbar or at Pipeline. So it's definitely a lot of learning, and you know, I loved what she said about how she's not fearless, but she's just, yeah, just kind of working through it and trying to perform through it, and I think it's really cool. And yeah, I mean, she's a big inspiration for me. She definitely charges when it's big and hollow.
I see just it's a theme with the greats. The greats are able to contain fear and still operate despite of it, or inside of that realm of fear at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's something that, you know, you're constantly learning, and you know, you watch guys who are like the best out here, and it's pretty, like, it seems pretty playful for them, but you hear them talk about it, and they have so much respect for these waves, and they, you know, they've had like the best rides of their lives out there, but also the worst pounding. So it's definitely like a balancing act, and yeah, it's crazy.
Is the transition from a heavy wetsuit to just a swimsuit, what's that transition like coming to Hawaii?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely personally feel most comfortable in my wetsuit. That's where I feel the most at home, what I'm used to, but I'm constantly traveling in and out of warm and cold climates that I feel quite used to it now. Is this a replay or no? Here's Kika again. That was, yeah, she almost got a cover up, getting a nice carve in, and just like I said, the other surfers, like, smart to put a couple turns down, unfortunately going down there.
Yeah, Kika Vaselko, that's going to be her third wave ridden, probably her best wave for the surfer out of Carcavelos in Portugal. That's a hollow wave that she's coming from too.
Yeah, it's such an interesting subject, you know, listening to you guys talk about it. As we see a replay here, Anan Matsuka from Japan, just a quick little wipeout there for her. Tricky takeoffs today. It's very punchy and fast. Little elevator drop again for Kika, and just got ahead of it, but smooth little carve before she's done. But it's an interesting subject because, you know, you guys talk about fear and how do you compete with it? How do you practice with it? And, you know, I've always thought about it this way. You need to compartmentalize it. You definitely don't deny it, because it is there, so you don't want to deny something that's true. That could lead to danger. But you have to compartmentalize it, because you have to draw inspiration and motivation from something more positive. If you try to surf based out of fear, then that's not going to lead to good things. So that's okay. You don't deny it, but maybe tuck it to the corner of your brain, and in the front should be about what do you like about it? What's fun? What's exciting? What are the rewards? That kind of thing. That's what should draw you towards danger, because at the end of it, you know, you are in a dangerous spot.
Yeah, I think, you know, obviously, like, fear can have its, you know, like, negative sides, and it is really scary, but it's also, like, there is always that intrigue of, like, being a little scared and pushing your limits and, like, feeling those, like, butterflies. So even though you don't always want to be scared, sometimes you want it a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. And just the overall year for you, Sanoa, your experience on this Challenger Series. This is stop number 6,
Yeah, this is stop number 6, but kind of stop number, 3 for me.
For you, yeah.
Yeah, I had a bad injury to my ankle just before the start of the Challenger year, so unfortunately I had to stay out of the first 2 events, and then I did the US Open after, you know, Pipe and going back to Australia was announced, so I could get my 5 in, but I was hardly in a place to compete there. So unfortunately I haven't got the whole season, which is still, you know, a little bit of a sore spot, but I'm really grateful that I've got, you know, my health back, and I had a great team around me for support, and I have been able to find my feet a little bit in the last couple of events, and just kind of experience it, because it is a different level from the QS, and you learn so much at every event.
Yeah, yeah, and I think you got some great mentorship with Matt Myers and Myers mentorship. I think we're going to take a break right now, though, you guys. We'll be back with that conversation, back with the conclusion of this heat. Still anyone's heat moving into the quarterfinals. Oh, the Kerrs are getting ready, too. Sierra Kerr and Josh, eyes on the water. We'll be back after this.
I feel like Andy surfed not using his brain, just using his heart.
He was the happiest I've ever seen in the water. The happiness shone through him, like you could see it coming glowing out of his face.
Everyone is so excited about it, and seeing the boys in it means the most to me.
Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Aaron Brooks out in the lead in this 7th heat of the round of 32. Top 2 surfers moving on to the quarterfinals today. We're aiming at crowning a champ on the sands of Ehukai today in this challenger. Aaron picked this one up during the break, Ross.
Yeah, let's see. And sizing it up, deciding against the barrel, and there you go, vertical snap. So one maneuver equals 4 points. Judges impressed with how gnarly that section was. And Erin, you know, if there's anything we know, all of us here in this booth know about her, is she is nuts. Like, she's super aggressive, not afraid to crack a big section, and pretty smooth little snap there for her.
Yeah, I like it. We knew that transition was going to happen at some time between kind of barrel hunting and top turning. Teresa Bonvolo coming up after an attempt there. The Portuguese surfer trailing right now in 3rd place. See what happened. Sanoa.
Yeah, we're looking at this one from Teresa. That one not opening up for a barrel, so she just tries to get around and get some turns in, but just has to get out of there. It wasn't a very good wave. But yeah, that one of Erin's came in as a 4. She was looking a little bit to grab rail and try and find some cover at the start, and just noticed that that wasn't happening. And so yeah, got a really nice turn in a big section. It was rewarded. I like
the adjustment there. And by the way, women's champ going to win this. This is a very special trophy. Leo Mano is the name of this Hawaiian shark's tooth club. It used to be a club used in wars in ancient Hawaii by the Li'i, or the Li'i Wahine. The chief or chiefesses had this. Pretty cool stuff with the shark's tooth there.
This tooth in particular.
Well, and they were made also, Ross, so that like in battle, if they broke off, they're very easy to replace the individual teeth, you know? So that's some crazy stuff. This one's called Ehukai Kahu. It actually has a name, and so the name meaning Kahu would be in this sense the guardian of Ehukai. Ehukai being the beach that we have right here at Pipeline, and Ehukai literally meaning just that spray that you're seeing off the top of the waves. That's the Ehukai.
Beautiful. Yeah, and it's a really pretty trophy. I mean, that's one of the nicest trophies I've ever seen.
For sure.
It is gorgeous. And is that Nene Goose feathers there as well?
I don't know what the feathers are. I don't think it's Nene Goose, but like in ancient Hawaiian times, feathers were used often in adornment in helmets and cloaks.
Really pretty, like purple and green feathers.
Even so much so that a lot of those birds aren't around anymore.
Right.
They got feathered out.
Like, that's sad, yeah. But
and you know, invasive species, all that kind of stuff, yeah.
Right. But it's cool. I mean, this trophy has no metal in it, and Hawaiians didn't use any metal. And so you can see it's just, the craftsmanship is amazing with the woven in teeth against that wood and twine. It's incredible.
Yeah, cool prize. Someone's going to be walking away with it. Will it be Francisca Veselko? That's a big question. The World Junior Champ on a tear here. A couple of turns there for Francisca. She's currently in 2nd place in advancing position. You know, again, we talked about this. Also, 4 surfer heats. So you don't have to win until the last heat of the day.
Yeah, that's true. The only one that you have to win is the final. You could sneak some 2nd places all the way through, and especially now, like, as you know, the wind is meant to come on, and it's still good out there, but you know, a little less perfect than this morning. You could, you know, definitely make it through with a couple little scores all the way into the end. And yeah, Kika getting another complete one here. Not, you know, the way she was looking for, but she'll get the jet ski back out and try and get a better one.
Yeah, Ross, I think, you know, Francisca at this point is playing the game, right? Just anytime you can better your score, I feel like that's the goal right now.
Yeah, you can get hypnotized where you are. You're at Backdoor, you're at Pipeline, you're in Hawaii. I have to get barreled. I need 8-point rides, but you know, that's one of the tricky things about competing on the North Shore is you have to be nimble, you got to be flexible, and mentally, you know, you have to be prepared to go with the wind, literally. And right now with the Kona winds, it's gonna it's going to put maneuvers at the forefront. And you can see Erin's adjusting nicely. I mean, like you guys said, she even did it nicely on that wave, on the fly. She was looking for a barrel, and she didn't get worried about it if it didn't happen. She just went and threw it on a big snap in a section. So as this wind gets fresher, we'll see more moves.
Yeah, Kona winds. Kona crumble the barrel, Ross.
Yeah, yeah. And maybe the odd air. You know, Sierra is really good in the air, so that's a cool thing.
I'm going to give you a chance for a ramp in the air.
Oh, Tamua, what's up? Yes. And so in the next heat in particular, because not all the women are super comfortable doing big airs and heats, but Sierra is kind of known for that. So, and Katie, so we'll keep our eyes peeled on them next heat.
Great subject. Yeah, next heat you want to stick around for Katie Simmers, India Robinson, Sierra Kerr, and Sofia Medina. What a way to finish off this round of 32. That's one of the more stacked heats in the round, I feel, Sonoa.
Yeah, I was definitely really excited to actually see that heat and so that I was going to be in the booth for it because obviously a lot of the heats today have been great, but that one gets me especially excited, especially with, you know, Katie, world champion, Sierra is super progressive, and then India's getting really close to that, making the tour. So we see Erin on this one just finding cover and punching through the whitewash. Yeah, she really manufactured on that wave and is just trying to keep riding waves and better scores if she can.
Yeah. And that's a great job by Erin Brooks. And speaking of making the tour, that's a great subject, Sonoa. Kika, Francisca Veselko, if she wins this event, she's on tour. This is a really important heat for Kika. But yeah, if she's able to go all the way, we're going to see her in 2026. We'll see her at Bells.
And that conversation is just starting to happen, right? We do have a whole nother event in Newcastle in Australia. So it doesn't end here for them, but we're at the end of the year, right? So these math equations are starting to form.
Yeah, we've qualified 2 women so far and 1 man. So we got 9 more spots for the men, and we got 5 more spots for the women for the 26th Championship Tour.
Yeah, and the Aussies are fired up, going back to Australia for a big old chunk of the tour.
Yeah. Good luck. Katie Simmers. We're good. So now we're going to see you over in Newcastle. You planning on going?
Yeah, I'm definitely planning on going. Yeah, like I said, I had to miss it the first time, so it's super cool to be able to go back and see it this time and have a shot at it and finish off the Challenger Series year.
Have you been there before? Have you surfed there before?
No, I've never been there before.
Yeah, I haven't been there in 25 years. So it's almost like my first time.
First time together.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm sure it's a way different place than when I went there. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Newcastle's fun, and it has a wide range. You know, it can be pumping, it can be real tricky. They could have it over on the south end in that corner on that little chunk of reef there, or on the traditional middle peak. And so you got to, it'll be cool to go there early. That would be my tip for you in practice, because it has a lot of different faces.
That would be good advice. Unfortunately, I have to fly there straight from Barbados because we have a QS event there, so I won't be getting extra time.
That's the life. That's the life for a qualifying series surfer, right? You guys got to double down. You got to surf your region to get into the Challenger. Then you got to surf the Challengers too. It's very busy.
Yeah, it's a very busy year. As we see Erin trying to get into this one, just wasn't quite able to. But yeah, it's a very busy year, especially when you're like on a couple different levels of the tour, but it's also like incredible opportunities to be on both.
Are we talking about Soup Bowls?
Soup Bowl, yeah,
nice.
Barbados.
Oh, you're stoked.
Super stoked, yeah.
A great wave.
Nice.
It is.
That's.
I mean, really, you'd rather be surfing Soup Bowls than practicing at Newcastle, but
you get to do
quickly
both.
Get over there after you win the event.
Do both, yeah.
I mean, we saw how Newcastle was during the first event of the year, and it was pretty pumping. So yeah.
Here's Teresa. Just going to turns. Currently needs just a 1.03, so it's really tight heat. I think, everyone's going to be shuffling positions right now. The only kind of breakaways have been for Erin Brooks with that 4-point run, that 3.33.
Yeah, I think this is the first heat that's been all turns, no barrels, except for that little cover-up that we saw Erin get just a bit ago. So the scores are overall smaller in this heat, but yeah, it's super tight. And right now it's between the 2 girls from Portugal.
Yeah, it's a battle there. And then Anna Matsuoka, so I mean, she's just, it happens in heats, right? She's only ridden 1 wave and she's holding on to priority, but she has not gotten things going yet.
Yeah, she's had a slow heat so far, but, even for her, it's like she can get herself, a 4 or a wave like that because, you know, Teresa and Kika only have 2s and 1s. It's like she's still very much in the heat.
Yeah. So remember, Francisca Veselko, Kika, number 4 on the rankings, and she's able to win this event. She's on the championship tour, so she needs just basically a 2-point ride right now to keep that dream alive. Teresa Bonvalo, currently in that second advancing position. 40 minutes remaining, waves on the way. Veselko with second priority, so she will have an opportunity. She's got priority over Erin Brooks, so she's going to get this one. Kika activates. Nice off the top there, hangs on. I think she just did it. I love that.
That was cool. Dramatic. Oh, hold the phone.
Hold the phone. And on Matsuoka, needed just like about a 4 to get into second place, but unfortunately that wave closed out on the Japanese surfer. So I feel like Kika's going to turn the heat. What do you think, Sanoa?
Yeah, she'll definitely turn the heat with that. It was a bigger section, a nice turn, and Teresa had, you know, just barely turned it on the wave before, so she needed that wave, and having, you know, that second priority over Erin really paid off for her there.
That was it. Yeah, that was textbook and just really nervy surfing too, because you could have easily panicked. Ross 3.5.
There you go.
Veselko goes to second.
That was clutch. That's going to feel good because, you know, she was just so, you know, filled with nerves there in the last 30 seconds. So to turn the heat last second like that is one of the best feelings in sports.
Oh, man, congratulations. Kika Veselko, a couple flexes. She's coming through with Erin Brooks. We're coming through with another heat, the final heat of the round of 32, and more coming all in after these messages. By Francisca Veselko, Kika, last wave of the heat, under a minute remaining, got the score. She's on to the quarterfinals along with Erin Brooks.
Oh, Imua vibes right there, Kaipo.
Oh, there is like, hey man, there's emotion on the beach, and rightfully so. We got a lot at stake here. She took another step closer to a spot on the championship tour. Of course, she needs to win this event, but she's now in the quarterfinals. 2 more good heats away.
Yeah, definitely saw a lot of emotion from Kika there. And look, we have Erin with her dog, Jimmy. Yeah, good cheerleader at the beach. But yeah, you just see how much it means to her. And she, you know, she is really close. So even though she's in a great position, it's like dropping one of her lesser results can go a long way right now.
True that. I love that. I love that Jimmy's on the beach cheering on Erin Brooks. That's awesome.
Is a dog's name Jimmy?
Yeah.
I love that. That's
Jimmy's famous, bro.
Do they have an avocado tree? Because that dog is eating well.
Yeah.
That is a big boy.
Katie Stewart.
Wonderful coat of hair, though.
India Robinson, Sierra Kerr, Sophia Medina, all in this heat, concluding this round of 32. So no, I think this is probably the heat of the round.
I would agree with that, and obviously, you know, we had some really high scores earlier with, you know, some good barrels being ridden by the girls, but like you said, oh my gosh, look, Katie found one. She's, kind of got smoked on that, but that was a really good find out there, super clean one, and like you said, with Sierra, Katie, and, you know, even with Sophia Medina, like, they could be looking to go to the air out there.
Oh, Sierra with an elevator drop there. Kerr unable to find the barrel, but nice big drop.
Yeah, and the wind's still behaving. I mean, it's clean on the rights right now, so they can still look for barrels. And the judges like that too. They still want to see that barrel. That's going to be the easiest way to get a good score, Kaipo.
Yeah. And this particular wave, Ross, I think you talked about it yesterday afternoon, even when it got torn up. It'll barrel even in windy conditions, just because of the way the bathymetry, how shallow it is.
Sure. Yeah, and the southwest wind will kind of puff the rights open a bit. Even if it's kind of choppy, it blows the barrel open. So we even saw it in the men's final. Ooh, cleanup set, aisle 3 right there. Let's see where they are. Wow. I think, yeah, right there you can see that board in the back. That might have been Sophia. Got smoked by that set. But even in the final yesterday with that real choppy wind, there was the occasional barrel.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, the southwest wind, it will behave a little bit for the rights.
And Sophia Medina taking a beating there. She's under the watchful eye of Hawaiian Water Patrol there on the Red Bull jet ski. Coming in for the pickup. Get on that sled and get out of there.
It's so tough. What they do is so technical. The quick pivoty turns to jump the whitewashes is not easy. It's really easy to catch a wave sideways on a ski and get rolled. But these guys, you know, that's real technical, and they just do it all day, every day. They have so many reps on a ski. It's like an appendage.
Yeah, and it's really, I mean, it's an art in itself, right? Because skis don't have any brakes. You got to reverse, but you can't stop, and you just got to be aware of the whole pickup and your speed, and then, you know, the little gaps that they shoot. Right. And on top of that, foam on top of the water sometimes can get under the ski, and it just kind of slips out, and you don't have that grip. So many working things. Great to have Hawaiian Water Patrol. Let's hear from Erin Brooks. She's on to the quarterfinals. She's with Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo, former winner out here. Erin, congratulations. A great heat, really by today's standards, though, probably still looking at a bit more lefts out there than the rights.
Yeah, as a goofy, I definitely want to go left more. I mean, it was pretty weird out there. I feel like right when my heat started, the wind kind of came in, so I really had to change focus. I mean, I saw a bunch of girls getting some really sick barrels earlier, and that's what I wanted more, but I mean, the ocean is so unpredictable, so you have to be ready for anything.
All right, Sun Cruiser board breakdown right here. The Mayhem is looking good. What are you riding right now, Erin?
I'm riding a 6.0 Whiplash, and it's been my favorite board at Pipe. I've had it for a while, actually, since Tahiti last year for the event, and it's still working good, so I'm going to keep riding it.
And what's the winter been like at home so far? There's been a good amount of waves, but not necessarily every swell has been good here on the North Shore.
Yeah, it's been a pretty tricky winter. Lots of wind, lots of really big swell, but there's still been a lot of fun days, and it's been nice in the off season just being able to be at home with this guy.
Congratulations, seeing the quarters.
Thank you.
Pipes.
Yeah. And congratulations to Jimmy, too. He did a great job on the beach rooting around. I'm going to give a bonus Sun Cruiser board check. So, Noah, what have you been riding?
Yeah, I've been riding, you know, my biggest boards a lot of the days because it was huge for a while. Today I was also on a 6.0, which was interesting to hear Erin say that she was on a 6.0 because our sizes are quite different. But yeah, I've been riding a 77 here. That's my go-to model.
Okay,
yeah.
So you're a sharp eye.
Yeah, I've been on sharp eyes for quite a few years now, and they feel really good. The bunch of step-ups I got, like for here in Tahiti, felt really great. And then I think just because they are based out of California, a lot of the beach break conditions that I have them in at home and at other events, like they feel perfect for that.
Do you know if Marcio shapes your boards or Taylor?
The last couple of years, I think Taylor's been shaping like all my boards. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear he's coming up as kind of the guy.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I don't know exactly whose hand's touching everything, but as far as I know, it's been him.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, that's, you know, I think the successful board brands have like the master, you know, shaper, and then they have really good apprentices under them too to build up that overall label, you know. So Taylor Clark being one of those with Sharp Eye.
Yeah, and him, you know, working underneath Marcio, like he will have so much knowledge to get from him, and then just, you know, him being an incredible surfer himself.
Yeah.
Like I feel like he's just on a really good roll, and the boards have been feeling really good.
That's great. Yes, Sun Cruiser board check. We're here cruising in the studio with Ross Williams, Sanoa Demfleolin. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, and we're at finals day here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger. And right now we have Katie Simmers in a slim lead. We were looking forward to this heat, but for the first 10 minutes, the ocean had its own plans.
Yeah, that happens, doesn't it? You pump it up, and we still need some waves to display this talent. But I really did like that takeoff from Katie Simmers. She did everything, you know, most everything right on that wave. She found it. She's got such a high IQ and comfort level on this shallow bit of reef. She makes it look easy. You can see she found a really good wave. She's a little further down towards off the wall. She had a really clever double arm stall, but she forgot that, you know, her fins still need to grip the wave, and she lost control with her fins and slid out a little bit on the bottom.
Yeah, and we're talking about boards, right? This morning for the warm-up, I think Katie Simmers was on a Town and Country on a Glen Pang. I don't know if she's on the same board right now. We'll see if we can ID the board. If she's
because her typical shaper.
Chris Boris, incredible shaper, out of Oceanside, California. I always tell the story about Chris is that like, he designed his own shaping machines, and he has a machine that you don't even have to scrub the board. The board comes off of the machine, Ross. It's amazing, and then it goes straight to the glass shop.
And Chris was an athlete as well, right?
Yeah, professional skateboarder.
Right, unreal.
Yeah, vert skater, gnarly.
That's cool.
Still got a big vert ramp in his yard.
Does he?
The spooky ones, the 20-foot ones.
And the cool thing for Katie is he does not have a big team, right?
No.
So she gets all the focus, which is nice. Her I guess Taylor Knox rides for him.
Check the board preheat, and it is.
There's a TC.
Yeah, sneaky out down there by the tail pad.
The Pang.
And there's the Pang right there. Yeah, so it is a Glen Pang. Whoa, great work by our control center right there.
Yeah.
On top of it.
Okay. Well, she might like the local shaper, theory, where you get some, usually the rails are drawn down a little bit, so they're easier to carve. In Hawaii, it's all about control. You don't need extra speed here in Hawaii. The wave's got so much power, so the local shapers are really good at shaping boards that are great with control.
Yeah, we got a Medina in this heat, and Gabe Medina, early when he started coming over here, he would always get local shapers. So he would, Cabianca was his normal shaper, but when he come to Hawaii, he'd just get a quiver of Tokoros every single time.
Yeah, well, and I noticed too, Sophia, she typically rides sharp eyes as well, and I'm not sure exactly what she's on right now, but I saw a couple of her boards on the beach, and she did have some Tokoros as well.
Oh, she did? Nice, yeah. Yeah, I mean, even Fanning, a lot of his years, riding DHDs, he would come here and get some Tokoros, yeah. So shout out to the whole factory over there in Kahalu'u.
Yeah, Wade.
Wade and Kerry Tokoro.
Yeah. Yeah, again, shapers in Hawaii are so good. So they have all those reps of ordering boards that mean, what you need to behave here. You got so much wind and power, so the boards are fine-tuned to that in Hawaii. It's kind of second to none.
And we have legend shapers too. I mean, just the other day I had a talk with Jeff Bushman, who's a legendary shaper. Like, if you want a big board for Hawaii, seek out Bushy and Bushman surfboards. Those are incredible. Those are the boards that people trust with their lives, those type of shapers, right?
Yeah, there's different foils, different entries, and for Waimea and outer reefs and stuff, it's a whole nother ball game, So there's specialty shapers out there that really kind of hone in on what they're good for, and then you get the whole trust factor with, you'll get one or two pro surfers that start telling all their buddies like, hey, this was the best board I've ever had, and now we're off and running. So you're right though, Kaipo, there's been so many legendary sort of backyard shapers that made names for themselves here in Hawaii, and they're some of the biggest names there is.
Well, Paizel's a big name now, but he started as a backyard shaper.
Right, just the Grom in the shaping room, yeah.
Actually in the backyard, yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty crazy.
You got to start somewhere.
I think John's bringing back a limited edition of his original logo with the nervy coffee cartoon guy. Those are on John's boards when he was just a little wee kid playing in the sand, making sand castles, still getting barreled at gums at 5 years old.
Yes, sir.
Katie on the hunt right here, Simmers. Oh my goodness, look at this one for Katie Simmers. Pumps around that section, has to be patient to see if it's going to barrel at the end. No barrel on offer, but just going for it.
Well spotted. She had second priority, and India didn't want any piece of that wave. So Katie, to her credit, shifted down the reef and chased that one down. It didn't really pan out for her score-wise, but she had a crack at it.
Showing how shallow it is on the inside there, just standing on the reef.
Yeah, the inside and back door, they're super shallow, and yeah, we take a look at this wave again. Even though it didn't, shape up that perfectly, it was, the wave was super clean. The wind, wasn't really making a mess of it at all, so that's cool to see. And when she first took off, I thought that was going to be a really good wave. So yeah, she shifted wide with second priority as she has a little fumble on the jet ski, and yeah, it almost could have been a really good one. So she's definitely. You can tell she has experience out there and is, finding her zones.
And she's brave because she did not, have a second thought of dropping into that wave. So hopefully she's going to get a couple more tries. I think she is. We're only less than halfway through this heat, 16 minutes remaining. And we're going to find out. At the conclusion of this heat, currently it's Katie Simmers and Sierra Kerr in the 1 and 2 spot, but it's wide open. More action from the Lexus Pipe Challenger after this.
How many years ago was that now that you got those? I mean, was that bank faults?
Yeah, that was bank faults and a bunch of waves around there. But I think that was almost 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah, already. It was a while ago. Yeah. How old were you?
I was 17.
Damn.
Yeah, it was crazy to think about. Yeah.
That's so rad. I know freaking 17-year-old guys who wouldn't charge that hard, not even close.
I couldn't even believe it. When I was 17, I didn't think this way, but right now I'm like, wow, I was kind of crazy for a 17-year-old. But yeah, I honestly grew up without a fear of bigger waves. And then I think 2 years ago, that thing at Pipe, that totally changed everything. I was like, oh my God, I want to live. I don't want to wreck my body. So And then for some reason last year I went and surfed Jaws, and then that wrecked me too. So then, yeah, I don't know. I'm just going through some weird stuff with big waves.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Not only does he have a mean carve, Connor Coffin, he's actually a great conversationist. Check out episode 18 of the Cold Beer Surf Club with Kira Pinkerton on WorldSurfLeague.com. Tell Miguel that Kaipo sent you. That's a producer. He does a great job on those cold beer.
I like that. Man, Kira, that was a crazy pitch you got at bank vaults. That's a wild wave. It has that kind of like a Chopu-esque ending there where you got to sneak out of it. But what a big barrel there. That was quite nuts.
Yeah, I've seen that clip a couple of times, and every time I have the same reaction. That wave was huge, and that was incredible, yeah.
Oh, man. Well, thank you so much for joining us throughout the day today. Kaipo Girl, Ross Williams, Sanoa Demfleolin. As our guest, our very special guest here, we're in the last heat of the round of 32. We're going to roll straight into the quarterfinals. We've been anticipating this heat, Sanoa, with the surfers in this heat, but the ocean's been pretty quiet. We're down to only 12 minutes, and it's anyone's heat.
It has been, that first one of Katie, she had a great job finding it, and it just didn't quite find success in it and get a big score. And that was kind of like the best wave that we've seen, and it's hard to tell on the screen here, but doesn't feel like they've missed that much opportunity. And now we see India, she has a 383, which is the best of the heat, which we're getting a look at now. It looks like she went to turns, and that was a big, powerful turn. And yeah, just the one, so it's, yeah.
Well, that's how tight it is. That's how tight it is, Ross. That took India to the lead.
All right. We saw Aaron Brooks in the last heat get a 4 for one turn, and so that was almost the same. And the judges like those big, critical sections, and she tagged it too. Really, we kind of been hyping up Sierra and Katie in this heat, and India would love to spoil that party, and so far she is. That's the first, it's the best score so far.
Yeah, India Robinson, 25 years old, from Janjuk over there near Torquay. Number 8 coming in here on the Challenger Series. So she's right there. She's been on the championship tour a couple of years, 22, 24. Pretty inspirational surfer. She has a brand called The Queen in Me that inspires young women to be all that they can be. And so, and known as a power surfer as well, India Robinson.
Yeah, well, I think that turn would, show her power surfing very well. And it's cool to see that, she has, on top of her surfing career, she's taking time to help out other girls around Australia and inspire them. And we have Sierra taking a look at this one.
Sierra Kerr zooms off the bottom, slashes off the top. Paced approach here, smooth style of a world junior champion, Sierra Kerr. Identifying that she had to go to turns, I think she did a pretty good job right there. And watching Sofia Medina kick out of her wave, and a quick up and out by Katie Simmers.
Okay, so you can see Sierra, kind of the reason why we've been sort of hyping her up, and very comfortable. I like that she changed up her technique and style compared to the stock top turn there with that layback, kind of arms behind her. Very stylish carve, and right here, nice snap there. So I love that, just showing something different, trying to separate herself from everybody. She is on a step up. You can see a little more extra surfboard in front of her, but she makes do. And I think this should eclipse the 3.83 from India.
I agree with you. What do you think, Sanoa?
Yeah, I think that'll definitely be the best score of the heat. And yeah, she finally found a way that she could open up on, and it seems like she picked up right where she left off in the last heat with her couple of really big scores that she got on similar frontside combos.
Yeah. And just that's going to be a fractional score for Sofia Medina. There we go, the Katie Simmers zipping down the line. And the 2024 world champ getting back into this game. So this heat, all of a sudden, Ross, is going to really tighten up when these scores drop.
Yeah, push come to shove, they got to find scores, and they're starting to find anything now. They're being maybe slightly less picky, just looking for something to hit. And right here, looking for the barrel, not going to open up for Katie. So she sees one nice section, and she cracks it. She's not a power surfer, but she's got such good technique, and she always hits her sections really square. And so whatever she lacks in power, she makes up with technique and style.
Yeah, she's definitely smaller in stature, but yeah, with her, you said, great technique. And a lot of it's timing too. If you time a section right, there'll be heaps of sprays. We see Sofia got under it a little bit, but unfortunately didn't come out.
So waiting for scores for Sofia Medina. who looks like she's coming in for a board change. Looks like her board's maybe buckled, so we're going to watch this drill with 8.5 minutes on the clock. And last score for Katie Simmers we're still waiting for as well.
I wonder how often she talks to her brother to get tips and stuff. She must.
Yeah, look at, and taking a page out of her brother's handbook, she got some corals when she came to Hawaii. Charlie, there's Dad on the beach.
It's a serious board.
Gabe's very close to his sister, and
Okay.
and like he's very supportive of her. So he's come out to comps and stuff before. They spend a lot of time. Yeah, he's pretty invested in it. I don't know if he invests in a family way. He's very much of support for her. I don't know if he gives her like competition.
I wonder. I mean, because in my opinion, he's one of the most brilliant competitive minds in the world.
Oh, that was India Robinson going down. Well, Charlie too helps formulate some of those strategies.
I wonder, you know, because Charlie's not necessarily like a surfer, you know, so I wonder what kind of advice he gives.
I think Charlie like knows the rule book in and out, because we've seen Gabe do some interesting stuff and just finding like little loopholes.
That could be.
Loopholes.
Yeah, he's just like an evil operator in the back. Like, this is what you're going to do.
Well, there was that moment here, I think it was Kaiway Belly and Gabe Medina, where you can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
And he basically blocked the belly, right?
It's not easy to create a rule. He did. Gabriel did.
And he had that other one with Slater, too. Utilized priority, and Slater gave him the double shakas.
He's such a sharp mind. That's why it just makes me think of that. Like, what a beautiful mind to tap into for strategy and all that kind of stuff for Sophia.
Yeah. Katie Simmers, 3.73 in her last wave. She goes up into the lead. Sierra Kerr in second place. India Robinson just a fractional score away from getting into that second place, so Sierra's not safe at all. And Sophia Medina still within the range as she's getting drawn back out by Hawaiian Water Patrol. She needs a 3.27, Sophia.
Yeah, and we saw, you know, Sierra's last score came in at a 3.27, it looks like. So it actually wasn't the best of the heat.
Yeah.
So I guess they put a lot more value on the bigger sections, even though Sierra really laid into those two. The wave height maybe and the section size was a little down. And then we see Katie's, you know, she got the 3.7, so that's the second best of the heat.
Sanoa, incredible analysis right there, because you're spot on, because India Robinson, that 3.83, the highest single score right now, that was one turn. And I thought Sierra did two smooth, beautiful turns, but still coming under.
Yeah, and if we see like where Katie's score went to, you know, that was section, like the size of it. So yeah, they definitely want you to find the bigger sections out there if you are opting to do turns.
Sanoa, do you have an opinion about that? Like, so if you had to compare apples and oranges, like what would be your opinion on that? If you were the judge and you didn't know that was the score, where would you tip your hat to?
I mean, I personally got pretty excited for Sierra's first turn. I think she held really great speed throughout it, and then, you know, she did combo it up with another one. Also seeing Katie's and India's, like they got me excited too, but I think I said like right off the bat, like I thought that was gonna be the best score of the heat, but that's why I'm not a judge.
I'm gonna agree with you, because I actually think it's harder. It's harder to hold a rail and do a wrap like that on a tight face than just to crack the lip of a critical section, but the judges love a big critical section.
The queen's here, the queen of pipeline, Mojo Wong. She's coming up next, along with world champ Molly Picklum, Nadia Arostave, who can qualify for the championship if she wins this event, and Anat Lelior, who's been performing at a very, very high level here.
I think Anat's been my favorite to watch in, you know, all of our surfs out there. She's like, we've had a bunch of lay days and days preparing for the event when it's been big, and she's been going like head to head with the 150 crowd of people, and has just been really sending it. And it was actually interesting to see Moana walk out there. She's still on a quad, it looked like, so she's really going to be hunting the barrels and not, you know, just trying to find turns out there, which I guess makes sense for her.
Look at Sanoa.
Really good analysis.
We could get you in the booth more often. I was like going to jump in and say that, and you just took it right out of my mouth. That is a great observation, which is kind of, I would say, a little risky, because the barrels are a little more far few in between, but yeah, well spotted.
Yeah, well, I guess that's definitely Moana surfing to her strength.
Sure.
Because if anyone's going to find barrels out here, it's going to be her.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, those quads good at speed, but maybe not as quick a turning of a board, right?
She's gonna, you know, try and get barreled, like you said. So we'll see. She's the best in the world out here at finding it. She is really patient. She knows how to choose those waves.
I think that's been also a really cool learning experience being out here. Is it's like, sure, they're all really sendy, but they're all really calculated and great at reading the waves they want. They're not you know, I mean, maybe a couple of the guys are a little more sendy, but they're not just going on any wave. They know the wave they want. They're sitting in the spot they want, and they're being really patient. Even, you know, Barron and all the guys out there, and then Moana, and even Vahiti's a great example. She was really selective in all the free surfs out there.
Yeah, it's a wild place and a competitive crowd. Sierra Kerr, couple of snaps there. So Sierra, 2-point ride. She takes the lead off of Katie Simmers. She's got to have done that.
Okay, 2 snaps. You can tell she's on a step up, so it's kind of like a, you know, a lot of surfboard in front of her, which is taming her turns a little bit, but they were both smooth. And right now the scores are all pretty small, so that's going to be a keeper.
Yeah, it'll be a good backup, considering she only has a 1 at the moment, and it'll be really interesting to see how this heat plays out, because, you know, India, Sierra, and Katie all have pretty good first score and nothing much for backup. So Sierra's just came in as a 2.5, so she went to the lead with that. So yeah, time's winding down. A lot can happen, but you know, 2.5 minutes goes by fast.
Here comes Katie. Going to come around this section. Looks like she's going to come off the top with a beautiful carve on that Glen Pang. And another searing turn.
Huh. Another level right there. And so we saw Sierra, her angles were a little softer, and now Katie is going to really separate herself, because those were really gnarly angles. Again, not a crazy power move, but so beautiful. Tipped on rail, really nice arc on those turns.
This first turn was so beautiful. Yeah, she, you know, kind of just shuffled to the bottom and just held the beautiful line, like speed. The rail looked so nice, and then got a second one. The board, it's bigger board, but it looks quite loose. And yeah, those turns were amazing.
Yeah, shout out to Pang. And it just good, the arc, the angle kaipo is what really made that turn so cool. And another tight little arc there on the pocket. So beautiful turns there from Katie.
It's a combination of really good technique and equipment that is made to perform here, you know? So just the smoothness of how the water's rolling off and those turns roll with that board's rocker. And you got to think about Glen Pang. I mean, he's probably has 3 decades of building boards for the North Shore. So he's just an absolute scientist when it comes to water flow and rocker for these powerful waves here.
Yeah, and his boards have a lot of curve too, so that's nice for backdoor, because backdoor has a ton of transition.
There's a 7-point ride for Katie Simmers. Medina having to straighten out there on the new board. 7 points. You agree with that, Ross?
Yeah, I do. That was nice. You know, it was really pretty surfing, and that's almost double anything that's happened so far in this heat.
Yeah, that was definitely a well-deserved score.
Oh, and just the rhythm has not been in the favor of Sophia Medina in this heat. Caught inside again.
Kind of positioning too, like she's doing the hard part. She's kind of charging. She's taking off on bigger waves, but she's been caught behind on a few of these waves.
India Robinson can still turn this heat with a 2-point ride. She's got priority in 20 seconds. Where is Robinson? There she is. All she needs is a 2. Snap. Ooh.
Another buzzer beater potentially. Sanoa, first feelings about that?
Wow.
She had the wave, and she definitely just missed it. Who knows, like the score could still be there. She only needs a 2, but unfortunately she just wasn't able to connect cleanly with the section.
I concur.
No pun?
No, and you know what? It comes under. India Robinson, she needed a 1 point. She actually needed a 1.98, and she got a 1.57, so that's it. It's wrapped. Sierra Kerr moving on with Katie Simmers into the quarterfinals, bowing out India Robinson and Sophia Medina. Sanoa, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much, and I really enjoy your company and the expert analysis that you've given.
Well done, Sanoa.
Well done, well done.
Thank you, guys.
And I hope to visit Tofino sometime.
Yeah, whenever you come, we'll go bear watching for sure.
All right, that's the deal. More on the way here. Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. It's quarterfinal time.
doing great things in pro surfing, hosting the best CS surfers in the world and world champions that came to mix things up at Pipe and Backdoor. Katie Simmers on the Pang out there in the lineup. 2 big turns, one of the best rides we've seen all day. And chat things over with Josh Kerr. Sierra coming in. They finished in the top 2 and are moving on to surf in the quarterfinals. We're in the quarters now, so it's going to be a short wait to see them back in the lineup. Katie, a world champ, finished outside the world title to Molly Picklum last year. But they're really good friends. They both pushed the sport to the highest level. When we were on our last break, Jesse, we're kind of going into world title talk. It's easy to dive into it now when we see Molly Picklum entering the lineup and Katie Simmers just finished off. Where do we go from here?
Oh, goodness, I don't even know. There is so much talent on the women's surfing. I mean, let's think about it. Over the entirety of women's surfing, it has just always been on an incline. It's never plateaued. It's never kind of slowed down. It's always just been growing, and I think that's what makes it most exciting. Each season, we don't know what we're going to get, and now we're going to have a 14-year-old powerhouse on the tour next year coming up against these women who are leading the charge.
Jesse, we haven't got the whole roster yet for the women. It's an expanded tour. We'll have the most members on tour we've ever seen in women's surfing history. But I want to get your world title pick in a moment here.
Stop.
This is Nadia Aristarbey getting started.
Oh, such a good backhand surfer. I mean, she really does just have that great, classy technique on her backhand. Came through the inside, nice 2 turns. She probably would have seen Katie on that last one and think, oh, okay. Scores can be had out here going to turns, but Nat just loves to find a barrel out here. She is, honestly, probably one of the front runners to go all the way to the final.
She's already moved up a few spots on the live rankings. Then the late takeoff from the reigning world champ and getting clipped on her opener.
No, Molly. It was all going so well, had the late drop. The judges would have loved the risk in that, set her line, and then it almost looked like that barrel, it really started to clamp, her body getting caught in the lip as it was throwing down. But Molly, look at that, 2025 world champion, a goal she's been chasing her entire life, and now she has it to her name. It's incredible.
Molly Picklum said things were very busy in the off season, and luckily it's one of the biggest off seasons we've ever had as we look at a nice drop from the Queen of Pipeline herself, Moana Jones-Wong, looking left. Nice tall wave, great style. She's had a nice run through the regionals this year. A lot of great positive contest results. Runner-up finish as well at the regional at Sunset Beach. And a multiple-time wild card call-up here at Pipe. Her first start was the most significant, becoming the Queen of Pipeline and winning alongside Kelly Slater that year in 2022. The waves were pumping from round 1 all the way to the final. And she got to do what she would have done anyway. Surf Pipe, she's just connected to it. Doesn't matter if there's an event or not. She just fell in love with the place when she was a young teenager. Right there, getting clipped and just getting started out here. We'll see how Moana goes with a really tough, challenging heat in this quarterfinal.
Yeah, and I think if you look at in regards to women at Pipeline, obviously they're a lot newer when it comes to competing out here. Not so much surfing out here, but being in the Rashi, winning heats out here. We've only seen women in a WSL format compete out here 16 times in history, where on the men's side, we've seen them compete here 43 times. So there's a big difference between how many reps these ladies have had out here compared to the men. And Moana, I feel like saw a door that could have been opened, especially when we saw Tyler Wright come and win here back when we couldn't finish the final in Maui. And Moana just became this absolute powerhouse when it comes to Pipeline, putting in so much time, reps and reps and reps. And you can see that old quote of hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard. And she's lucky that she has talent and a hard work ethic, and now is called the Queen of Pipeline. That is such a crazy title to have next to your name.
There's so many great surfers on the North Shore because the waves are so good, and it was like timing, right, for Moana. Like you're saying, she was surfing Pipe anyway, and so the CT without stops here for the women for many years, no one was getting reps in. It was like a new thing of a scramble to get waves, to learn the process, find out how they're going to approach one of the scariest waves in the world. And Moana's like, oh my gosh, welcome to my house. Let's do this. And she beat Tatiana Weston-Webb, beat world champs like Tyler Wright, including Carissa Moore in that famous final back in 2022. Since then, she's been stuck with equal ninths ever since in the last few seasons as a wild card, but her overall game has just significantly improved. And she is always a giant in this lineup here in quarterfinal number 1. Well, today is Friday. We've been talking about Kainui Fest all week. Tomorrow, February 7th, it will be happening right across the street from Pipe at the farm. You can get your tickets at kainuifest.eventbrite.com. And we'll have a lot of great bands. Landon McNamara, the guy who won the Eddie, one of the best musicians here on the island. Also, Kolohe Kai will have a solo set. Kanaka Faya, Ron Artiste will be there as well. Music and Rhythm, Ring of Fire Productions. DJ Makana Pang, he was in this event, had some great heats representing the locals, and also emceed by Island Magic Mike, who is so good and funny all the time. It all is for a fundraiser for a North Shore Zone, Dakota Briley. He's in a very scary car accident that happened down the way, and he's been just working hard on his recovery. Close to several of the people in this event working the event. So we hope to see you tomorrow across the street at the farm. 21 minutes on the clock here in this first quarterfinal. Anat Leilior, 4.83 start. Nadia Arostarbe, 3.67. Molly Picklum going for a 10 to start at backdoor, a 1.83, and Juana Jones-Wong with a 0.93. Everyone on the board, so first priority with Nadia. As you were saying before this morning, Nadia kind of got the feel of her rookie year, getting the call up as that first replacement at several events last season. And then she took that experience and then just felt like a much bigger profile on the CS and got a great result early to put herself in a great chance to maybe get another lap around the world on the CT.
Yeah, and I think she really identified her weaknesses, and I think that's what makes a great competitor is, okay, I'm not perfect. I do have weaknesses. Instead of turning my back and, you know, doing what feels good, what I'm really good at, let's lean into them a little bit more. Let's find what every single one of my weaknesses are and push and try and get better. And I think even if you look at the state of this heat, Molly, a perfect example for that. She knew that pipeline was a weakness for her. She was coming over here from when we were so young, and she turned it into her greatest strength. And she's looking for a big victory, and not here though.
Leilior, just beautiful positioning. I like how she knew it was going to be a high and tight type barrel. Nice tube stance. Good read once again. Really impressive in all of her performances at Pipe this week. Even in the more performance type conditions she opened up with, she's got a lot of power that she can throw down on single maneuver sections. But today she's just been barrel hunting, and I'm loving it. 2.5 there, 4.83 start. She's still out in front.
Yeah, this was nice. You could see a little look behind her there. Was afraid that maybe it's dropped in on someone there, but you could see nice cover up. Got a little bit of a chandelier finish to it, but this was really hard to navigate. She did really well to wipe off some speed, especially through this next section. Got a good little amount of cover up. Lots of foam on the face through the inside, so fair enough she's getting out of there, but she's got a great ability to slow down.
We're hustling into this section is Moana Jones-Wong. And she goes down on the inside corner. She grew up absolutely ripping, one of the top amateurs growing up through the ranks, even rode for Billabong at the time. A lot of times she had family commitments on finals day, so she couldn't finish those amateur series results sometimes when she was the favorite to win. So it kind of kept her profile a little underground, but always in the water and always well-rounded, and being pushed in big waves by her good friends. As we have an angle on this one from Moana.
Yes, we spoke about this with Yolanda Hopkins earlier. Sometimes when it starts to crumble from this wind, it makes it really hard to push through those end sections. If anyone was to do it, it's going to be Moana. So I feel like that's also just really showcasing that it can be a little bit tricky to find those nice open pipe waves. Moana, you're not worried about her getting a big barrel. It's just not a fear that you have, like, oh, maybe she won't get one because she's so good out there. So you think, all right, it's all good. Maybe the next wave she's going to drop an 8-point ride. Same with Molly.
Yeah, there's such weapons, right? They could turn a heat on a dime, especially in waves like this. And what a great opportunity for Moana to battle against the reigning world champ, someone that's been showing up in multiple pipe finals and finals days for Molly Picklum. I think one thing that always impresses me about Molly, even the event she was runner-up to Katie, is just the score she accumulates from round 1 to the final. Sometimes I always think about a scoring title. Some surfers are just going 8s all the way to the final stage, and some are, you know, winning heats properly with 5s and 6s. You know, Molly has most points in performance at Pipeline in a huge way over anyone, you know, in the last couple of years. So when you look at her score line, it's always 8s or lates. She's looking to get really good barrels, but it's also executed with a solid heat strategy. As we look at Anat Lior, always finding a good pace on that surfboard. Very spontaneous, can switch to turns on demand. Moving up 3 spots on the live rankings, trying to get closer to that top 10, but more importantly, top 7. As Molly Picklum fighting her way through this one. Getting out in front, nice swing into the pocket.
I feel like she's probably thinking, what just happened? That wave, that felt like a roller coaster trying to watch. I was like, oh, is she not? Is she? She's absolutely got smoked on that one after it as well for Molly. But you talk about, you know, excellent waves and being really kind of used to her having those. If you like take a look at her entire season last year, 28 excellent waves. The next closest was Gabrielle Bryan, who had 13. So she was 15 excellent waves above anyone next to her. And I think that really just shows that Molly, it was her year last year. No one was coming close to her.
I really like how you simplified that. I had like this long story about it, and that was the point I was trying to make.
Straight to the point.
That was clean.
Yeah.
I like that. Molly, what a legend. Now watching this room from Anat Lior.
Has a great ability to slow down. We spoke about this even at Pipeline, but you could see the technique on her backhand here at backdoor. She was trying to get her knee in the wall. When you really can throw your entire leg into it, it's going to slow you down. This was a roller coaster from Molly. I was like, what is going on? Gets a nice cover up. Thought she was going to lose it, and then it was like, okay, lays it on rail, gets a nice carve in, and I think she came to the end of that wave like, whoa. what actually just happened there? So Molly, she's going to try and lock in, find another score out there. Obviously still keeping quite low, that scoreline relatively, but Pickles, we're expecting big things because she set that standard for herself.
Winner of the last heat was Katie Simmers. Katie's with Mitch.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Katie, world class out there with that 7-point ride. That first turn is one of the most magnificent maneuvers I've ever seen out here done at backdoor. Congratulations. Being back in the Jersey must feel pretty nice here at Pipe.
Yeah, it was awesome. Should I say more? Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't really want to be doing turns at Pipe, but yeah, it felt really good. That turn did feel good. It was like probably my best turn of the trip. So yeah, I don't know. I'm hyped to just, it's kind of weird. I haven't surfed a heat in like 6 months or something. So it's, yeah, I was like, Tommy, how do I surf a heat? But yeah, I don't know. Back.
What about the board, Katie? Glenn Pang, TNC, looking really good underneath your feet. It seems like it's a magic one.
Yeah, I kind of stood up on it this morning. Yesterday I surfed Haleiwa on it, and I literally didn't catch a wave. But it like felt good paddling, so I was like, I think this is a good board. But I didn't even catch a wave, so I was like, I don't know. Like I paddled in from this session. It was like one of my worst sessions ever. But I just like kind of knew it was gonna be good because it just felt good paddling and then I rode it this morning and I like stood up on my first wave and did like a weird highline thing and it just felt so good. I like glided along the lip and yeah, and then I kind of was like, yeah, this is a magic board and I got like a couple fun ones and then in my heat I was like, honestly I was expecting to get a barrel, but it's kind of bumpy and weird out there and there was barrels and I just didn't really connect with the ocean, I feel like. And so I was like, but on that one I was like, oh, am I gonna do a turn on this wave? And then yeah, just off the bottom felt good, so I like could trust it, and then it was awesome.
Congratulations seeing the quarters.
Thank you.
Joe?
Hey, great job, Mitch. That was well done, especially, you know, when she had a one-word answer and he just kept the mic there. He's known Katie a very long time, and then she started really opening up. You know, her interviews are our favorite. She's such a fun personality, So pure, so free, and a world champ. Those turns were huge. What a combination that we could anticipate to see, you know, applied to the Bells Bowl at the season opener.
You ever paddled on a board and know that it's a magic board?
Definitely.
Paddled on it.
Yeah, it just feels good. Yeah, sometimes you just
love
pick it
that.
up on your on land, and
No,
you
this
kind of
is
know just holding it. You just feel it. Have you had that? Or do you got to get a first wave on it to be sure?
3 waves.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I've always had like this 3-wave thing, and if it feels good, even on the first wave, even if it's a closer, I'm like, yeah. I'm not super picky with surfboards.
Sometimes just holding it.
It's just nice.
You're just like, there's the weight, you know, where the center feels.
Yep.
And you're just going, oh yeah, I'm going to get the waves of my life. You know, Billabong has the Andy collection out again. I just had an Andy moment when you asked that question. He would get so many boards, you know, from so many shapers. And, you know, he's got events coming up. So he would actually pick them up and go, yep, hold one.
No
nope,
way.
Nope. And he's going through them just by feel. So he's got 20 boards to go through, and he's going, this is coming. Nope, that's not coming.
I love
all just by holding it, and then he'd pack his bag, and he'd find magic. He would know even before he stepped on it.
Wow.
I'm not that locked in, but he was trying so many great boards from the world's best shapers, and he could just tell. He would, under his arm, he's like, this thing,
That's
I'm gonna
incredible.
smoke people on. Yeah, and he did. He demoed people for years.
You know what's really exciting is I've got 2 new boards to go home to.
Just pick them up and make a call.
I'm gonna
Magic.
try and feel it and be like, yeah, this is it, or this is not it.
Betty Lou with a nice hug and a congrats to Sierra Kerr for advancing through. She's heading out for quarterfinal number 2. Laura Rupp, Isabella Nichols, and Tia Zabrowski. We know Betty Lou will be with Tia and Isabella on the championship tour. It's a big heat. Laura Rupp representing Brazil advanced onto the quarters underneath Molly Picklum in the round of 32, which feels like a week ago.
Yeah, 8 days to be precise.
Molly looks, holds back. She has a little bit more room to check waves out since she's in the back of the line for priority. Fell on her first wave, then went to a 3.33. So in second at the moment. Waves starting to lift out the back. Decision time for Moana Jones-Wong, who has first priority. And she paddles over, no takers there. Anat Lelior still setting the pace with a couple of 4s. If you missed the opener from Molly, she got clipped on probably would have been a standard, you know, 7-8, you know, what she typically gets here at backdoor. But she got clipped, which is keeping things very interesting now.
Yeah, I just love that Molly has, I feel like she's such a great role model for any woman or man around the world, where she was, like anyone is when you start a pipeline, you're not great. And then she just kept going, kept swinging, similar to Moana, who's going to have a dig now.
Moana Jones-Wong pulls in behind the curtain. Looked like she was well positioned, but gets stuck. That would have been a key wave to jump straight into the top 2. And Moana, using first priority, ends up in a wipeout. 9 minutes to go.
I thought she was really going to stamp the queen of pipeline kind of authority on this one. This was a good looking wave here, tucked in. She had great speed. She was right there. And then you can see it just got really small as she was trying to sneak out of the exit there, coming high like all the best do out here. And unfortunately just kind of pushed her down and off her feet there. But when you look at Moana, her history here with this wave, like I mentioned, women have only competed here on a WSL stage 16 times. Obviously then you can add in the Vans Pipe Masters, and it starts to really does creep the number up. But out of all of those wins, Moana, the most winning female out here ever. CT, QS, Vans Pipe Master. She wants to add Challenger Series to that.
Winding up the world champ with some spray off the rails of that DHT, and she will crush that section for a clean 2-turn combination. So Molly looking to adjust, managing having the lowest priority, and she picked up a 2-turn combo, needing a 5.5 to take the lead off Anat. One of my favorite series happening in the surfing world is Inside Pro Surfing. Check out this little bit from Fiji with Molly Picklum.
It was definitely a dream. I don't think I believed the dream. I was super inspired by the Surfing World Champions. The dream part, I think, came about And believing in it, I think, came more later. If not, maybe literally just last year. Like, I always thought I could, but I never really, like, was convinced. People win, so I'm starting to believe that it could be me. I was convinced the moment I kind of let go of feeling like I need to fight and go and get it. It feels like a difference between receiving it and being open to it. Perfect. Surfing's different. You can't just go and get it because sometimes it's not your choice. And I think the moment I understood that was the moment when I was like, huh, all right, let's see how this goes. And then I finally got the event win. In previous years, it's kind of been like trying to figure out how to get there rather than just like, this is it, and let it come.
Check out episodes like that with Molly Picklum on WorldSurfLeague.com. You can find Inside Pro Surfing and get that special behind-the-scenes insight from a world champion like Molly. What a growth it's been in a short period of time to become the undisputed world champion. Went on an absolute tear in the back end specifically, making all the finals when there's 4 stops left under pressure of the format of the final 5, which she didn't have the best success at lowers, but then Cloudbreak became the venue. Then she was the #1 seed for the first time in that format and was able to close the door on Caroline Marks, sending it to a third and deciding title match. And things got busy. The phone was ringing. Agents, managers were setting up her schedule, which she told me kind of finally came to a nice place in December. I mean, she won a world title in September.
Yeah.
So you're talking about morning shows on TV, media responsibility. She enjoyed every bit of it, as we see her first turn on this section, and it's incomplete. Her wave before the 3.9 didn't get her first off of Not Le Lior, but did strengthen that second position. But Jesse, you've obviously known her for a very long time. You see the energy she pours into becoming the best in the world. She puts that same energy into her media, her whole professional act. So she actually said, I wanted to say yes to everything. This is a big moment. And then she finally learned, she's like, actually, I think I can do my thing now. I'm gonna go surf. I'm gonna enjoy the holidays around Christmas time. And I think she did a great job of showing up in a big way, sharing her story, and then going, yep, now I want to start focusing on my game for next year.
It's crazy because when we were younger, you know, obviously we had all these people that we really looked up to, and when they stop and take photos with us or talk to us, it was the coolest thing in the world. And I think Molly, we always talk about, you know, those young Groms, so we always say, can you imagine like the young Groms? And I think from being that and to growing into who she is today, she wants to be that person for all those role models for who they were for us. And I remember even with the media requirements, I remember when she won her first state title, we were at Port Macquarie and we were cheering her up the beach, and then, you know, you'd get local newspaper reports and what, and Molly was so excited to be able to do those. And I think the fact that she's won a world title, got to travel across the world, come home, you're on the Today Show, these are the things that we dreamed of as kids, and she's actually living her dream now. But it's also so important to listen to when you know you need to stop. And I think she had a really great amount of stop time. She's locked in now, and she's ready for this year for sure.
3:52 on the clock in this quarterfinal. Molly's in second, but Nadia's gunning for it. Aristarbe with a chance to qualify for the CT at this event. We're still at Newcastle remaining. The champion over at Bolito, representing the Basque Country, has put together a solid Challenger Series effort, now with more experience than ever, with so many call-ups to the championship tour in 2025. Only needs a 3.57. Powerful on her backhand. Could find a little open space on her forehand as well. Always looks cruisy, you know, when you see her with her entourage behind the scenes. She's usually traveling with a handful of people. I think last year on the CT, Nadia maybe embraced the tour in the best way, where she turned it into like the best vacation ever.
Yeah.
I remember El Salvador specifically. She actually lost kind of early in that event. She was out at Sunzal, she was longboarding, getting drone footage, doing little surf trips where some you feel the loss and it looks like the trip's actually a nightmare. And for Nadia, I think she is really clued in on what this all means. So she had a real balanced approach to the tour last year with taking advantage of the travel and vacation time and doing her best in heats. Molly trying to fit in a wild little closeout turn. She had to really turn in a tight place, ends up incomplete there.
Yeah, Mo, you can see she's just trying to force something. She wants to get out of these threes. I think she's trying to creep away from her competitors like Nadia. She knows how good these women are. Moana Jones-Wong, that name is a name in itself. But this was Molly trying to hook this one underneath, but she didn't have enough speed going into it, unfortunately. And then that lip just outrunning her in that race there. But yeah, I do understand the approach from Molly. Nadia here chasing a 3-5.
Aristarbe, important wave for her. She goes straight up in the pocket, has a little bumpy ride riding out of it. And she will kick out. Judges do look at that, how smooth it is, you know, with speed, power, the flow part. You don't want to have any disruption of flow when you're coming off the lip, when you're just comparing backside turns. As we look at this one again from Aristarbe.
Yeah, I think what's really interesting with this wave for Nadia is, unfortunately, she gets hung up here. Great turn, heaps of spray off the back. You can see the beautiful technique that she has, but getting hung up, the judges, they kind of want to see it, not kind of, they want to see it a lot more clean, especially with the ride out there. Love the fact that she can throw a big board around like that. It's such good signs for when we see her back on her normal shortboard. But just getting hung up in those moments, the judges want to feel a little bit more convinced that it's going to get them across that 3-5 line.
Nadia chasing a 3.57 to try to move on. We see her popping up again there. She's feeling the sense of urgency, running out of time. The turn that was a little sticky, who scored at a 1.97. So there's the separation between herself and Molly Picklum to advance.
Yeah.
As we see what happened here.
Yeah, I love the approach. She needs a 3.57. It's absolutely nothing, but unfortunately, just that lip line, where she was, her body, the weight distribution, it's just coming unstuck with the wall pushing back at you like that.
Cleaner rails for Picklum on this left. Little off the top as this one's stretching down towards gums, and she might be on her last wave of the quarterfinal and doesn't complete the finish. Molly's been waiting for this heat for a while. Told me this morning she felt a little run down today, so she was just trying to hydrate up and focus on her heat. Not the easiest road for the world champion, this one, compared to her round of 32 performance. Started with a wipeout on a near make at backdoor. A couple of falls, but always going for broke. Even that big backside hack attempt, it reminds you that she's one of those surfers that's remembered for a single maneuver at Sunset Beach, almost maxing out the score on like a 20-foot section. More fun to come here in the quarterfinals. Isabella Nichols, Laura Rupp, Betty Lou, and Tia Zabrowski up next. It is Molly and Anat surviving this first quarterfinal. Be right back.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Uncle Ed's Premium Spirits, official partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger. And by Open Water. Join the post-plastic era.
Hi, everyone. High fives for you watching this, and high fives for Moana Jones-Wong and all of her local family and friends. Giant support crew, all the Hawaiian Islands supporting this young lady. Total hero around these parts, the Queen of Pipeline. Coming in after her quarterfinal. Had a look at left at Pipeline and just ended up coming up short against Molly Picklum and Anat Leilior. Anat right there has another great support crew as well, representing Tel Aviv, two-time Olympian, in a great position on the CS because she keeps climbing the live rankings. That's how you should start your day. A little group huddle, a little fire up. We do that actually with our commentary team globally. We usually pick a word and go for it. If Mitch is around, it's probably in Spanish. It's great.
I love it.
I recommend it, even for families at home. Kick off your day. Before going to school, a little fire up.
Is yours 3, 2, 1, Tapel?
You know, we got to figure one out.
Terps.
Quarter two is a fun one. Isabella Nichols representing the championship tour. Laura Rupp from Florianopolis, Brazil, showcases number 7. on the live rankings with a chance to put herself on tour. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson is a giant name around these parts and on the championship tour, so took advantage of the priority rotation at pipe and back door. And the youngest rookie ever, Tia Zabrowski, advancing on in second in the round of 32. Broke a board, had some wipeouts, still 14, living the dream. I was trying to get an early world title call from you in the last heat, Jesse, but then we had waves, we had work to do. Oh, you're getting lucky here. We're going to delay that a second here. Tia's up, which might help Jesse formulate her answer. Big belt there. There's an aggressive attempt at a blowtail. That's what she's going to bring to the championship tour this year. A fall this time, but wow, talk about progression.
You know what, and they're turns that she has a really high make rate on. So I actually think that was really a little bit uncharacteristic for her not to make that. But yeah, Tia, she's so good. I gotta say, I feel like as far as records go, I feel like she's gonna break records for rookies. I think she's gonna have an incredible year on the championship tour. Love this next turn. This is a trademark Tia Zabrowski. If you've never watched her before, usually she's got those on lock. They're just her go-to. She is 14 years old. She is so young. But if you're going to pick my brain for who I think is going to win the world title for the women's, I think Molly's going to go back-to-back. And I think Gabby Bryan's going to be the one to give her a run for her money.
Wow, that's an exciting story. And we haven't had a back-to-back run in a bit on the women's side. We were talking a few days ago about Caroline Marks to Katie Simmers to Molly Picklum and how hard it is to kind of create a dynasty. You know, Tyler Wright went back-to-back a few years ago, as we see a late takeoff and a fall from Laura. Betty Lou will now have first priority. Isabella's second priority. Wipeouts, you always still want to watch them, no matter what size it is here at Pipeline, mainly due to that shallow reef. As we look at Laura again to see what happened here.
Yeah, you could see just took off, and unfortunately where her board was angled, there was no rail engagement for her to get up and scoop into that backdoor barrel there, and just went top to bottom. Hands down, wipeout of the event goes to Ryaru Ito. That wave was absurd. He called himself a bird in the post-heat interview. He goes, I was bird. I was like, you were a bird. It was wild to see what he, and how then he went back out and got a 9-point ride. Are you serious?
Those are so great. And just to let you guys know out there, anytime we're like remembering moments, we do it all the time on tour. You can go to worldsurfleague.com if you missed it, or if you want to rewatch it, there's heat analyzers. You can pick the heat. You can even type in the surfer's name on the website. It's fantastic. It shows that heat. You could go rewatch the wipeout, then the 9 that Ryaru locked in. Definitely one of my favorites to watch this entire event. And he built his reputation. He charges. He's ready to get the biggest barrels of his life. Really love that guy. Anat Leliors with Mitch.
Thank you, Joe. Anat, congratulations. What a way to kick off really the season here in 2026. Every single heat that you've surfed, you have won so far. What does that really say about the work that you put in when it comes to Pipeline?
Oh, I could cry talking how difficult it is to be an athlete these days, how much weight we have on our shoulder. Nevertheless, the expectation we all have on us and the expectation of, surfing in pipe. I don't know, not every heat is perfect. Like I told you before, my first heat, I was like a happy puppy, just being out there. And now I was like sharing the lineup with Molly Picklum and Moana Jones, so it was just surreal. And Nadia, she's a great friend of mine, but it's surreal, and I did put a lot of hard work into it. My crew has been helping me a lot. I have a whole country supporting me, so it's quite easy when people love you. And yeah, I'm just taking in the moment, napping on the beach, hanging out with friends, meditating, surfing, going back, and we have a good day. The wind is kind of challenging, but we're going to make it work.
You moved up to number 11 in the live rankings as well. How does that feel heading into the semifinals now?
It's pretty surreal. I mean, my goal this year was just to make it to top 15. Let's hope I'll stay there. If something else will happen on the way, if I'll qualify, it's going to be a blessing. But other than that, I'm going to be here just like I am right now here with you. And I'm going to treat it as a moment, and a moment I need to seize. So,
congratulations. Best of luck.
Thank you so much.
Joe?
Thanks, Mitch. Wow, she is content. She's loving life. She's got close people with her supporting her. You could feel that off of Not Lelior, and she is in the semifinals, and she was quick to note the giant names that were with her. You know, the biggest right now in pro surfing, Molly Picklum. The biggest at Pipeline, Moana Jones-Wong. She wins that in the semifinals, goes to 11th on the CS. As we know, you got to be in the top 7 to qualify. There's a lot of points left ahead of her in the semis and also the final today.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's been a really cool year for Israeli surfers. And Nat obviously going on this awesome tear. Nadav Attar just getting second in the World Juniors. They're feeding off each other's energies right now.
Rushing down the line wearing the red, Isabella Nichols from the Sunshine Coast. Just left searching at backdoor. She had a really good ride at backdoor last year at the CT event to kick off the season. Ended up with an equal 5th. We've been mentioning a lot of personal bests. You know, Molly winning world title, Gabby Bryan winning 3 events in 4 finals, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson 2 event wins, and then I'd put Isabel in that same momentum conversation. I mean, she was insane last year, especially El Salvador on the point breaks. Here at backdoor finding gems. This one just kind of left her hunting.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, and she knew it as well. There's a bit of deflated body language on that one, but even, especially for living back home, to win bells, I'll get back to that. Betty Lou, she had a crazy year last year. Trestles, Burley, and now she's finding really great gems at backdoor, and she's really asserted herself as one of the best women there. Wow.
Late takeoff controls it. The 14-year-old rookie, Tia Zabrowski, is still chipping away on this inside corner. How did she hang on to that late takeoff with so much control? It wasn't one of those late takeoffs where she's like somehow rolling up the windows to recover. She was locked in that short space. Brilliant from Tia Zabrowski.
Does she not make you feel like you failed as a 14-year-old? This is unreal. Airdrop, her board coming away from her, then quickly re-engages the rail, holds a line, navigates, and then lays down a nasty carve. That had so much bite behind it. Finishes off with 2 turns. She is 14 years old, Joe. She's 14 years old and is handling really gnarly takeoffs, holding her line beautifully through her barrels, and then does that after it. Not many people get combos after a deep tube at backdoor, but Tia Zabrowski getting it done and is easily becoming one of my favorite surfers to watch.
That was sensational, and that looked like excellence to all of us. An 8.5 to go straight into first place. Youngest ever to qualify. She will be 15 once the season starts at Bells Beach in April. But she's got all eyes on her. The surfing world just so impressed with her breaking records, and she might break more this year as a rookie on the championship tour. Big blowtails, crazy progressive style, but I think the balance as well of Tahiti and France is setting her up for everything heading her way. Getting a little off balance is Laura Ropp, still in the 4th position. She had a late takeoff for a fall and then falling on that first turn, so she's settling in.
What were you doing at 14 years old?
I have nothing to share.
I have nothing to share either. I went through a weird black cat phase with rock hands.
Oh, look
photos.
at this again, Jessie.
Oh, I just love it. The way she threaded that barrel and then that carve, was just the combo of the two of them. She's really showing how mature she is, not just as a competitor, but as a surfer. Not many people have handled drops like this. Full airdrop, re-engage the rail, like the quick, fast twitch fibers you have to be able to do that is out of this world, and she is doing it so young. She's so aware of where her body is, how she needs to be positioning herself, and like you mentioned, having that combo of Tahiti and France, you're going to really perfect getting those like big gnarly drops at Chopu. But then when you go to France, they've got big barrels during the winter time as well. So it has been the perfect storm to create this incredible competitor and surfer that is Tia Zabrowski.
You got to be inspired, right? And
oh my gosh,
when you're
yes.
inspired by one of the all-time greats, Carissa Moore, Tia met her at 8 years old, and she said, well, that was the focus, where she's like, I want to be just like Riss one day. And it was a rad full circle moment. I mean, met her at 8, and then at 14, Carissa surprises Tia on the beach with a Red Bull hat earlier this season. And just that moment you could see in her eyes going, whoa, I met her. She inspired me at 8. Now we're teammates and being on tour together. It's been a quick turnaround to see Tia now become a world-class surfer and a world title threat. Meanwhile, Isabella Nichols getting crafty, trying to fit in to the pocket on the end section.
I think as well, Tia is a really great example of that next generation who had to be good at pipeline. Obviously, you've got the Mollys and the Betty Loos who have really taken that next step for women at pipe. But for a long time, even the looks of some of the best in our sport, Steph, Carissa, they didn't have to surf at pipeline. Then all of a sudden, the women, they need to be good out there and they need to be performing. And Molly and Betty, and Katie, they did that in a really short amount of time. You look at someone like Tia, she's had a lot more time to prepare for something like this. To be at the best of the game in surfing, you have to be okay with surfing big slabby barrels, and Tia's that really great first example we're having from that next generation who is ready to do that. Oh wow, that's unfortunately having to bail on that one. Just as we talked about her, I believe that was Tia Zabrowski getting a pretty solid set on the head.
Yeah, it's like part of the game, isn't it? It's usually the part that takes people out of the lineup, but when you are this type of athlete, it's almost a part where you learn to enjoy that ride as well. In a weird way, you're like, this is part of it. I'm gonna take some beatings to hopefully get the glory of getting the barrel of your life. As one of my favorite pipe movies when I was a kid, I watched Kainoa McGee. He would say, the bigger the barrel is, the bigger I'm gonna feel when I come out the other end. I said it to all my friends and they were like, you've never been barrel. But it was my favorite quote. One of the legends at pipe, breaking it all down. That's what they're hoping for today. Isabella Nichols mixing things up.
Yes, solid first connection there. You could see just didn't have enough speed to keep traveling through that little inside pit, but to find those big open face turns, yeah, Bella's not slowing down, especially with her rail surfing, but to hear an 8.5 out there, and not to put age back into it again, but to hear an 8.5 from a 14-year-old, you're probably like, oh, I need to get to work out here right now.
No, it's a big deal. I mean, she broke a record, creating history. She's out in front. She has the highest single score of the event for the women at this event at Pipeline. More to come in the back end of quarterfinal number 2 after this.
40 years of history, 40 years of legends. Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoy. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
Can't wait to see everybody at Newcastle. Final stop of the season. How about a late takeoff? And pulling right up and under is Isabella Nichols. Wow, absolutely charging on that one. She deserved to make it out. Judges have been rewarding big performances on technical jobs and the effort that they're putting in to making these deep barrels. And wow, they were not slow in putting in that score. Almost a 3 for the effort. 2.93 for Isabella, and she'll use that as her low score. But I love that bravery, charging. Anytime you have air under your board, it's radical here at Backdoor.
Wow. Crazy drop. And just like you mentioned, the judges, they eat that up. They love they love control in the most critical part of the wave. Bella airdropped out of that, and then you could just see, unfortunately, with the foam on the face and that wave really stretching out, made it really hard for her to find the exit. But it's great signs knowing that she has control in those really late under the lip takeoffs.
That was sensational. Even though she didn't make it, Isabella going to work and excited about her job this year on tour. We were talking about last year getting a nice barrel at Backdoor, then building to El Salvador, but also Bells Beach being a champion at the longest running event on the calendar, and especially representing Australia in that way. That was huge.
It's definitely the event to win for back home. You know, you grow up, you're watching these events, obviously Snapper, Margs, Bells, but especially from someone who comes from the East Coast and Bella as well, to win at Bells as an Australian, I think that's the pinnacle. Obviously, to win a world title and gold medal is massive, but as far as a CT event goes, I think you could ask all the Aussies if there was one event they wanted to win, it would definitely, on the Australian calendar, be Bells. Just the prestige of it, the history in that event. And Bella went and did that, and I think did it in a manner where she probably was a bit of a dark horse in that sense, wasn't expected to go and win an event that big. Molly's so good there. Tyler Wright is incredible there. So Gabby Bryan's calves at Bells, I mean, hello. But Bella went and found herself, and I really think that set her up for a great year on the tour last year, and I'd love to see her, honestly, go and do it again this year.
Her style just looked so great last year as well. And sometimes you watch a surfer for a long time and they make improvements in their game. Her rail work just was sensational and consistent, you know, on these long right point breaks, having so much time to enjoy it, you know, from Punta Roca in a totally different setting at Bells Beach. It was a great year for Isabella Nichols. She got close to a Final 5 showing. Betty Lou got herself there to compete for a title as she's belting a couple sections and loses the finishing move. But she had a completion and didn't need much for a top 2 position, so we might see things shuffle around there.
I think as well, I feel like last year Bella also found a lot more risk in her surfing. I think she was willing to hit nasty, gnarly sections more than she was potentially in the previous years. Betty, love those open face hacks that she has on lock. This would have been a really nice combo, would have absolutely put her in a really solid second position. She's going to get the score absolutely to go up into second. Came in, that's a really shallow part of the reef there. You can see her boards completely, her feet coming completely disattached from her board there. So making it really hard to ride out of that last turn. But I just think that's her trademark turn, that big open face hack that we saw at the start. And bring on a full season to see that from Betty Lou.
Best roster to date, in my opinion, by far. And it's going to be increased for the first time for the women from top 17 to top 24. And with Betty Lou finding ways to win, getting her first 2 wins off Molly Picklum in her career. It was 6-0 the wrong direction for Betty Lou. That changed, and the event she beat, Molly, she won. So that was a huge hurdle to jump over last year, as we see a late takeoff, a funneler for Tia Zabrowski. Not getting deep on that one, but it definitely was a taller wave from her one before.
Yeah, Tia, I really feel like that wave also setting a bit of a precedent on how hard it is to slow down at this wave, because there is so much power that comes with the swells here. Obviously, there's no continental shelf, so when that ocean comes in, it's straight raw swell. So you're paddling in with this incredible amount of power behind you, making that when you're up, slowing down, it's one of the hardest things to do at Pipeline. Tia, can see here, just couldn't really find that nice kind of pocket to sit in that barrel, get a deep tube, and really start to build on her scoreline. Bigger looking wave. She's showing that she's got this fearlessness about her. I don't think it's really going to factor in as far as this heat goes, but yeah, I think that wave in particular was a real statement to show slowing down out there is probably one of the hardest things to do.
Tia Zabrowski throwing away that score at 2.53, but still out in front. And we talked about her consistency in the Challenger Series, never losing before the quarterfinals. Well, she's keeping that stat solid for us.
Yeah.
She's winning this one so far. And I looked at QS's beyond it, Jesse, where she was in, 12 smaller QS events, smaller than Challenger Series, and in about 12 of them, won 4 of them. That, in pro surfing, when you're winning a third of the time, that is just radical. As we looked at the unbelievable tour schedule that starts at Bells, the whole surfing focus will be on Australia for a long time.
Yeah, we're going to go home. We're going to see, obviously, those main 3 events that we love. Raglan is that big standout. It's new to the season, and I think Rags will be really fun to see everyone's backhand or some people's front side. So, and then, of course, just the dream tour after that. Punta Roca, Sakurima, Chopu, Cloud Break to Trestles. And then that postseason, I love the new postseason format that they have. I think it really gives it an edge, makes it really exciting, and it's dramatic to get to the finish line.
And then 1.5 times the points for the Pipe Masters. Another way to say that, 15,000 points for the win compared to 10,000 points for the other events of the season. Wow. So Pipe is just going to be the show to watch, the big major at the end of the year. And we'll see if the world title does get that far. It'll be a fun one if we got a showdown at Pipe this coming December, as we have a surfer that wants to be involved in that, Francisca Veselko, preparing for Pipe, giving legends like Reef McIntosh a call before the event got started to get all his knowledge of Pipe and backdoor. Reef, one of the all-time greats at this wave. Wave of the winter, winning Pipe Invitationals in the past, coming from Kauai, but spending so many winters here on the North Shore. Still giving back to the next generation. A little bit of coaching, but also helping out a lot of people that come here that have never been here before, and he points them in the right direction. Still living the dream, getting the biggest barrels of his life and breaking it all down. That's common at a lot of spots, but specifically Pipeline. Someone who's dedicated their life to this wave. You get the chance to hire them as a coach. I mean, you could sit down and write a book together, just asking as many questions as you can. And a guy like Reef, he's got all the time in the world for you, especially when the topic's Pipeline. It's his favorite.
Who do you think is the best person in the world to go and talk to about Pipeline? Like, if you're an athlete and you're coming here and you could recommend one person.
Just one?
Yeah.
Wow, that is hard to narrow it down. I like, right now, Jock Sutherland. You know, he's just such a happy, positive human being. One of the first ever to surf Pipe. Still out there, you know, maybe in his late 70s-ish, but you wouldn't know it. And just his read on surfing, it just makes you stoked. I was running down to the beach the other day, and he was like, hey, you need a bigger board. And I just ran back to my house right away. Didn't even question it, you know. And I think you find inspiration in different things. And right now, I think that would be my pick. Can't get enough from legends like that. As we look at Laura Rupp, off the bottom, nice draw on the open face. Trying to slow down, but still flowing out in front. Throws a wrap in the pocket and is finding a little inside chip just to keep that board moving. Laura started off with a couple of wipeouts, falling on some turns. So now in her 6th effort, turns in some completions. Now at the 240 mark, world number 7 on the CS is starting to feel it. So she's trying to put herself in a rhythm in the dying stages of this quarterfinal.
Yeah, and Laura, she's so good when it comes to being in her region. She is one of the greatest women to compete, especially when it comes to QS wins in her region. She's got multiple under her belt. She's in the top 4. This was that really nice power hack that we're used to seeing on other waves on the Challenger Series, but it's all about barrels at Pipeline. She was a real standout in that last round when we saw her compete. She found some great cover-up moments, but struggling in this heat a little bit. I think she's done well to break down that 633 she's chasing for with that big open face carve, but needs more. And with 2 minutes to go, she's going to have 4th priority as well. And I think that makes it really tricky, especially when you're at Pipeline. You've got 3 other women out and you have the last pick of the lineup. Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard for Laura to fight back on this one.
Pressure unfolding here at the second to last stop on the Challenger Series. Everything goes to Australia from here on out. We had a couple of scenarios for some of those top surfers like Sally Fitzgibbons. She had an opportunity to clinch here, but she fell out of the mix. We'll have to wait for Newcastle to see what will happen to the Australian legend. Nadia had a chance to clinch here, and she lost in the heat previous, quarterfinal number 1. Annette out of the event, and also now looking at Laura Rupp, who just moved it inside the top 7. Alyssa Spencer in the 8th spot at the moment.
Close points between those two, 120 points separating them.
Really tight. And I mean, for India Robinson, she was in 7th at the start of Pipe, losing early. She's going to have a huge event ahead of her at Newcastle. And Tia Zabrowski fighting for that number 1 position. You know, even though she's already qualified with Yolanda Hopkins, you want to be the champion of the Challenger Series before kicking off your CT campaign?
Oh, absolutely. Rankings are so important coming into the championship tour because where you seed on the Challenger Series is going to depend about who you're coming up against as far as top seeds go from last year's rankings. If you're seeded last, you're going to come up against a higher ranked surfer, which is meaning it's going to be harder to get through those opening rounds, which you don't want. You want to be going deep into the draw to stay alive, especially for that postseason. So we're going to have to go back to live action here, but yeah, ranking's very important.
Isabella Nichols needing a score. Quick whip to start. There's the wrap, hoping for a 3.48. She's got the speed section growing and attacking it is Isabella Nichols. Betty Lou is the one in second. Laura Rupp looks like she's completing a wave. She's sitting in fourth. CS number 7. We'll see if she got anything out there. Doesn't look like Betty Lou got a wave, so it's up to the last of Nichols to maybe take the top 2, and we'll find out what Laura just did. First, we'll start with Bella's wave.
Here's the thing, Joe. I think this could go and be the score. This is a really nice wave. Punch through that first section, but this is the turn I like. Solid connection on a really big end section there. There was a lot of white water coming back towards her. The wave grew in size, but she just belted it, tagged that section. 3-1-1, it's actually a smaller requirement for Laura in comparison to Isabella. Started off with a carve here. She can see she's got power. She's got potential to put some big scores, but I feel like when we caught up with her at the end of the wave, the shoulders dropped, and that's never a great sign to see an athlete's shoulders drop. It feels like it's probably, they know deep down it's not going to get them across the finish line, but I feel like Isabella could really challenge for second place right now.
I believe so too. For Laura Rupp, it's not going to be enough. That left was really full on the face. Wow. And didn't have the big wall grow in front of her like Isabella's had. So 183 for last of Laura Rupp, and not enough for Isabella Nichols. Ends up falling short. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson hangs on to second, and Tia Zabrowski will take the win and move on to the semifinals. Back half of the draw coming up next. We'll bring in Kaipu and Ross for the call.
Here on the North Shore, looking at how many people have passed away and over the years, over the decades, and how radical the ocean is here and how dangerous it is and the surf, that's who you want coming for you in a bad situation, is Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Yeah, let's zoom by the beach here at the North Shore of Oahu. Ehukai specifically, quarterfinal number 3 in the water. Gabriella Bryan, Kika Francisca Velselco, Sophie McCulloch, and Sierra Kerr. 2 going to advance into the semifinals. We already got semifinal number 1 set. Let's set semifinal number 2 with these final 2 quarterfinals. Kaipu Guerrero, along with Ross Williams. Roscoe.
Yes, sir.
The Konas are kind of here, but not that bad.
Really, I agree. It's kind of a slack winds and creating a kind of a decent texture out there. It's definitely good for big moves, so everyone's been nicely making that adjustment today.
Yeah, the adjustment throughout the day, and we're expecting those adjustments to continue. Maybe the tail half of the day as we get into maybe finals, the new swell will show up. I mean, finals should be in the water, what I say, about, I'm checking my Apple Watch, about 4 o'clock or so, 3:45. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think, looking down towards Haleiwa right now, down the beach, it still looks mellow. So we're okay. Yesterday was a little fresh, that wind, and that made it more challenging. But right now, you can see, look at the water there. The texture is nice. Yeah, there's a little bump, and it just makes for air sections.
What about this anticipated swell? Tonight?
Yeah.
End of day?
That's not supposed to hit till around 5 p.m.
Oh, that's
the
after.
First signs of it, which is good.
Kika Francisca Veselco, a former world junior champ, finding a bubble right there. Hung with that way, find a second one right there. Runner down. That's the way to start a heat.
Wow.
That was cool.
3 scoops of rice.
That was.
Shout out to Rocky. That was a full Rocky call right there.
That was 2 scoops and the mac salad at the end right there.
Extra salad right there. Gravy all over.
Gravy all over, brother.
Okay, so she actually did get a pretty cool wave here. Bonus. Little tuck there, but just 1 second barrel. But the cool thing for her is she gets 3 of them.
Yeah.
Kind of a random wave for backdoor, but all the way to off the wall. Quick cover up each time. You know, I don't think this is going to be a huge score by any means, but bonus upon bonus upon bonus. And like you said, Kaipo, it's a nice start to the heat.
If this is any indication of the swell angle right now, and if we were getting a little bit more north and we get these runners, we could have a magic afternoon for the women. Making a splash out there. And I'm anticipating, and I can't wait to see her on the championship tour, but right now she's dominating on the Challenger Series. Tia Zabrowski into the semifinals. Tia is with Mitch.
Yeah, thanks, Kai. Tia, congratulations. Already qualified for the Championship Tour, the youngest ever. He also just stopped the best score of the event on the women's side, an 8.5. How does it feel to be a teenager competing at Pipeline? Felicitación.
Thank you. It feels really good. I'm just so happy to get the opportunity to surf just in 4 people out in Pipeline, because every time in free surf is just so crazy. You can just take like 1 wave in 2 hours. So yeah, the wave was really fun today. We got really good ones, good barrels. I think I just got my 2 best barrels of my life out here, so I'm just super happy to keep coaching in the comp, and yeah, super excited.
And what about the Championship Tour season? Of course, the addition of Raglan, finishing with the Pipe Masters right here. What's the anticipation like for that, Tia?
I'm super excited. I'm just super happy to qualify on tour and to surf with all the best surfers in the world, and to get to compete against them, get more experience. I'm really excited about that. And yeah, being the youngest on the world tour, I still have so much time in front of me, so my mindset is a bit like trying to get experience and do good results. I don't expect to win my first comp of the year, but yeah.
Probably Rookie of the Year in my opinion. All right, anything you want to say back home?
Coucou tout le monde, merci à tous ceux qui nous suivent toute la nuit là en France et à ma famille à Tahiti. Je vous aime très fort et je vais donner le meilleur de moi-même jusqu'à la fin.
She's on tour and into the semis, guys.
I don't think I'm alone in the surf world by IDing Tia Zabrowski as a future great, and you know, in her time, I think in a world title is inevitable.
Yeah, and I mean, she's got awareness too. She said, hey, I got a lot of time in front of me. It's incredible. I had to ask you, Kaipo, like, is she really 14?
Yeah.
It's insane how young she is, and she surfs strong. She did a layback snap in front of my face at Haleiwa like a month ago, and instantly became a crazy fan of her. She's got a lot of power for a young woman, and she is going to definitely create some damage.
Yeah, and you're a connoisseur of the layback snap, I would have to say there, Ross.
Instant fan. I was like, whoa, this chick's a hammer. She's just real powerful, but super good technique. She's already pulling into some barrels. She's good on a rail. I just can't believe she's 14.
Yeah, she came onto the scene as a wild card in Ericeira in 2024, and just made a name for herself, and then easily qualified this year. Scratching out for the peak here, trying not to get caught inside. And then we saw a flash of Francisca Veselko. Kika, that opening ride, valuable, a 6.67.
Interesting. So it's actually, they gave her some credit. You know, each barrel was a little short, so I was kind of worried for her. Maybe, you know, I thought the judges wouldn't give her that much credit, but they kind of tabulated it. You know, they added maybe a couple points per barrel. And why not? You know, there's a very unique wave. It's not often you get 3 little barrels at backdoor. Usually backdoor is kind of a crazy one section, you know, and you're racing. But that one offered up all these little A-frames, which is, you know, a lot of broken swell from the wind lately. It's creating these little teepees everywhere.
Yeah, on this overshot, you can actually see some of that underlying wind swell crossing stuff up.
Yeah, the westerly direction has been the dominant wind, kind of, which, you know, Kaipo is not normal for here, but it is crossing it up. So the one cool thing about that is you get A-frames, you get these peaks.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of going with the swell as opposed to like this underlying east swell, which would be coming up against,
right?
You know, some of these.
Yeah, and we had that during the qualifier event, the regional event. It was a northeast swell, and that's when you see this whole beach turn into snapper rocks. You know, it turns into a point break, and it kind of sweeps all the way down from the right to the left on your screen. So this is what we want. We want to see west swells. Those are the swells that we've been seeing on the surf line, kind of the graphic coming from Japan towards us. Great direction, but we have had some problematic wind lately.
A lot of people booking tickets for Japan to go ride powder.
Oh yeah, I saw that. And Sapporo's having like some snow castle building too.
Yeah.
Some really cool stuff going on in Japan.
And the story there really is this Hawaii legend in a way. Ever since I was a kid, that people are like, man, big blizzard in Japan, west swell's on its way.
Right.
Because it's the same storms that make those blizzards a lot of time across the Pacific and make our west swells.
I heard Liam McNamara say that, and he was talking about his early surfing years in the early 90s or late 80s, and they would call buddies in Japan, and if they had a snowstorm, then they would expect
That's heavy.
a west swell here in Hawaii about 4, 5, 6 days later.
Confirmed. Yeah, I grew up with that kind of like, I would say it's not an urban myth. I guess it's the real thing. But when I was a kid, that was just kind of how the coconut wireless worked.
Right, and you'd look at weather maps via the Sunday paper.
Bruh.
So once a week, you'd have to sort of calculate, well, maybe. Like, things were slow motion back in the day. Kaipo, we're old. We better change the subject.
You know what, though? That goes back to the whole fact of just like, go down to the beach, show up, look at it. That's your surf report, bro.
Yeah, especially with wobbly wind. You're not guaranteed wind.
And especially if you want to hide from crowds, because back then, if you had a little more knowledge than the other kind of group of people, they would never figure out where the spots are. They would never figure out. They know this spot, this 7 miles right here, but all the other spots, nobody would figure it out. But now, I feel like they've drawn maps to all and we got great waves everywhere, right?
Right.
I think there's just maps out there now.
Surfing is popular. I mean, every surf spot nowadays looks like a Costco parking lot. It's just filled with 500 brand new surfers.
And on Wednesday at 11:30 in the morning, too, which usually is my gentleman hours, you know what I mean? I used to be able to sneak out there. Typically, everyone would be working, but a lot of people must have remote jobs or...
Yeah. Your gentleman hour is gone, Kaipo.
It's gone.
But surfing is popular. We love it.
Yeah.
We're sharing the wealth here.
That's right.
Best sport in the world.
Best sport in the world. I give a wave all the time, and I'm always grateful when anyone tells me to go to. Thank you.
We're so obviously disgruntled in here. It's bad. We need to change the subject.
I'm paying forward. Oh, man. Well, the subject right now is a big old lull for our surfers. And Francisca Veselko, she's happy with that. She's fine. She's in the lead. She's a 2022 World Junior champ. But more importantly for Francisca, she wins this event and she's on tour. She can tie it up early in the season, not even have to worry about stop number 7 in Newcastle.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, at the bare minimum, she's psyching. She's got a good result. She's looking, great for qualification. She doesn't have to lock it up here, but it's impressive that she actually can with a win. So, never say never. We were, Callum Robson was kind of off our radar yesterday, and he came in and just stole the finals. So, that is kind of the storyline here at this event.
Yeah, it's great. For someone like Callum, I think he moved 25 spots or some odd spots up the rankings for the men, and now he's really in contention to get back on tour.
Striking distance.
Striking distance.
He's at 11th. He's right there. It's a good story, especially going over to Australia now, where they're just going to be psyching.
Yeah, and Morgan, with a runner-up finish, and he's going back home in front of a home crowd at Newcastle. That's going to be huge, too, for Morgs.
You're going to get so many meat pies thrown at you, Kaipo, over there. There's going to be some psyched up Aussies.
Yeah, maybe we can work on some hybrid meat pies. Shoyu chicken meat pie.
Well, that could be a winner.
Ooh.
That could be a winner.
Wow.
I think you just did something.
Savory, huh?
I think you just did something. You might have to copyright that.
Sometimes I give all my good ideas out on.
Did you know that Damien Hardman's mom had an epic, maybe she still does, I'm not sure, I haven't been to Narrabeen in a long time, but a pie shop.
Nice.
Really good pie shop. One of the best ones I've ever been to. I'm curious if anyone can reach out to us if she still has that famous pie shop. Damien Hardman, past world champ from surfing.
2 times, huh? Duma.
That's right, Duma. The Iceman.
The Iceman. Talk about heat IQ.
Oh, yeah.
That guy would do you in.
He'd pick you apart. He's good. Really good backhand, too. Great surfer.
Yeah. Kind of the original rapid, like, not window wash style, but rapid vertical backhand style.
He was diabolical, yeah, very consistent and just didn't make many mistakes. Kind of like BL too, Barton Lynch, very similar. Smart heat surfer, wicked backhand. But yeah, just brings back all those memories. You guys finishing up the CS Tour in Australia, Newcastle, and it makes me think of all these legendary surf towns in Australia.
Yeah. And there's such a great culture there. They really, really enjoy making it over there, you know, every year. And by the way, this year, we're going to kick off in Australia, and also when we kick off, we're going to be celebrating 50 years of professional surfing. So that's going to be the theme all year long. We're going to dig back into archives, so it's okay to be old and to have those stories, because there's going to be even older guys than you telling stories.
I was going to say.
Ross. And we're going to celebrate those 50 years.
That seems young. We're a young sport in general.
Just
right? I mean, 50 is a long time, but like in general, we haven't been around that long. Pro surfing's still growing.
And it's also cool because those originators of professional surfing, I feel, they were the originators of the life hack, where they were just trying to figure out a way to not have to get a 9-to-5 job. And they're like, why don't we invent tournaments where we kind of pay ourselves? We get a couple car dealerships in there. They want to sponsor us, you know, sponsor the event.
And these legends are still around. Like PT was our first world champ, right? Like,
Yeah.
and these guys helped orchestrate what we see as a tour.
Sierra Kerr with the airdrop right here, the Australian. That was a vicious drop. That wave just tapered off. Didn't give her a lot of extra opportunity, but she's good at airs, even if it's on the drop.
And shades of a pretty cool layback snap there from Sierra. So I like the idea of that. Short wave, but she got it done.
The Kauaian, Gabriella Bryan, strong off the bottom and always that patented hook off the top. Power surfer from Kilauea, Kauai. Coming off her best season on the championship tour. And tube finding, Sophie McCulloch. And she's going to get a couple turns too. So switched on. Sophie's sticking with this one. Snap on the inside on a bit of a step up for sure, but it looks like she's able to turn it pretty well.
Wow, she just got totally sideswiped by that off the wall wave. That was crazy.
It took her to Hawaiian Water Patrol.
That was insane.
She just slingshotted her right onto. You couldn't have planned that any better right there.
That was radical. Well, at least she got a good ride. She put together a couple nice snaps. That'll be a keeper score for right now.
Yeah, what's she on? Looks like she's on a sharp eye.
And Kaipo, Gabriella, Brian, she's one of my favorite surfers on tour. She's so good. Tia Zimbrowski surfs a lot like her too, just heavy foot and really good technique too. She gets a lot of rail in the water. She is the premier power surfer on the women's tour. She's just insane. I really respect her surfing. And right there you can see how much water she gets in the, or how much rail she gets in the water there. She is second to none with power. And no one matches her in my opinion with power.
I agree.
And Sophie right here puts together kind of a combo. Tube ride into a nice little whippy cut back there. Lost her fins for a second, but it made it kind of exciting, and then finishes up right before this wild little left comes at her off the wall and just gets washed. That is so bone dry right there too. She is doing all she can do to keep her knuckles above that water line, right on the reef.
And in this ride, one more time, from high above to appreciate the beauty of Hawaii.
The beauty of Hawaii, the beauty of the reef. You can see all those little potholes right there.
Francisca Veselko, Kika, slash. That's a beautiful slash there for the Portuguese surfer. Difficult foam climb. She's going to get caught up on that second turn. But hot off the press, new news in the conversation of Francisca Veselko. She makes the final. She can be runner-up and still make it on tour.
Oh, interesting.
So the bar just got, coming into that, she would have to win the event. We just ran the new math.
Okay.
So a second place, a runner-up finish will do it for Francisca.
Live rankings.
Yep.
Refresh button going on for everybody.
Go to worldsurfleague.com. You can hit the rankings. Also, you can hit the heats and pick who you think is going to win each heat. Replay here. Kika.
Good redirect. Watch this. She's going to get that nose pointed all the way back around. So cool, tight snap, which is not easy to do at backdoor. If backdoor has a really tight transition, it's hard to redirect your board. So, and she's on a step up for sure. It looks like a slightly longer board than her normal little shorty. So nice snap there from Kika.
Yeah, and the 2.83 to her credit. She's in the lead. Can she hang on? Well, we're going to find out right after this short break from our sponsors. Kika currently in the lead. Can she hang on? Find out after this. Back on the north shore of Oahu, actually the Mokupuni of Oahu, the Moku of Ko'olauloa, the Ahapua'a of Pupukea, and specifically the beach of Ehukai for finals day at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. Kuiper Girl and Ross Williams on the call here. We left with Francisca Veselko up in the lead. We returned with Gabriella Bryant taking that lead off of Veselko.
Yeah, I believe we have a wave to see.
There it is.
4.07 for this little left-hander from Gabriella. And now we get to see her backhand attack. First snap was really nice. In the hook, clean water. Before that wave got really chaotic. So good little backup score for her. Again, first snap, little spray to the sky, and then the wave just got really messy. But it's a good backup score for her. So things have been simplified, Kaipo. 8 minutes to go. Now she's just looking for something to better that 4-pointer.
Yeah, she's ready to turn and burn right there, but holds on to position. She is the back of the line priority-wise, but in the lead. So she can roam more on the inside or a little bit wider. 8 minutes remaining. Sophie McCulloch, 5.34 is her need. Sierra Kerr, got to get it going. The teenage phenomena, Sierra Kerr, needing a 7.73 to advance. She does have first priority, however.
So here we go. Gabriella seeing another left potentially. And the good news for the lefts is they're downwind, a little bit smoother. This one not cooperating. So Sierra still has enough time where I'm almost positive in her mind she'd still probably like to get 2 waves. You know, a 7.73 is pretty tough right now, so she still has just enough time to do that.
Yeah. I feel Sierra Kerr, she's like due for the tour, right? And she's got plenty of years ahead of her. She's already won a World Junior Champs in 2023. She was runner-up this year in the Philippines for a World Junior title. She's just 18 years old. She's only had 3 starts this year on the Challenger Series, a 33rd in Newcastle, then a 9th in Bolito, and a 25th. So this is good. She's not going to have any throwaways when we're looking at the qualification math for Sierra Kerr. So she's got to make every single event count. So this is really important for her.
Right, bouncing back from some injuries, right?
Yeah, and also with Sierra, I also will go out on a limb on this one. I believe we're going to see her on the. It's just a matter of time before we see her on the tour. She's too good to not be on the championship tour.
Yeah, that's a very secure limb.
It's a thick limb, huh?
She's good. She's too good. But you know, there's things to be aware of. You know, she grew up in the spotlight. She grew up under her dad's tutelage, who's a famous pro surfer with Josh Kerr. So sometimes being born and raised as a pro surfer can get to you. But so far, Sierra seems like she's having a good time, and that's what I want to see. You know, make sure she's still having fun as a kid, because a lot of these girls on tour here, they're still super young, and that's important to stay vibrant on tour, to be sustainable as a tour surfer.
Yeah. Also, with Sierra, when we talk about, accents and linguistics, she's got the coolest accent, bro. It's like, because it's part Carlsbad, it's part Coolangatta.
I'm not aware, really.
Yeah, part-time in Carlsbad, part-time on the Gold Coast. But when you combine the Carlsbad, SoCal, with the Goldie, with Coolangatta.
What's it sound like? Let's hear it.
I can't do it. I'm bad at impressions.
Is there dudes and mates in the same sentence?
Well, maybe not that far, but it's cool. However that evolved, it's a cool accent. And she's also more surfing involved. She's got an incredible air game.
She's great, and with Josh and her mom, of course, they have a good time. They're constantly on the move, traveling to all these really cool places around the globe, and she likes to golf, which is cool. Sometimes she takes a break from surfing, and they do some wakeboarding and stuff. It just seems like they have a good time.
Yeah, the very, very active family, for sure. Also, when she was a kid, part of that Pink Helmet posse, she was a great skateboarder as well. A lot of kids now start with those fundamentals, which I recommend as long as you don't, because I'm part skateboarder myself, as long as you don't wreck yourself when you're really young, you know, because the cool thing about skateboarding is it's so free. You can share it. It's the best thing.
Right.
The tough part about skateboarding is just like, when are you going to break something? Because it's not if. If you do it long enough, you're going to break something.
Sure.
It's just part of it, part of the deal.
Cement is
unforgiving.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Sebi, my oldest daughter, she broke her wrist dropping in at the little, quarter pipe here at the skate park here at Sunset Beach. But yeah, but I agree with you. It teaches you good fundamentals for airs. It teaches you how to pop, that ollie style pop, which most surfers don't naturally have. They have to learn that sort of that pop feel. And then that gives you a really good platform how to expand from there as an aerialist. So that's one of the beautiful things about that crossover with skateboarding.
Yeah, you're spot on. Just the ability to time unweighting. Weighting and unweighting is a lot of like airs in skateboarding, I feel, is more like just unweighting,
Yeah, it's like a jump. And there's nothing jumpy about surfing. Surfing is really carvy and you're swiveling and turning and rail to rail, but skating teaches you to skip and jump a little bit.
Well, Sierra's going to need to jump into something because you can see highlighted the top 2 scores for each of the surfers. Sierra just sitting on a single wave score of a 1.77, needs some work to be done. It's not like she squandered opportunity. There hasn't been a ton of waves. I don't know what's happening right now in the ocean as far as this lull that's coming through. A lot of the swell passing by us. What do you think, Ross?
I think there has been some opportunities for her. We've seen this earlier in this event where it's sort of the curse of having priority. You start lifting your, what you think you should catch. And she needs to be careful because the scores aren't giant. She's got to get in this heat.
So 3 minutes remaining. Does look like some lines are showing themselves. Sophie McCulloch in second priority in a better position to move into that top 2 in advance. Needs just a 5.34 for McCulloch.
Big set there, swinging over from off the wall. No one likes it though. And some of those waves, that's kind of like the Wakita Peak over there. They hit a real funky part of the reef, and when it's this small, they split in half and get funky.
I was going to say that Wakita Peak at small, you can't make it all the way through if you went left. Here we go, Sophie stalling, waiting for it, threads a little tube, but then gets hacked on the way out. So she had the right idea. I mean, she was waiting for it. She was tube seeking, tube hunting, just couldn't find the door.
She did a lot of things right. I liked her technique with stalling. I like that she spotted where to get out of that side door exit. But everything was a little slow motion, and as she was doing that side door exit, she got clipped a little bit. And sometimes you got to be kind of spastic. When you get out of those doggy doors, you got to kind of jump out. And the lip caught her, just clipped her, just enough. And see, I like that technique. Look at that little kind of a dropping, almost looked like a bodyboarder there. So that looked cool, but she had to wait a minute. So the judges won't like that. And then she was a little too slow motion with that doggy door. She really should have just jumped out towards the beach and ended up getting clipped.
Here comes Sierra. She was stalling for the barrel. Oncoming section punts it up there. That's what we're talking about. But just the convergence of water didn't make for a very friendly landing ramp.
There's a glimpse of what she's got. That was pretty cool. I haven't seen many of those today. Air on the end section at back door. Perfect technique too with the grab. Started to rotate a bit, but really pretty hefty peak there. Just missed the barrel. So she says, screw it, I'm gonna punt. And really nice technique there, just was a little late on that ramp, and it caught her board just a little bit, kind of stunted her momentum as far as popping into the air.
Yeah, and she gets just a 1.5, no, she gets, so we're still waiting for that score, 1.53 for Sophie, 1.6 for Sierra Kerr. Priority with Kika, and she's going to use it. Some smooth surfing until right then, catching a rail, so likely, well, her job is to improve upon her 2.83. Nice first turn, but I don't know if she's done that. Gabriella Bryant, heat leader. And just look at some steady surfing. Probably just going to take this one in.
Well, that's good for Kika, right? She's, like you were saying, how high she is on the ratings. This really helps her into the semis.
Yeah, number 4 on the rankings, Francisca Vaselko. And looks like she's on the way to semifinal number 2. Sophie McCulloch trying to play the spoiler here, but with 5 seconds remaining, not going to be enough time.
Yeah, still a pretty good result though. Quarterfinals, got a couple heats under her belt at Pipe.
So it will be Kika Veselko as well as Gabriela Bryant, our first two surfers in semi-final number 2. We're going to roll into quarterfinal number 4 and find out who is going to be joining both Gabriela Bryant and Francisca Veselko in that semi-final number 2. Quarterfinal 4 on the way.
The Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. And by Billabong, official presenting partner of the Lexus Pipe Challenger.
Kika Veselko, the Portuguese surfer, one step closer to qualification. She's in the semifinals, along with Gabriela Bryant. Getting congratulated on her way back up. Congratulations first, then she's gonna have to get into preparation next for semifinal number 2, which we're still gonna be filling with surfers. 2 of these surfers are gonna be in semifinal number 2, but what a stacked heat. Ross Williams, Aaron Brooks, Wong, Katie Simmers, and Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, that's a stacked one right there. And a good mix of techniques and talents too. Goofy footers, regular footers, stylish, you know, performers, and a little bit of everything with Aaron. Aaron's a bit of a powerhouse, actually. So this is a very unpredictable heat. Pretty exciting.
As we see on the ski getting towed back out there as a result of this.
Eve Wong right here, looking for a tube. And I think she actually had the right idea. There was a little barrel there, but the onshore breeze confused her a little bit, and she got clipped.
You want to hear a name, Ross?
Sure.
The full name, Eve Leula Ikalani Akea Wong.
That is epic. Beautiful name. Eve is a beautiful surfer, too. She's got one of the prettiest styles on tour. You know, she's just like fluid surfing. Really great style.
Yeah, her coach, Doug Silva, calls her the butterfly assassin.
Oh.
Here we go. Alyssa Spencer. Encinitas, California, represented here, the goofy foot. Great surfer in her own right. She spent some time on the championship tour, wants to get back on there, Alyssa. 2024, she was the championship tour. In 2023, she finished 4th on the Challenger Series to earn that spot. She wants to earn another spot back. Currently number 8 on the lab ranking, I think I saw. Second quarterfinals appearance this year.
Alyssa spends a lot of time here in Hawaii. I see her all the time on the North Shore for months now. She's been here a lot, so she has a lot of reps, a lot of practice, and almost exclusively goes left out here. She's been getting it done, though. She's just, you know, kind of like Moana, you know, just kind of knows what she wants, and she chooses those waves. And now with this onshore breeze, I think that's lending to her the waves that she likes, because they're rippable, they're smooth, and they have some scoring potential on it. That's a nice snap from Alyssa.
About a year ago, or maybe even less than a year, Alyssa made an equipment change. She used to be on Channel Island surfboards. Now she's riding Sharp Eyes.
Okay.
A lot of surfers on Sharp Eyes coming up right now.
Yeah, Marcio's boards are nice. He's got a lot of curve, more curve in his boards, less foam than normal, and that's really good for these types of waves, because these waves they match that kind of shape. You know, there's a lot of curve in these waves, so they're very sensitive, which these pro surfers like.
So Spencer, 3.33. She goes up into first for Alyssa. Still early days here. Katie Simmers with priority. We expect big things from Katie when she chooses her wave.
A random second reef bubble breaking there.
That's an odd angle. What set that off, Rob?
That was a little second reef bomb. The interval is tiny. The interval is so short. These swells are packed together so tightly, so it's creating these real deep troughs, you know, and it's just like little rogue waves out there.
And even though it broke out there, I feel like the wave actually just missed the mark.
Yeah, it's just so crossed up. And this could be a sign of that west wind about to be fresher. Sometimes you get these forerunner swells and chops ahead of the wind, which is an indicator of, you know, some strong west winds out in the ocean. And that'll confuse everyone a little bit, because that's kind of sizable, you know, to have that much power outside on second reef. But It's elusive. I mean, it's not elusive. It's actually, you know, almost like false information, because really what they're looking at is some of these waves are much smaller and more shreddable.
So we got two goofy foots out there, Alyssa Spencer and Erin Brooks. Erin Brooks, we're going to see her on her second year on the championship tour. And two regular footers in the way of Katie Simmers and Eve Leula Wong. So maybe some pits. Split peeking. Here's Erin, backhand. She likes to right, no problem. Gets through there. Roomy backdoor barrel. She's going to get credit for that, and she's going to get exploded upon too. But Erin Brooks, that was cool.
Erin, you know, spent so much time, you know, learning how to surf right here on the North Shore. She's super brave. She charges, and she's just a small woman, but man, she sends it. And she sought that backdoor barrel out. That was, you know, we haven't seen a lot of surfers put themselves in position for these kind of barrels, and Erin did a really good job sort of separating. You can see that separation in levels and what they want, you know, because backdoor still has, you know, some power on offer out there, and Erin did a really good job identifying this barrel.
Yeah, and execution as well, because that wasn't easy water to thread through.
Absolutely, yeah, it had a lot of whitewash on the face, so it was real tricky to sort of doggy door out of that thing. She did a great job. And you can see when she doggy doored it, she jumped out of that. She really repositioned, angled her nose back towards the beach to get out of it.
So while we're waiting for that score, let's hear from the last heat winner, Gabriela Bryant with Mitchell Salazar.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Gabby, former member of the Hawaii junior team. You've been all over the world, competing here at home in Hawaii, though. Third time I've spoken to you today. Congratulations once again. What it feel like, especially laying down those big carves on the open face?
Yeah, thank you, but it's definitely changed a lot with the incoming tide or incoming swell and a little bit of wind. But just trying to find the corners to do some big turns was kind of my goal. Like hunt turns, and if a barrel pops up, then go for it. But yeah, I snuck away. I found a little left on my way back out, and it's really hard right now. Like there's so much energy in this new swell, so it's really like coming in strong. But yeah, Erin just got a super sick one, so there's still some barrels out there for sure.
Can you tell the audience back home how difficult it is to actually drop into one of those waves that's just fully forming the entire time at backdoor two?
Yeah, unless you've like experienced it out there like this, it's no one I don't think understands. But so much water moving, so much energy just going onto one part of the reef, and don't want to be caught in the wrong spot, I'll tell you that.
All right, what are some of the shows you've been binging in the off season? A couple good ones, I would think.
Oh my gosh, I'm not like a crazy show person, but I like to read a lot, so maybe a bit more reading. But this is pretty cringy, but I love Heartland on Netflix. It's really good. It's like eases the mind. It's like easy watching. So I've been watching that, and I don't know, just yeah, I'm not too much of a show person.
Love it. Best of luck the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Kipes.
Wow, that was interesting. You got anything you're I wouldn't say this. Any series that you're watching? I don't like the word binging, actually.
Taylor Sheridan, I like his writing. He did the 1883 Landman, Yellowstone. I'm a fan of him. Okay. It's like a man opera, you know. It's just a lot of violence and drama. And it's good though.
That's cool. Well, we got the score for Erin Brooks during that one, a 6.83, and then we also saw Erin quickly activate and get a backup score on her left of a 3.9, so Brooks into the lead right here. Smart.
I'd like to give a shout out to Erin too for the old school 80s flame airbrush too. Right? I like that. It's a nice little tribute to, sort of looks like a Jeannie Chesser airbrush. I don't know who airbrushes her boards, but I like it. Bit old school 80s vibe.
Yeah, Matt Biolis' daughter, Ryder.
Gotcha.
Airbrushes her board, but look at this. This is a 683.
Good job, Ryder. They're beautiful sprays. And yeah, that was a crazy, wild ride right there. And it is tough to see on your screen and appreciate, you know, incoming swell, but there is some new energy out there.
Yeah. Great pickup, by the way. Jeannie Chesser, the queen of Alamana Bowls, pretty much, I almost think she invented the flame spray. I'm pretty sure like
she did a lot of that.
You could go back in history, and I don't know if there were that many flames before Jeannie started airbrushing those flames on surfboards.
And she's still going too. She still puts down some beautiful airbrushes on board. Shout out to Jeannie and her son, legendary Todd Chesser. We're gonna go have breakfast, a little tribute, annual breakfast for Todd in a few days.
Over at the spot?
Over at Cafe Haliva, yeah.
Nice.
But yeah, what's up, Jeannie?
Yeah. All right, so the two Goofy Foots out in the lead, and Katie Simmers, well, not surprisingly, we've seen her do this before. We've seen her be very selective. She's just, you know, waiting for the wave that she wants. She's not going to compromise.
She's not frantic. She's very chill. Again, I always bring this up, but she reminds me of Tom Curran. She kind of just wills the ocean to help her out, and sometimes it takes a minute.
Yeah, but a lot of times it shows up for Katie Simmers.
It does.
Just like Tom Curran.
Yes, exactly. She's got that magic and style and technique. She's fun.
50 years of professional surfing we're going to be celebrating. I hope that we're going to get some time with some Tom Curran interviews. So, because catching up with Tom is always a good time.
I love it.
Because that's like you're seeing through someone else's like brilliant mind sometimes, you know?
I hope he's in Australia with you guys down there. That'd be cool.
I hope
Get him in a heat. Get him in the booth for a couple heats.
Oh.
Maybe some like awkward 5-minute pauses. I love it.
Holy.
Tom is the best, dude. My eyes are peeled to the screen when he's there.
Evie Wong on a bit of a step up, but a nice couple of turns there. Just had a half-point start. Wants to get some momentum going out here, nearly halfway through the heat for Evie Wong, Billabong team rider.
Yeah, she is on a step up. That board looks a little long to me, so that can be sticky in a tight transition, which backdoor has. So interesting there. I think, you know, she's deciding maybe I want more paddle power, and that is comforting, you know, to get in early. But I like the maneuverability of a slightly shorter board out here when you're trying to do turns.
Yeah, probably. You know, she probably had a little strategy meeting with her coach Doug Silva on equipment selection. Here she is.
Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with trying to, you know, commit to rail surfing, but out here the transition is so tight. It's more of jams and little hacks you're doing at backdoor, and even like off the lips and stuff like that. So sometimes a longer board can get in your way.
Heat leader Aaron Brooks, double pump off the bottom, slashing off the top. Aaron looking for another bonus section. Little whitewater rebound gone wrong. Likely not to improve upon her 3.9, but she'll remain in the lead.
Erin's the exact opposite. She's unapologetic about how short her boards are.
Backhand for Alyssa Spencer. Smooth off the bottom, slashes off the top. Spencer lining up here with some nice rhythm down the line. Can she get 3 turns in? And she's going to get eaten up by the 3rd turn, but 2 quality turns previously.
I like the equipment change, you know, because Alyssa is, she has a real long bottom turn on her.
Yeah.
She draws her turns out almost more than anyone. And with the Sharp Eye boards, they are really curvy and chippy. So I think that'll help her be a little more pivoty, which is good for her surfing.
Yeah, you talked about, you know, Aaron Brooks. Well, let's get to Aaron right here on the replay.
Yeah, I mean, she is shorter in stature to some of her people in this heat. So a shorter board makes sense, but she's aggressive. It's a mindset. Erin looks to hit the section really hard. She looks for strong pivots, and she likes those boards to behave. And these are the drawn-out turns from Alyssa. You can always see real drivey bottom turns, very smooth. So I do like that if she's trying to be a little more aggressive, adding some curve to her boards to, you know, turn a little tighter.
Yeah. But back to Erin here on the North Shore, you know, she's just been coming up. She stays very busy, you know, not just in heats, but in free surfs. I mean, sometimes at Rocky Point, it seems like she's on every other wave. Have you seen how, like, she's on top of it?
I don't know if she gets tired. She surfs a lot. Then she'll come in and, like, her pops will have her do 500 jumps on a trampoline, dude. Like, she's a machine.
Yeah. Yeah, and she's also got more kind of resources with her now. Just got on Red Bull, so that's going to be enhancing, you know, what Red Bull with their athlete program, which spans numerous sports. But the one thing that they have that they put together to, no matter what your sport is great doctors, great PT, great training. Oh, we're taking a break right now. We got Aaron Brooks out in the lead, Alyssa Spencer in second. And semifinal number 1 getting ready to activate. Molly Picklup's got her Apple Watch. Let's go.
My name is Evely Uloi Klenia Kia Wong, and I'm from the island of Oahu. I love surfing because I love being in the ocean. It's where I feel most confident and most like myself. A bikini kind of life means I get to experience new places, new cultures, new people, and while doing what I love. My name is Evely Ulawang, and this is the bikini kind of life.
Back here at Pipeline, the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong since 1973. Outfitting surfers, both men and women. Looks like Aaron Brooks got a wave while we were gone. And Aaron Brooks in the lead. Well, let's see the wave first.
Okay, late drop for Aaron. She's been definitely the most active. Oh my gosh. Again, she's just displaying how crazy she is. She's on another planet. She's surfing so well. Really aggressive though. You know, she's not out there, you know, tippy-toeing around. She's looking for anything, any wedge, and she's smashing it. Backside, upside down, spray to the heavens.
We call that in Hawaiian a big putty right there. A big slap or crack.
Oh, she laid it down.
That was a putty right there. Yeah, Mahina Olelo Hawaii this month, the month where we celebrate Hawaiian language. So forgive me for randomly breaking into Hawaiian words.
Keep it going, Kaipo. And speaking of that, Eve is pretty fluent, isn't she?
She's completely fluent.
That's awesome.
Yeah, yeah. So Wong needing a 4.53. Simmers still just, you know, got the anchor out there, enjoying the afternoon, I guess. Katie Simmers. But still in the game, I mean, she's easily can get a 6.57 with her talent.
Did we see her take off?
She must have. It's a quick up and out because she's just got to 0 for a fractional score.
That could be. So
Maybe
now she's looking for a barrel, a little wipeout. We're going to get it for you in a minute. See what Katie got up to because she waited a long time for that.
Yeah, that's frustrating. When you have your coach hat on, that's got to be frustrating.
Bro. Yeah, I mean, she was really patient, which today, you know, it's not really the call because it's consistent and it's kind of mushy. Oh, she wanted to kick out, and she does. So that probably ran into shallow reef there.
Eve Wong going to hang with this one. Again, she just needs about a 4.5 point ride to get into the top 2. If she finishes it, she's going to put that possibility, distinct possibility, with that finish. Oh, you know, sassy with a little rebound on the inside too. The redirect.
Okay, so she's going to get herself back into the lineup with the jet ski assist. And Eve, let's take a look again. We've been noticing on a pretty big step up there, so smoother, rounder carve, another little smooth snap there. And this will keep the score in that so-so range. Finishes it with a closeout, which is kind of cool, but even that, she didn't quite smash the lip. So you can see the aggression from Aaron Brooks. And then Eve is just a little more smoother with her attack. She got a 3 for that. Yeah. So if she's going to make an adjustment and advance in this heat, she needs to get a little more aggressive. Which Eve does, by the way. She's fearless. Yeah. I've seen her smash insane sections. So let's see if she makes this adjustment.
And let's see what happens with Katie Simmers, who's now in second priority, still needing a 6.57. Sakura Johnson getting ready. Her mom, Shinobu, putting the competitor knot in the back of the jersey.
That's part of the routine right there. Shinobu always does the knots in the jerseys. That's, I mean, since Sakura was 8 years old, this is the program right here.
How important is that just to have a pattern?
Yeah.
For some people, right?
I think it just feels familiar, brings up a comfort. There's a nice little high five from her coach. And that's a knot right there from Israel. And she's a quiet charger too. Someone that I've been learning about. You know, that's good looking, Kaipo. Look at that glassy line at Haleiwa.
A little bubble that has been settled over.
That's encouraging.
So you see the wind line and then you see that glass behind there.
That's good news. You know, we're not getting smashed by any crazy Kona winds right now. That's good for the afternoon.
Ross and I like to read the horizon.
Yeah.
Like a book.
We're being weather nerds.
I love it, bro. I feel like if you're a surfer and if you make a surf lifestyle, you're almost automatically a weather nerd.
You have to be.
You got, yeah.
Right? If you want to be kind of on it and get those sneaky sessions at your favorite little secret spot.
Got to be the weather nerd.
You got to nerd out a little bit, but that's beautiful. Look at Haleiwa's sheet glass over there. So a calm afternoon maybe in front of us.
That would be sweet. Of course, we talk about our surf weathermen here in Hawaii. Got to shout out some of the local characters. Been doing it for a long time. Mr. Guy Hoggy good friend of ours, surfer, and the lead weatherman at our local news channels, always giving us surf report and forecasts.
Yeah, guys, great. Ooh, Erin, another one. Look at her.
Erin, oh my goodness, can she come out? And she does. Wow, that's reminiscent of the wave that she got over at Snapper.
What a weapon.
That was a weapon, Dree.
No one even near her. I mean, fourth priority. It's just like she's in the water by herself. She's just, you know, so aggressive. She's not afraid to go down to the sketchier part of the shallow reef down at Aints by off the wall, and you know, she's taking advantage of some waves that are hiding from most competitors today. See how that she's further down towards off the wall. Fourth priority, and scoops a pretty technical barrel. That was super deep. I mean, I could even see this going in a 9-point range. That was a great barrel.
Oh yeah.
And did a no grab bottom turn that gave her a good drive into that barrel.
That was Gabe Medina stuff right there. That's the stuff that Medina does at backdoor. And the applause on the beach, and rightfully so, for Erin Brooks on the ski back out. And as you can see up there on our score screen, big number, 9.43.
And now, I mean, it's a battle for second. Alyssa Spencer right now holding on to that, and Erin just putting on a show. This is a clinic.
Yeah, this is what we tell Erin, come, rest, come in, come. Would you ever tell a competitor, Ross, this is a hypothetical question.
Yeah.
Come save your energy. You have 16 points right now. You're clearly going to go to the semifinals.
Well, you know, you can't because they're out in the water, so that's their decision. And you would look, it's almost like an etiquette thing. If you came in with like 6 minutes to go or something like that, it's kind of like you're, you know, it's a little bit disrespectful. You're like, I already beat you guys. I'm out of here.
Or it's just like, it's a flex, man.
It could be a flex.
I like that. A lot of sports have you know, a lot of sports have people who flex a little bit, and they become personalities in that sport.
That's like an investment, like, yeah, just a little statement. But Erin is just having fun. She's a Grom. She's going to go, like, maybe I'll get one more barrel.
Yeah, true.
Maybe I'll pop an air.
Highest waves of the day, and Erin Brooks is on the top there with that 9.43. Tia Zabrowski with an 8.5. Molly Picklum with a 8.23. We're going to see Zabrowski and Picklum in semifinal number 1, some of our top scorers.
Wow. Very impressive from Erin. Yeah, just separating herself. This is insane. So again, we do have 4 minutes left. Eve doesn't need much. Katie needs to get activated here.
I think we've seen in the past where Katie's, there was a heat out at Sunset where she just needed a 2 or something, and she sat out there and just would not compromise.
It's over it.
I think there's a certain a purist in her where she's just like, you know what? Not a good heat for me. Whatever.
I like that. She's mysterious. Again, you know, you never know. She could have threw down 2 9s in this heat. And this is one of those heats where she's doing almost the opposite. It seems like she's just kind of chilling.
But also, she could also just score that 6.2 that she needs and send shockwaves into semifinal number 2. Unfortunately, she's got 3rd priority. So she had a couple of stop and goes, you know?
You put nothing past her, right?
Yeah.
But there is swell starting to sort of show its energy right now, so that kind of gets rid of the whole air idea. So she's going to have to find a little barrel.
Alyssa Spencer uses priority, slashes off the top. Spencer straightening out here. She's going to lean on 1 turn to better her score line. She's going to have to score better than a 3.33 to do so. But she also did a little bit of defense as well, keeping Eve off of that wave. Eve Leulawong now with priority.
There's that new swell. You can see that. That's like double overhead right there. That's a lot of energy. So this makes maneuvers and certainly aerials pretty far and few in between. So this is, you know, open door for Eve. 3.77 Kaipo. That's pretty doable.
Yeah. Well, did we get the score for Alyssa Spencer? Yes, we did, a 2.87. So the math has not changed at all for Eve Leulawong. 3.77, like Ross said, to advance. She's got first priority. She's looking at her Apple Watch and seeing that she's got 2.5 minutes.
So the key to the score, what's interesting is she can't really throw those really mellow wraps in there. You know, if she takes off on like a head-high wave, for example, she'll have to crack the lip to get, you know, breach that 4-point ride.
Evie sees something here. Looks right, looks left. She's going to go for turns. First one needs way more than that and mistimes that. So now the plot thickens. Katie Simmers, 6.2 is what Simmers needs. Simmers with 2 minutes on the clock. First priority, and sets are marching in.
Wow. Alyssa just did like the Matrix bullet dodge right there.
Yeah.
That was, you know, Eve, there was some scoring potential. It was a little confusing for Eve. She didn't know whether to go right, go left, go right, and she went back left again. And so she wasn't settled in and tried to do 2 for 1 there. That second maneuver, that second section, caught her by surprise, and she couldn't get there in time. Wow, energy.
That's some energy right there with Katie Simmers having to duck dive. Simmers, minute 24 on the clock. Sets coming through here. And although there's a lot of swell, a lot of them didn't have shape.
Leave it to Katie Simmers to find a barrel right now and drop like an 8 to advance through with a minute left. She has priority. Love to see a big old wedge come her way. See if she can get one of those barrels.
We're on to the semis right now. Are there any adjustments you expect to see in semifinal number 1 from our surfers with these changing conditions?
A pleasant one, which is, you know, it's still hollow. We're looking for tubes. So we were talking a lot about grindy maneuvers, but I think barrels are back on the top of the program here.
Erin Brooks likes to get barrel, but she also likes just a cruisy ride in because she's in semifinal number 2, locked in with just 35 seconds on the clock. Who's going to join her? Does Katie Simmers have a chance? 30 seconds on the countdown.
Anything? Anything?
Anyone?
Looks quiet.
Huh. Really quiet. So one more chance, and that's it for Katie Simmers. So it looks like it's going to be Alyssa Spencer as well as Erin Brooks, the 2 goofy foots, victorious here in quarterfinal number 4.
That was a statement from Erin. Really impressive.
Yeah, they'll be joining Gabrielle Bryant and Kika Veselko in semifinal number 2. When we get back underway, when we get into those semifinals, we're going to get into the semifinals pretty much straight away. Erin's nothing but smiles coming up the beach. And Jimmy.
Oh, look at him.
Happy to see her. We're happy to report more surfing on the way. Semifinal number 1 after this. Erin Brooks, she's in semifinal 2.
Erin Brooks just showed off her talent at Backdoor Pipeline. A 9-point ride for Erin Brooks. She loved every bit of that. Making this debut on the 2026 CS. Really worthwhile. Getting some space like that, preparing for the Dream Tour, starting at Bell's. Erin Brooks has always been comfy. Well, it seemed that way at Pipe and Backdoor, and she called upon a lot of legends to help that, you know, from K.I. Hart to Shane Beshan to Shane Dorian and many, many more. She really leaned on everything that she could with legends, with time spent and travel to be the world-class surfer she is today.
Smart. Super smart on Erin's behalf. I mean, to be able to not only be so talented but navigate some of the world's hardest waves, to tap into those guys who have figured out those lineups, it's genius. It has to be the way for the future.
And she just bought a house down the street. Well, maybe we can see it from here. Now we can't see it on this angle, but she's really going to be posted up here on the North Shore, I think, throughout majority of the winter months. In between events on tour, she's going to really call this place home. She's moving on, 16.26 total. We did lose Caitlin Simmers in that last heat. As the semifinals start now, Natle Lior has been just on a tear since the opening round. Maybe one of the biggest movers on the rankings since round 1 on the CS. And she has Tia Zabrowski, Molly Picklum, and Betty Lou to deal with today.
Yeah, we're going to see 3 out of these 4 women on the championship tour coming up this year. And Nat making a last-minute dash for the finish line as well. So potentially all 4 women that we're going to see on the championship tour. 3 of them obviously confirmed. And Tia, you know, we saw that big statement for Erin. I'd say as far as it goes today, Tia probably with the next highest statement after that. So I know she'd be looking to Erin thinking, all right, give me some of that. I want a piece of that action. So it feels like Tia, she's going to be charging some of those big backdoor barrels.
Tia Zabrowski looking to be the champion of the Challenger Series. And we mentioned before what her and Yolanda's plans might be since they've qualified. It'll be interesting if the rankings plays a part of it. If one drops down to second, they might be like, hey, I want to win this thing. More incentive coming into Newcastle. Knowing that'll be a quick turnaround to Bells. And it's not just you have to be ready for Bells if you're competing at Newey. You have to be ready for basically not just the Aussie leg of the CT, but also Raglan with boards and coaching, supporting flights to get there. So it's a lot to prep, and Tia will have a lot of backup from her great sponsors and all the great people that she's been working with, like Joan Duru, to help her plan her rookie season. Little off balance, but Anat pulls it off to get down the line.
Yeah, and she's definitely had a real go today. We think about the very first heat we saw this morning. She had an incredible barrel in the last round as well. So it feels like Anat, she's building up for something really big here.
Last heat was Erin Brooks, took the win. She's with Mitch.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Here with the Firestorm, Erin Brooks, a 9.43, more than 16 points. So you both have the highest score of the event on the women's side and the highest heat total. How'd it feel out there, especially dropping that 9? Incredible stuff, Erin. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm just so stoked to get some backdoor waves. I mean, normally I always just go pipe. I never go backdoor, and I haven't really been getting any backside barrels this winter, so it's nice to get some practice. I'm really thankful to the Lord for sending me such amazing waves throughout these tough conditions. I mean, it's still pretty windy out there, but I was really happy to get a few.
At one point in your career, did you realize that, hey, I'm not only the phenom people are talking about, now I made it to the championship tour, I qualified, and there's potential to win a world championship afterwards too?
I mean, yeah, coming in younger, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders. I definitely had that last year, especially winning as a wild card. Everyone expected me to do great things. My rookie year wasn't what I had planned, but I'm really excited and motivated to go back next year and hopefully fight for that title.
And what about going left at Raglan, also a member of the Goofy Footed Union too?
Yeah, I mean, losing Jave is a little sad, but I was so stoked to have a left point break. I mean, I bet all the Goofies were. It's going to be really sick. I've never been there before, but I'm really excited to go left.
And what about finishing the year right here at Pipeline, especially considering that you have the prep at the Challenger Series event here?
Yeah, it's been so great getting to practice throughout this contest and having it finishing out here again. I mean, it's so exciting to crown the world champ here in Hawaii, and I think everyone has been waiting for it to come back here, so I bet everyone's stoked, and I'm stoked as well.
Keep having fun. Congrats.
Thank you.
Joe?
Thanks so much, Mitch. Erin Brooks, excited for her second year on tour, representing Canada. A solid run on the Rookie of the Year race, but she knows she's unsatisfied. I think there was so much going into her rookie season being a phenom. She had world title contender type talk around her, which made sense. And I think for her, she just left a little bit out there. I'm thinking of the other way. She learned a lot. She knows how to compete. And with a schedule like this, that's making Erin Brooks really happy.
Oh, absolutely. I love the fact that she's also never been to Raglan. I think she's going to love it.
You've competed there, haven't you?
I have competed at Raglan
Break
before.
it down for us.
Oh, gosh, it's so fun. It really does bend back towards you. For me, that's on my backside, so you wind up and that bowl is just perfectly there. Being on your forehand, it'll be so fun. Obviously, a couple of great surfers coming from Raglan. Billy Stanman, who competed in this event, he'll be hoping to get a wild card, I'm sure, but yeah, incredible wave. And then to go from there to Punta Roca, Sakurima, and then to the big barreling waves that everyone loves. It is the dream tour for a reason, and look at that schedule.
There's this little block that keeps staring at me from Chopes to Cloudbreak back to back. We haven't had that just synchronized, in a long time. That'll be really fun to break down. Just big old lefts, a treacherous one at Chopes. Cloudbreak can be scary too, but a little bit bigger playground with a lot of different moods as well. And then to lower, Trestles as a regular season event again, which will be in September, which is a great month in Southern California for lowers, to see where the benchmark is for high performance surfing.
Wow, Erin's looking extremely strong.
So focused, one of the hardest working athletes we've ever seen. That was her dad behind her there. I remember meeting them when she was coming over to surf Rocky Point a long time ago. Had about 6 boards on the beach. Her dad at the time wasn't even filming. I think he kind of picked up a camera later, But he was just watching, hanging out. You know, he didn't grow up surfing himself, and he was just supporting Erin in her dream. Started surfing in Maui and then just went all in. It wasn't like I'm going to surf for a little bit and have fun. She surfed and was like, the next day it felt like I want to be a world champ.
Wow.
And she'd show up at Honolulu Bay. She'd ask questions to Carissa. She was a part of the Rising Tides. And then before we know it, she's in the world title race. Here comes Betty Lou around the corner. Big rip in the pocket for the local. Draws that line on the open face well. A nice clean two, make it 3-turn combination. Nice performance right. She can walk to the wave at Haleiwa from her house. Owned that Challenger Series event when she was about 16, beating all of her heroes a few years back. That was kind of her coming out party to the global scene. Everyone on Oahu knew she'd be a threat on tour. As we see what she did again here, Jesse.
I love watching Betty surf. She's so graceful. You can see just the way she rips through that second part of the carve. She has this second acceleration, which I think really sets her apart from a lot of the other women on the tour as well. 3 really nice carves. You can see it's a good starter wave. It's going to settle her nerves. It's just get her into this heat in some way, shape or form. She obviously wants to be in the barrel, but watch this carve. That second acceleration through where she really drives super hard off that back foot. It gives her this element of, oh, wow. When she's carving, a lot of people carving like, oh, yeah, but Betty, you feel it.
Molly Picklum coming off the top. At the end of that wave, we see her version of a top turn wrap. She released one at Margaret River in her rookie season and got into the 9s with an aggressive down carve swoop. Oddly, she fell off tour in that same event and had to come back through the Challenger Series. The same story for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, qualifying so young, had to kind of go through those hard yards of being a rookie on tour. You saw how Erin Brooks was reflecting on her rookie season, wishing for more. But Molly and Betty Lou had to do the same thing, hoping for more bigger performances to come, and they certainly did.
Yeah, Molly, how many times have you kind of seen that, you know, one of the best get knocked off tour their rookie year and come back better? And Molly, obviously just an absolute icon of our sport now, and she had to go through that herself. Beautiful carve as a top turn to kick off her semi-final campaign here. But yeah, I think the likes of Ethan Ewing as well. He fell off his rookie season. Now he's back, and he's such a statement on the men's side of the tour, especially known for his rail surfing. So I really do feel like it's not a bad thing. You know, Erin just spoke about her rookie season not being what she wanted it to be. She didn't fall off, but it feels like this next year could be something really special for her.
Andy Irons as well. Wild one. Fell off and then became a 3-time world champ, as we see the windup from Anat Lelior.
Wow.
Well-timed backside snap. Going up to the top again for a second turn on a big wall, but she falls down on her way out of that last maneuver. Would have liked to have seen her hang on to that a bit longer to get complete credit for it. But she did well to hang it up there 2 times. First turn, brilliant. And that's what she's been doing, adapting to hollow sections where she could get barreled and showing how powerful she is, especially on her backhand attack.
Her backhand, when we were in Portugal for the Challenger Series event there, she was lethal. Her backhand is exceptional. Watch it right here. That bottom turn, entire fin out, crisp, critical connections on the top of the wave there. A little on her heel edge with all that water coming back towards her. I'm really intrigued to see if the judges deem that complete or not, but how is the venom in that first turn? She's got impeccable timing. Again, on that second one, with that just timing and really a lot of water coming off that back foot as well. I loved that first turn. That is easily going to be the best wave of the heat, and I'm really intrigued to see if the judges are going to deem that second ride completed. It's almost there, but it's probably not held on for long enough.
You can tell almost maybe she thought she just had it. Maybe her foot was in a weird spot, but going down that quickly, you want to always ride out with just complete control and show the judges you've got it. The first turn was so big that she still could get a solid score. And sometimes on the ride away from the judges' angle, they might call it complete. We'll find out in a moment. Molly Picklum's opener, 3.07. The running right for Betty Lou at 2.67. And now another look at the last of Le Lior.
I think as well, smart for these ladies to get big critical turns. That is probably one of the best turns we've seen today. Thinking of that Gabby Bryan finner this morning, that two-turn combination is up there with the best two-turn combination of the day. Obviously, Katie got her fair share on that board, but I feel like Nat, like I mentioned in the quarterfinals, she is a real front runner to go all the way to the final.
Scores in at a 6.17. I'm almost thinking they're calling that second turn incomplete. I'm going to ask the judges in a second, but that first turn was so big, I think she earned a 6.17 there. She's out in front. We'll take a quick break. Semi 1 continues after this. Big news coming in hot on the Challenger Series rankings. Yolanda Hopkins, Tia Zabrowski, we know their destiny this year. They're on the championship tour to debut in their rookie start. You ready for another big announcement?
I'm ready.
Woo! Officially qualifying once again for the championship tour. Amazing to see Sally do what she does the best for another lap in the world title race. This is going to be fun.
It wouldn't be the same without her. Let's be real. I love having Sally on tour, and I think every time she falls back to the Challenger Series, she's such a standout. She always gets back there, and we spoke about it earlier today, Joe. She's been a part of so many firsts in women's surfing, equal pay, women at Pipeline, the tours syncing up between women and men. And now she's going to be a part of the biggest ever field of women that we've ever had in surfing history.
I can't find her right now. If she's free surfing somewhere and you guys just heard the news and you see her, tell Sally she's back on tour. She's officially requalified for the championship tour. So many moments in her career that were just legendary. One of my favorites in Fiji, blowing out her eardrum, duct taping her ears and putting a helmet on and winning that event at Cloudbreak in back-to-back years. That's just one great memory. There's thousands of them. Her hot streak of 45 consecutive quarterfinal appearances when she first made the tour. She's back.
45 consecutive quarterfinals.
Isn't that crazy?
That is wild.
And perfect attendance too. She never missed events. She just, if she might have had an injury, she probably did at this level. She was always showing up, always preparing herself, mind, body, soul. What a legend. She's back on tour to be with her peers like Steph, like Carissa, like Tyler. She was always part of those stories. That was like the Fantastic Four, we used to call them, because they're always in finals together. Watching Tia Zabrowski now come off the bottom. Wow, that was well timed. Carved a snap, now out in front for the wrapping cutback. The French Tahitian will kick out on the inside corner, and the 14-year-old's looking for the lead. Remember that 617 that Anat Le Lior got? The two-turn combo, almost. We got confirmation from the head judge that the second turn was incomplete. So where would have that score gone if she rode out clean? It definitely would have been excellent.
Absolutely, it would have been excellent. Those two turns together were really, really special to watch. I feel like we always come back to this, especially as spectators of surfing, you always come back to this moment of if a turn makes you feel something, or you involuntarily make a noise like, oh, wow, or this combination was exactly that. It starts off that bottom turn so drawn out, so connected with that lip. To do it again, and then here just with that power of the wave, it forced her over her heels and unfortunately off the wave. But look at this replay. Starts off with a carve, doesn't have that big exclamation point start, but then in the middle, huge second turn here for Tia Zabrowski. Reminder, 14 years old, and she is absolutely punching through big sections. And I feel like Nat's definitely got the edge when it comes to those big backside turns, but Tia really showcasing that potentially at a wave like Raglan, she can still get a big result because she's got an incredible just repertoire, either front side or backside.
You know what's fun about that too is the Goofies on tour are always being compared as the best backhanders on tour for good reason. They have all the rights in the world to deal with. But now I'm really pumped to see the regular footers have a performance left like this.
Yes.
There's a lot of natural footers that have been wanting a left as well. It's not just Goofies hoping this is going to come true. And I think, you know, Manu Bay can provide a really good platform for some left foot forward surfers to show what they can do and mix it up with verticals, backhand snaps into wrapping cutbacks, backside punts as well. We know what Billy Stearman does on his home break year after year, a 9-time national champ. Being a regular foot, he just wins on that wave. Called his home break.
You know who I'd love to see in that event, if I could pick a wild card, who I would love to see? She was sitting next to me not long ago, Macy Callahan.
Oh.
Her backhand is incredible.
Another surfer that, you know, on tour, she's always on her front side for the most part. And, you know, performance left, wow. It's going to be a lot to break down. That's going to be the case for Molly Picklum, for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, who are in this matchup now, just like Tia. Molly, big open face wall and an absolute hammer on that section. She was hoping for a little bonus to back it up, settling for one big move, and she'll step off. We were kind of diving into her heat before, going the turn kind of heard and seen around the world at a giant 15-foot section at Sunset Beach. Almost maxed out the scale on one maneuver. Not everyone has a single maneuver turn moment that they remember for. Molly does. Tommy Carroll does at Pipe. Dane Reynolds does at Haleiwa. Let's watch this.
Yeah, really nice connection with the lip here for Molly. I feel like obviously not having that impeccable timing, I mean, she's got great timing, but when you look at the timing from Nat, from Tia, they got a lot of spray off that back foot. Molly going for a bit more of a drifting maneuver. You can see her tail really sits high up on the coping of the wave here, and her fins absolutely would have been showing out the back on this wave for Molly, but you can see she kind of shrugged her shoulders at one point there. Felt like maybe a bit frustrated. She wants more out here today.
Anat Leliar, late takeoff and just ejecting quickly. Smart decision there, seeing where she was on the reef. Didn't want to spend extra time having to paddle back out, so she'll punch free. Molly's last score, 3.43. Still under the surfer from Israel, which just shows a nice balanced heat according to region, you know, having Anat Lelior representing Israel, Molly, Australia, Tia Zabrowski, kind of French and Tahiti, then Betty Lou right here on the north shore of Oahu. Even though you have certain areas, like especially Hawaii, with the birthplace of modern surfing, it's such a global sport with so many regions just creating world-class talent. And that's we're showing that off here in this semifinal.
Absolutely. And you think about, you know, you would have watched Betty from a really young age grow into this surfer, and she would have had a lot of international men and women influence the type of surfer she is. So to now be competing at home against this international field who maybe these same surfers influenced, it's just amazing for Betty. I also think as far as a championship tour surfer goes, what a great kind of, I feel like, eyesight to be able to see what's coming. You know, this is going to be a really great taste tester to be like, okay, Tia, she's coming to the tour next year. Let's see how I can beat her at Pipeline. What are her strengths? What are her weaknesses? Molly, she's really into knowing that for other competitors. So I feel like this is going to be really great to start to get to know these new rookie class that is going to come through and try and ruffle some feathers on the tour.
My favorite part about this generation too, you know, focusing on Molly and Betty Lou is their interviews. They're so open. They're
open.
So willing to talk about a rival. There's a one-on-one episode we did with Molly Picklum and Margaret River, and we're just talking about her peers and who she's coming up with. And when we mentioned Betty Lou, her eyes popped out. She goes, yep, we're going to push each other for the rest of our career, and in such a positive way. Here's Molly now.
Wow.
Big backside whip, attacking that section, putting a lot more into it, in a much bigger section than she had on her wave previous. Zabrowski just weaving, not finding too much, and she'll step off.
Yeah, really nice exchange there. You can see Molly was getting a bit frustrated. I feel like she was hunting a barrel out there, but ladies have had to go to turns this heat, and Molly just wanted to get that big solid connection. Another surfer, going back on that Raglan conversation, who's going to be incredible. Molly has such a strong backhand. This is a perfect example of it. A lot of wobble on this wave, but watch the timing. Gains her speed, wipes it off a little bit, but beautiful connection with the lip line there. You can see the tail still drifting, but got the spray. This is definitely better than her last one as far as timing and just power goes. Had to free fall out of that too, so adding a little bit of drama. There's some X factor there for Molly. Tia, love seeing these two ladies go back to back here. Just a bit of a check turn. It obviously through a lot of water, but we know that she's got a lot better connection to go in comparison to this wave. You can see here, unfortunately, I feel it a little bit under. The judges will be really critical of exactly where that board was placed, and she knew that as well. She wasn't going to muck around with that inside section. So, wow, the judge is really loving that last one of Molly.
Molly Picklum throwing down a 5.5, much bigger section than her 3.43. She just took the lead off of Nale Lior. Surfer from Israel down to second. Tia Zabrowski now needs a 3.04 to move into the top two, and Betty Lou needs a 4.04. One of the best finals ever, or finals days ever, was the one where we saw Molly and Katie in the final out here at the CT level. It was the semifinal before that, though, with Molly and Betty Lou. That was, I think, in my mind, one of the best heats of all time. You know, Betty Lou was absolutely ripping in the excellent range. They both can go right, they both can go left, you know, showing no weaknesses there. Now they're back at Pipe together in much different conditions, but, you know, that's what you're hoping for in the future. Those are these moments where you're like, if Pipe and Backdoor are firing, put Chopes in the equation, Cloud Break, you're just begging for a matchup with Molly versus Betty Lou.
Absolutely, and that goes back to that conversation of Molly knowing that Betty Lou's going to push her for the rest of her career. Pretty interesting at this point, though. Betty Lou with only one wave. She's having a paddle here.
Important ride for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She's got a knife it, so was really searching for a second scoring ride that put her in the top two. Now time's against her.
Remember, Betty Lou's wave was the first we watched of this heat. That really nice combination of rail carves. That was pretty much bang on that 30-minute mark. So 28 minutes is a long time to wait for something. I feel like Betty Lou was definitely trying to find a barrel out there, but I just think she had to be a little bit quicker with her reaction time and see that there's getting some big scores locked in for single maneuvers. We know that she can get that as well. Stressful times on the beach right now, though, for the camper, Nat Lior.
Yeah, an important road for Nat Lior. She's got Newcastle up next. She was back in 17th, then to 14th, and outside the top 10, just keeps moving up, but there's critical points left in the final as well. 4 surfers in the final here at Pipe at the CS level, typically one-on-one heats at the other Challenger Series events, so we'll see that happen in Newcastle. Minute 30 on the clock. Anat does have priority, and she's going for the win, also protecting advancing position over Tia Zabrowski. So for Tia in the white jersey, she's going to hope she gets space or a multiple wave set to force Anat to make a decision with that priority.
Think about it as well, Anat only has a 0.53. That's nothing. As soon as she betters that, even takes off, does a carve, that's gonna up the requirement a fair bit for Tia Zabrowski. So she's going to be chasing something pretty special. Considering she has second priority, Anat is sitting right next to her as far as decision making and where she needs to be. Anat is ticking that box. She is on her inside, making sure that any wave comes through, she can determine what way she wants to go. And Tia doesn't get a say, unfortunately. It's either on the good side or the bad side of priority. But yeah, Nat's going to be careful here because Tia is a really sneaky competitor, and finding a 3.04 isn't going to be a hard requirement.
Worst result for Tia Zabrowski in the Challenger Series in her lifetime is a quarterfinal. Crazy strike rate to make finals days. At 14, this is Anat Lior using her priority well. Some nice fun frontside turns. She's been carrying a 0.53 this whole time, so she's improving. Tia finding space. She's got to go all out here. Nice power hooks in the pocket for Zabrowski. Nice rhythm into that third hook. Nice power base, clean style, good form on her backhand. And now running through this inside track, she'll swing in the pocket and go down. So now catching up to Betty Lou, who got this wave in time. Molly Picklum also has a score coming in. So a flurry of waves for everybody in this semifinal before the horn went off.
Oh my gosh, stop it. Plenty of action in the last 30 seconds there. You know what? I'm intrigued with Betty. She seemed like she was really fighting for just a completion on that ride. So maybe got something special out the back. Molly looks like she's still pretty far towards the peak. So maybe it's not going to be a critical score. And Tia, you could see it just shades that she was being quite hard on herself. I actually thought she might have had the potential to surf that wave to a 3.04, but by the time she got to the end of the wave, she looked really deflated. So maybe being a little bit critical, but actually the score just goes up to a 5.14. That's going to be pretty hard to achieve on that wave, unfortunately.
So the Not Leor using priority, she was able to get a second scoring ride, a 2.63. So Tia was chasing a 5.14 on that last wave. It comes in at a 3.03. Anat Leor safe and making it into the final, advancing underneath Molly Picklum. A huge result still in the making for our surfer from Tel Aviv. This is huge.
This is huge. This is amazing right now for Anat Leor. She was saying to herself, I just want to be in that top 20 conversation. Well, guess what? She's probably going to be pushing for maybe even that top 7.
We will give you an update on those live rankings. Remember, hit refresh on worldsurfleague.com. When you open up the Challenger Series, it's updated in real time. Anat Leor continues to advance, and quick to congratulate her on the effort is Tia and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Semi 2 is coming up next. We'll bring in Ross Williams and Luana Silva for the call right after this.
I feel like Andy surfed not using his brain, just using his heart.
He was the happiest I've ever seen him in the water. The happiness shone through him, like you could see it coming glowing out of his face.
Everyone is so excited about it, and seeing the boys in it means the most to me.
Anat Leor, you're world number 9 now on the Challenger Series. Was back at 17th, and now she is in the final, advancing with Molly Picklum. She says she has a lot of love on the beach, a lot of close friends and family supporting her, and can't go wrong when you got that kind of backing. What a hard-working athlete, 2-time participant in the Olympic Games, solid backhand attack, got a 6+ ride on one turn. Big backside lipper, that was incredible. Fell on the bonus section. It would have been an 8.5 probably if she pulled that one off. What a fun semifinal. That's starting now. Gabriella Bryan, Francisca Veselko, world number 4. Aaron Brooks getting ready for her second year on tour, and also Alyssa Spencer with some great CT experience and having a great season as well on the Challenger Series. I'm hanging out with my friends, Ross Williams, Luana Silva. Lulu, I can't believe this is the first time you've been in the booth. How do you like our little coffee table, the trophy? It's nice in here, huh?
Yeah, it's great in here. Thanks for having me. First time in the booth. Yeah, it's been great. I'm excited to hang out with you guys.
Yeah, it's cool. Every different location's got a different set feel, different design. It's fun, huh, Ross?
I like it. It's
comfy.
This one's nice. We're on the North Shore, which is cool, right, Lulu?
It's great. It's epic to be at home.
Gosh, that's been the big message of this enormous off season. I'm stoked you're joining us for the call because we want to find out what you've been up to as we watch Aaron Brooks set up a big wall at backdoor. She ends up just hopping out. She was into the 9s at backdoor earlier. But yeah, Lulu, what have you been doing? I mean, people are almost stressed out having all this time on their hands. You guys aren't used to this.
Yeah, I think I am also kind of just antsy for the season to start. I mean, This morning was pretty unfortunate for me. It wasn't how I wanted it to pan out. But, you know, it was nice practice. It's always good practice to get out at pipe. I can admit that it's not my forte and it's not my strong suit, but, you know, I'm admitting it, and I can get out there more often and I can get more comfortable. So I think that'll be, wow, Erin.
Yeah. As we continue on with that, Lulu, what's Erin going through right now?
Yeah, that's not the best part when you're surfing pipe. I think that's one of my biggest fears, is just get conning inside. But it looks like she's okay, and Erin's a pretty strong competitor. She'll be back out there, no problem.
Yeah, it's like you check out a big wall, a kind of a bomb she took off on Ross, and then you're not thinking you're going to have to deal with all of this when you turn around.
Yeah, and the swells, this new swell, and I'm sure you guys are familiar, we're about to be hit with a very serious big winter swell. This is the forerunners, right? So we're starting to see that strong, you know, long ground swell start to overtake. And unfortunately for Erin, she took a couple on the head there. That was nuts.
As you know, Lulu, this being your home, it's like when a new swell's coming, your neighbors are talking about it. It can come up just like a snap of the fingers, you know? So are you always in touch with the buoys and the forecast to know where to be at the right time?
Here goes Alyssa. Actually, Joe, you want to take that away?
I want you to walk us through it.
That was a great first turn and great second turn. I think it was just really good for her to just get standing up on her feet and get going. Not a lot of barrel opportunities, so it's pretty smart for the girls going to turns right now. But yeah, talking about forecasts and buoys, I think we're all aware when we're living on the North Shore. If you know when a swell is coming later in the day, I try to avoid this area, particularly if it's a rising swell, because it gets all weird and dangerous, doubling up pretty weird. So I try to go to the more safer zones, maybe Sunset or, you know, VLAN. That's my kind of zone.
Yeah, places you could walk to. As we look at this one for Francisca Veselko, speedy little top turn wrap and late to the end section for a bonus. Veselko kicking off with such a great start at Newcastle, and we've been following her ever since on her road to look to qualify for the tour. Successful in some big World Juniors before, and now number 4 on the Challenger Series. Sally Fitzgibbons requalified, so that's top 3 now. It's top 7 that make the tour. So 4 names left to see who'll be on the CT, Ross.
Stoked for Sally, veteran, back on tour, and she's got a lot of energy still. So it's cool to see her back on as we see Kika get a couple little snaps there on her backside. And Alyssa Spencer also, you know, these lefts are kind of downwind, so it's actually kind of smooth on the face. A little conservative on that first snap, but a nice wrap on the second one. And the third one, she finds a little whitewash section right here and drops just a mini drop wall right there. I kind of like that, a little spicy ending there for Alyssa.
Nice connection there for Alyssa Spencer from San Diego, California. And Lulu, as a pro surfer, people take different roads with this. You know, when you have a wave that scares you or intimidates you, some people don't want to share that with anyone. They almost don't want to expose that in a way. But sometimes you see people do it, and then it's actually a positive because they get it out there and kind of say, hey, this wave's intimidating. Let's see how I go. I remember Matt Wilkinson and Jadson Andre in Chopes in that Code Red year. They were going, I am terrified. I am terrified. Everyone was rooting for them. They're shaking, and they were some of the heroes of that event. They got the waves of their life charging because they kind of were just open to it and going, this is the scariest day of my life in a heat, you know, and all of a sudden they're making heats, getting bombs, and I think there was something really powerful of them just kind of putting it out there. Would you agree?
Joe charges money for these sessions, just so you know.
Right,
We're
Ross,
in therapy session right now.
I just think it's cool.
I love the therapy session. I mean, I'm down to talk all day if you want.
Joe makes me feel comfortable. I don't know, but yeah, it's good.
But yeah, I think I don't like to hold on to things. I like to let everything out. I mean, if I know what people are saying online, I know what people are saying, you know, in the booth and stuff. So like, I'm not scared to admit anything that I need to work on, or I'm not scared to just, it's gonna get me better as a competitor and as a surfer. So like, why not just admit to what you need to improve on and what you need to work on.
And then you still go for it. It's just right there. Then the opportunity is just wide open for success, in my opinion. I really like that. And coming off a year that was your best ever on the CT, not just one final, but 2 big CT finals last season and then into a nice break. I mean, that's the best scenario, coming into a big off season knowing that you accomplished so much.
Yeah, it was, oh, here we got Alyssa up and riding.
Alyssa Spencer just set up work there, but this wall is really moving at a nice pace. Wow, so much time to bottom turn. She gets stuck though. And this one will continue now with a backhand of Gabby Bryan, just as powerful going left. Cornering at her, throwing a little fire hose off the tail of that Mayhem. And a little step back to try to milk this thing to the inside corner. That'll be Gabby's best wave so far, just growing with a nice combination of backside turns. As Lulu, we were talking about your year, 2 big finals at Bell's, that was rad. Brazil too, when you're just this hero on the beach. That was just so electrifying, you know? I mean, I don't know if many competitors can relate to the energy you felt in the finals day that day. We're just, you know, we got so many waves. Yeah, why don't you walk us through this?
I think it was a really good wave selection she got, but it was pretty unfortunate that she missed time this turn. It looked like there was a nice wall towards the end there. But now Gabby, I think this might be the best wave of the heat. This first turn was pretty solid, drifting the fins, and I think she did 2 more turns. Yeah, that carve was sick. Yeah, I think this will be the best wave of the heat so far. She did a great job.
Powerhouse, not just forehand, Ross. Raglan could be just a pet event for her when she gets there.
Wow.
Yeah, she's insane. Really fun to watch how hard she steps on that tail block. She throws a lot of water. Good technique too. She has good, you know, that rail just cuts through the water. She knows what her strengths are and she leans into them. It's really fun to watch.
There was a serious lift on tour last year because I'm going your personal best, Betty Lou's personal best,
Sure.
Gabby Bryan, 4 finals, 3 wins. The whole tour just jumped as far as the tour goes, and now some old faces are coming back. A big name, some of the biggest in the surfing world, Steph Gilmore, Carissa Moore. How have you digested that news?
Yeah, so last year was probably the biggest year I had in my career. It was the best, probably. I really wish I won in Brazil because that crowd was insane, and it really lifted me up towards the whole week. I was just always happy to get in the water. Like, there was no pressure at all, I felt. But yeah, with Steph and Carissa coming back, that's going to be insane. I think it's going to be an exciting year. New rookies. Tia Zabrowski's just been so impressive lately. I mean, she's 14 years old, and she's the best girl on the Challenger Series. I mean, when I was 14 years old, I was still doing NSSAs.
Right.
So this is crazy. I mean, the level is going so high, and I'm super stoked to be a part of it. Yeah, it should be a really exciting year for everyone. New tour stops, new format.
Yeah, new format. There's no non-elimination round, Ross. It's going to be one-on-one heats from the opening round. So you start an event, if you lose that first heat, you're out.
Right, and a seeded round, right? So that's pretty epic there. And yeah, that'll put some emphasis on those early rounds, which will obviously for everyone in the booth, that'll bring a little added drama, which is cool for the show. But for the surfers, that's going to bring, I would say more, I would say the practice sessions potentially being feeling like a little more important, because you're like, oh, I can't, you know, just kind of cruise into a 3rd place finish in the first round.
Setting up that backhand is Erin Brooks. And she'll step off, dealing with a lot of water on the head after that running right to start. So she got a long 0.5 and dealt with the power backdoor, fitting in her first completion now on her backhand. 2 career Challenger Series wins and 1 major championship tour win. That wasn't in a rookie season. That was in a wild card performance at Fiji the year before. Let's watch this wave, Ross.
Yeah, nice backside snap there, but that wave was really top to bottom. She did a good job hanging on though, but yeah, I was there in Fiji with Tati when she took that final out, and she was just brutal. She took the field apart. You know, she was a Grom, but she was so fast, those tiny little surfboards, and the waves were a little smaller in the final day, and she was fitting in those really tight snaps. But she turned so many heads, and it's no surprise, right, Lulu? Like, she's been on the radar, kind of like Eli Hanneman, you know, she's been on the radar for a long time, but coming to fruition, right? She's really, you know, coming into her own.
For sure. She's savage out in the lineup. She's like head down every session I see her at Rockies or out here or Sunset Haleiwa. She's always just like attacking the lip as hard as she can. It's really impressive to watch. I mean, the evolution of Erin, I've known her since we both trained with Kahea Hart since little baby days. So like I've seen her since she got on the North Shore up until now. I've seen her progress, and wow. Like, did you see what she did in the last heat? That was yeah.
Impressive.
Yeah, insane.
Every time we see her surf, she's giving us that wow moment of like, okay, what's next? What's next? She's still getting better every time she puts the jersey on as well. As we see Erin spin, think about that, let it run through. That last score, 3.67. Gabby Bryan out front, Alyssa Spencer in second. Critical points on the line for the Challenger Series here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. Gabby Bryan getting a jump start to her prep for the Championship Tour season. She had a little strike mission over to Tahiti to prepare for that event nice and early as well. And also more opportunity for backside barrel riding. She said she really wanted to find some big lefts in this one because she's feeling more ready than ever. Lulu, what about you? Any strike missions, or were you just really happy to be home?
I was so happy to be home. I did a trip to Mexico. I went down to Barra, you know. I just wanted a right point break. And I kind of just was happy to be at home and do a little bit of trips. Went back and forth to Brazil. Here's Kika. That's a great wave she chose. Oh, no, that's unfortunate, but she'll get another one.
Pushing a little hard there for Veselko with a ton on the line for her career. She's trying to get a spot on the Dream Tour. Back half of semifinal number 2 is coming up right after this break.
"40 years of history, 40 years of legends." Catch some of the world's best surfers and celebrate 40 years of Newcastle Surf Fest. It's the final stop on the World Surf League 2025-26 Challenger Series. The BioGland Newcastle Surf Fest, presented by Bonsoi. March 9 to 15, Merriweather Beach. Watch live at worldsurfleague.com.
So much history at Pipeline, so much history at Newcastle at Merriweather Beach. That's where the Challenger Series is going right after this. It all kicks off very soon. So get ready for the season finale, March 9th, down in Merriweather. Ross Williams used to compete there.
Yeah, but back in 1958.
Not even. Just yesterday. And it's evolved. Sometimes it's come up as a CT in the past. It's really cool, those beach towns that have just created champs like MR, ripping surfers like Philippa Anderson. It's easy to run into a world-class surfer in that town getting a cup of coffee.
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a good surf town. Yeah, Matt Hoy,
Simon Law.
Yeah, there's some epic names from that region, and a really fun surf town. It's also like a blue-collar town, has a good vibe to it, some really cool pubs around, so it'll be cool to see how, there's so much energy right now with the Aussie contingent doing well in the CS and obviously well on tour all the time, so I'm sure they're going to be amping up back there.
Lulu, what are your plans from here until Bells?
So this event had ended for me this morning. Now it's just time to put the head down and go on with my preseason. I mean, training in the gym every day with putting in the hours in the ocean. Leandro's here until the 19th, I think, and then I'm gonna meet him in Brazil. I'm gonna go to Floripa and do another preseason with him before I head to Oz. We're gonna go straight from Brazil.
Have you guys already chatted about today and moving forward from this event?
Yeah, for sure. This was just to get more practice for, we're ending the year off here. But, Kika, again.
Veselko, important event for her as she is just gunning down the line. Look at all that speed. Where's she going to put it? Ends up just flying into a kick out. She wants to make the final. Another surfer that has a chance to make the tour potentially today. The math that we're hearing is that she needs a second place finish in the event at least. Here's Gabby Bryan. Had a couple of nice moves on her backhand, and that one just went on without her, so incomplete, just no turns, I mean, on that one. But she's still out front with 9 minutes on the clock. Yeah, the debriefs are good and moving forward, and I think we talked about already what you want to work on here at Pipe and Backdoor. What are the things are you most proud of your surfing? The thing that you really love the most, and that what you use to an advantage that brings you a lot of success?
I think coming from Hawaii, it's so nice to come from a place where there's already power. So I think I'm pretty good at, you know, the power surfing side. We're trying to get a little bit more technical, just like the little things and switches that you can do to make a difference, really, like in the small little things, and just to get more technical. And the hollow stuff, I think, would be really important, because, you know, everyone's just leveling up this whole past year, and now this year, I mean, everyone's just level is so high. Women's surfing is going on to a whole nother thing.
Yeah, I love that. I love how quick you are in transition with style. Snap, wrap, like real quick with style, done in a short space. You know, that looks really good. And I think a reason why you've made a couple of finals this last season, you know, and everyone brings their own unique approach, which is great. And the tour's so good. It's like these rookies are going to find out. It's like, okay, I made it, but you're always going to need more, right? And that's what makes it such a rewarding job. It's like you can't just relax and sit there. You got to hunt for it each and every year and redefine your game.
For sure. I definitely do not feel relaxed for this year. I mean, everyone's coming back. Steph, Carissa, these new rookies are just like stepping it up to a whole nother phase. So I think I'm just fired up for this year. I'm fired up to see where women's surfing actually goes. I mean, here goes Erin. Looks like a good wave.
Nice dock control on that takeoff into a high line wrap, keeping that higher line on the top half of that wave. Now down to the bottom and draws it onto the end section. And she will ride away, Ross.
That was impressive, and kind of a bonus too. That second section stood up for Erin, and she cracked it. So that's a lot more points for her. And right now she's only got the one score that's kind of decent. So she's going to really be feeling a lot better about this heat now.
Gosh, every time she's on her feet, it looks like she's doing everything she can to rip this thing to pieces. Lulu, what really caught your attention on this wave?
I loved this first turn, how explosive she was, and then just transitioning to get this last section going was just so explosive and impressive, and how she compressed on the bottom. It's just so incredible to see like how mature her approach is.
So fast too.
Yeah, this bottom dropped out from underneath her, and she did a really good job staying connected to her board. It was kind of a throaty, trophy section there, and she just kind of handled it, which was, you know, it was a weird section to deal with, but a nice combination, right, of maneuvers, a nice sweepy carve, and then a tag off the top. Lulu, I wanted to give you props too. You know, you're talking about everyone has their strengths. Some surfers are good at something and not as good at other things, but I think for you going to Bells, that's one of my favorite events for you, because you have such good style and technique. You have a really, really nice forehand carve on you, so you must be feeling good about Bells. I mean, I like the way you surf there.
Yeah, I'm feeling good for sure. I mean, that was my first final last year. It's not an easy event because there's so many factors to it. I mean, you have to be good at Winky Pop. You have to be good at the bull. You have to be good like when it's onshore, small, or Rincon. Like there's finals that end up at Rincon. So you really have to adapt to Bells. And for me, I'm fortunate enough. I kind of thought of Bells as like a big North Pupukea.
Yeah.
So I'm always like kind of around that area and just kind of dialing in like those big front side carves.
John used to be kind of eggy over Bells. He didn't like that event that much, and I was like, bro, this is one of your favorite events. You just don't know it yet, because to me, I agree with you. It feels like home, and I like all the variety. There's so many different conditions, and you can adapt, right? Because being brought up here on the North Shore, we're used to all kinds of stuff. So yeah. I like that, keeping you on your toes.
Yeah, for sure.
You just kind of wiggled in your chair. Big North Pupukea, that's Ross Williams.
Oh, yeah, especially as you get older, you know, you get a little more foam. Yeah, give me a fat wave. I love it.
Happy place for the cat right there. I love that. What a good comparison. Yeah, John started releasing that kind of layback on those big walls and got himself a bell. Where's your bell? Is it at home here in Hawaii?
Yeah, my bell's home in Hawaii, my little mini bell.
Give it a little ring?
Yeah. Actually, no, like I just let it sit up there, and one day I want to ring the big bell.
There we go, motivation.
Yeah.
And what a fun place to kick off the tour, going into, yep, this is my happy place final a year ago with Isabella Nichols. That was an all-time classic. Remember, guys, tomorrow's the Kainui Fest across the street, fundraiser to support the Briley family, specifically Dakota Briley, going through a really scary accident. And all these amazing bands, a lot of local bands will be playing tomorrow. Hope you join us at the farm across the street from Pipeline. You can find your tickets, all going to a great cause. Big thanks to the Judd Ohana for hosting that big event. Guys like Landon McNamara, Kanaka Fire will be playing. Alyssa Spencer digging in. Quick check there off the lip line. Little bit deep, and she will dive off. So Alyssa from California needs a 3.24. And we're watching the backhand now of Kauai's Gabby Bryan. Last year's world number 3 gets dropped off on the inside. So Aaron out front, Gabby Bryan second, the 2 CT full-timers there. And Francisca hoping that she can get the math in her favor by at least getting to the final and hoping for second to have a bigger celebration here on Friday night. Ross, what'd you see on this one?
So Gabby Smart got her competitor's cap on, trying to get a backup score. You know, not a wave she would typically look at, but because she knows she has nothing right now as a backup score, is very smart and clever. At least bag like a 2-point ride, which she did. And so now Alyssa and Kika got a little more work.
Lulu, any little secret changes that we can announce here? Like boards all the same, coaching's the same. Any little wild cards or things you want to change up going into this year on tour?
Board's the same shaper, Marcio. Marcio's been making me boards since 2020. Yeah, just another good year with Leandro. We've got a really good relationship going on, and I don't really want to change that so far. So we just have a really intimate and special connection, I feel, and bond. So that can only go deeper and better. I feel like I'm not the kind of person that just likes to move around each year and like each event change coaches. I think everything works for someone, but for me, I really just like to dial in a connection and get to know someone and them get to know me.
I love that. Do you have a Stab membership, premium membership?
Oh.
Like to watch Stab in the Dark and all that?
Yeah, I saw the first episode and I thought
Your
it was...
shaper's so mellow.
He's
Yeah,
so
these guys
mellow.
are sassy, right? And Marcio was just mellow, wasn't he? Yeah. He was
I
crazy.
thought he was so all-time. It was so classic. I mean, all those other shapers are like so fiery and just so spicy. But he's just like, you know, sitting in the corner, like humble, quiet guy. Will say if anything, ask him a question.
That was great,
It's
huh?
a good call, Joe. Yeah, he let everyone else kind of act the fool. And he's like, you guys are psycho. He's just sitting there. Marcio, he's pretty epic.
Gosh, making incredible blades, you know, and he's so quick to, you know, honor Felipe Toledo for all he's done as kind of, you know, the team captain of the squad, as we see a wrapping cutback out front from Alyssa Spencer. Taking that lower row, but it goes off speed. Now it's building again. Has some white water to attack there. Just almost looked like a long running wave at Seaside Reef back home.
4.51 needed.
20 seconds left. What do you think, Roz?
I don't know that we picked it up right at the beginning. Let's see. It's a smaller wave. Typically, the judges like to see like a kind of a big critical section to get a decent score. And this is a really nice wrap, actually. It's a beautiful snap, but no critical like in the lip kind of thing to get the judges too excited. So not looking too good for Alyssa, but looking great for Gabriella. And smart with that little 2-point ride. She upped the ante.
Last score as we run out of time, a 2.57, not enough for Alyssa Spencer. Kind of reminded me, the last couple of heats, of a little mini Margaret River main break scenario. The left kind of going out to sea, and the right with a big wall and a hammer, showing some more critical sections heading that direction. So tough one for Alyssa and Francisca Veselko, two that were hoping for a lot more points on the Challenger Series. But your friends on the CT, Lulu, taking the top two, they're heading to the final.
Yeah, I mean, they're probably the most experienced, and they got the job done. Yeah, that's all I can say. They know what they're doing.
They're
Yeah,
solid.
They're solid.
What did
Yeah.
you think of your booth time?
I loved it. My first time. I'm hoping you guys can call me more. I love talking to you guys.
Let's do it at least once an event on tour, you know, especially after big wins. You know, those are the funnest. We'll watch the tape and have a blast. But Lulu, we're always backing you on tour. Stoked you have some more time at home as well. And best of luck, best of waves this season on tour.
Good luck this year, Lulu.
Thank you, guys. I was really happy to be first time in the booth with you guys.
Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Coming up next, we've got a little bit of time for Gabby Bryan and Aaron Brooks to digest before they're back in the water for the final. They're taking on Anat Leilior and Molly Picklum. We'll have anticipation build on set with Kaipo, Moana Jones-Wong, and Jesse Starling. We'll see you then.
It is the update show here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong. Yep, we're getting ready. We're amping up. Anat Leilior representing Israel. She's in the final along with Molly Picklum, Aaron Brooks, and Gabriella Bryan. It is a international final coming up. Kaipo Guerrero, Jess Starling, and the Queen of Pipeline, Moana Jones-Wong. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you guys for having me.
Hey, it's great having you here. I want to hear about your experiences throughout this competition. I mean, it wasn't classic pipe, but, you know, it's great to have more swings out here with the rest of the field.
Yeah, no, this entire contest for the men was actually going off, but it was very hard pipeline to surf. Like, the boys were definitely put to the test out there. There was 9s, 8s, like every other heat, but it took so much skill to make those waves that they were making. The drops were so steep, like we're dealing with this wind, and the wind is a huge factor, and it's just like so hard to go between turns, barrels, and the boys boosting giant airs. Just like so much went down throughout the competition window. And for the girls, you know, it was just so tricky with this forecast. So I mean, we got good waves, though.
Yeah, you got good waves. And congratulations. Can you pick this up? Can you reach over there? So you are the Hawaii Tahiti Nui regional champ. It's an epic, it's an epic, I want to show the fish hook. It's an epic fish hook, just like Maui had to pull all the islands out of the ocean. And your name's Moana. It was meant to be.
Yeah, this is a good theme. I like it.
Makau, we call it in Hawaiian, Mahino Lelo Hawaii, our Hawaiian language month. And so congratulations on that. So you got some stuff to look forward to now being the champ locally.
Yeah, I'm so stoked to have won the region. That was my goal this past year. I was like, I really want to win the region. I don't want to like make it. I want to win it.
Yeah.
And I just gave it my all, and I was super stoked to come away with the win. And I'm so excited to be on the Challenger Series again.
Yeah. So are you gonna go international this year?
Yes.
Okay. You heard it here first. Moana Jones-Wong coming to you when the Challengers resume. And speaking of Challengers, Jess, we're nearing the end right here. We see a lot of different point shifts, and we've seen this has been a great event, but we've seen some people like Anat Leilior just vault up the rankings because she's in the final. Talk about a dark horse coming through.
Oh, she is incredible. Whether it's barrel riding, doing these big backside hooks, she has just been lethal this entire time. We saw her go on a really similar dark horse run in the Portugal Challenger Series. She's really found her flow here at Pipeline. This was a big moment, and I feel like she's found confidence every single time she's on her feet. Massive hook, 615 just for that single turn. The judges deeming this second one incomplete. 6 points for one turn there, Kaipo.
Yeah, and then there was Molly Picklum, who's just, this is what we expected from Pickles.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, she is so reliable when it comes to surfing Pipeline. You know, she's won Advanced Pipe Master out here. She'd love to take home the CT, but great reps. But Molly, she's just so good and really good at adapting as well. We saw big barrels this morning, but a lot of turns going down this afternoon, similar to what we saw from the men yesterday. Those two ladies adapting perfectly, hence why we're seeing them in 1 and 2 in the final.
Yeah, we're going to see them in the final. Out of there, you see the numbers. Tia Zabrowski, she was very, very impressive. I feel like some of the waves just eluded her. And then Betty Lou Sakura Johnson also had some great heats here. She bowed out in the semifinals, but I'm anticipating a big final, very competitive final as we look over the ocean right now, Moana, and we see some changing of conditions, swell filling in, and we're going to stick here with Molly Picklum. No pressure on Molly at all, Moana.
Molly is such a weapon. I mean, she's the world champ. You just never know what Molly's going to do. She's such a powerful, like, calculated surfer, and that's why she's the best in the world. So with the conditions changing now, and it looks like the wind's getting pretty strong, not sure how many barrels are going to be out there. If someone gets a barrel, they'll probably win.
Right.
But it looks like there might be mostly turns out there.
Yeah, which to me is going to really favor Molly either way. I mean, clearly she's the best surfer in the world with no pressure. So, I mean, this is her final to win right now, Jess.
Absolutely, it's definitely hers to win. I think, though, interestingly enough, when you look at the final, Gabby Bryan, she definitely gave her a run for her money last year. Think back to the final at J-Bay, Gabby actually getting the score under Molly's priority. So this is going to be really interesting. I feel like Gabby, she's keeping trying to charge for that #1 position, and she wants to get the jump back on Molly. So some rivalries there, but Erin also being a real standout so far today.
Yeah, great point. Let's take a look at semifinal number 2, where both Erin Brooks and Gabrielle O'Brien advanced into the final. Also in that final was Francisca Veselko and Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah, the CT surfers just showing their class. I mean, they are so used to surfing this wave, especially in high pressure situations. Gabby Bryan, easily the most powerful person on tour. She is so strong and really flexing how strong she is in these last couple of rounds. Erin Brooks finding excellence in the quarterfinals, got that 9-point ride, and then went back out and just went to turns. Real clutch, textbook surfing from Erin Brooks. Also saw a claim from her today. We don't see too many claims from Erin, but I just think really showcasing what she's been working on this last 7 months off, and whatever she's doing, it's working for her because she's looking sharp.
Yeah, she is tack sharp, Moana, when it comes to Erin Brooks. You see her surfing here all the time.
Erin is like one of my favorite surf buddies. I love surfing with Erin because she's just so fun to watch, you know? Like, look at that last turn. That was amazing. Erin is just so strong, and she's just like so springy, and like every turn she's just giving it like 120%. She's like, ah! She's so small too.
I agree. I mean, I think her strength to weight ratio is super, super high. She's not a big person, but she, like you said, she's a very strong person. She trains hard for what she does. She's very serious, and she's just one of those people with a strong mind, just when I talk about Erin Brooks.
Oh, absolutely. And you know, one thing I love about her as well is when she smiles, you smile. She's got this really contagious energy about her, same as Gabby Bryan. When she smiles, her entire face lights up. And I think this final, when you look at the 4 women who are about to come up against each other, it's really impressive. We saw plenty of CT guys on the men's side. A lot of them got knocked out. Griffin was the only one to go to the final, but on the women's side, they're stamping their authority a little bit more.
Yeah, different story on the women's side. And really, when it goes to the math for qualification, this will be a distinct advantage for a surfer like Anat Leor, given that the other 3 finalists will not be using their points that they accrue here in this final or out of this Challenger Series to affect the rankings. So this is a huge opportunity for the surfer from Israel. But the favorite walking into the water right there is Gabi Molly Picklum.
I love when Molly hits pipeline. I really do. And I feel like when you look at women like Molly, like yourself, Moana, it seems like there's been a really big push for women at pipeline over the last couple of years.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know, just like the last couple years, the women surfing out of pipeline has just gone up like in levels that were like not possible when I was growing up. Like when I was growing up, there was like no women like, you know, consistently getting like crazy rides out at pipe, and now all these girls are capable of it, you know. And I think that this competition, like just today, we saw so many amazing rides, and it was very hard out there.
Yeah,
it was so tricky. Like it's so much steeper than it looks from like, you know, watching it online. When you're out there, like the drops are heavy, the girls are just sending it, and they're not just like, you know, going and like not knowing if they're gonna make it. In their mind, they're paddling and they're like, we're making this.
Yeah, this is true. And you know, it's challenging conditions, powerful conditions, but much like yesterday, that we can look back at our men's final, you know, the wind came up, But that men's final was still had some exciting moments. And let's take a look at yesterday's men's final. Morgan Siblick, he wasn't messing around out here.
I'm not going to lie, I was really stoked with the Aussies yesterday. There was such a solid performance from all of them. Morgs exceptionally surfing all day, whether it was big barrels or going to turns during that final. You know, all of these guys, they had the opportunity to, you know, they got asked, do you want to run the final? And they all said, yeah, let's get out there. Morgs and Cal making the absolute most of it. I remember watching this wave and thinking Morgs looks so spring-loaded off of these turns. And obviously, I love seeing Aussies go 1 and 2, but I think they were all feeding off each other. Xavier Huxtable, George Pitter, and that's why we saw the two Aussies in that top 2 position.
Yeah, but it was this guy's day, huh? Callum Robson, combination of barrel and smacking the lip a couple times.
Yeah, let's get the cow takes back on tour. He is such a solid surfer. He is honestly so strong, and to find a barrel and pop an air, get the grab as well. I feel like this was Cal just kind of saying, all right, you guys all thought you were going to see airs in this final. Well, here you go. Here's my fair share of it. So Cal, yeah, very well deserved win. I spoke to him after the final. He couldn't really believe it, to be honest. He was kind of in a state of shock, but you can see how much it means to Team Australia. And Callum, 23 spots up the rankings he moved. So pretty cool to see just a storm from the Australians right at the end of the season.
Well, on the men's side, mission accomplished by the Aussies in their Hawaiian trip over here. They stuck together. They had some great results throughout the entire field. Callum Robson taking away that big 10,000 points heading into the final Challenger Series over in Meriwether.
Yeah, Nui, it's going to be really interesting because obviously we didn't see as many, I feel like especially on the men's side, we didn't see as many people confirmed for the championship tour. There was definitely opportunity for it. The likes of Oscar Berry, Luke Thompson, Cowley George. Didn't happen. There's been a lot of shift on the rankings, and I feel like potentially we're going to see a last-minute dash to the finish line, and that top 10 might look completely different.
Yeah, it's going to look, well, let's take a look at the rankings right now because it's going to look a lot different. A lot of people up, a lot of people down. We know out of the men, just one qualifier so far, Eli Hanneman. Welcome to the 2026 Championship Tour. Kauli Voss and George Pitar still in the search, but I have a feel just that they're not going to need to make a ton of heats there in Newcastle to get their confirmation.
No, absolutely not. And when you look at how many points these guys have, think about Jacob Wilcox at the bottom, 18,000. When you start to scroll down the rankings, you got to think anyone who doesn't have 8,000 points, they're pretty much out of the equation. It actually wipes out a fair few amount of people. There's still a good another 10 people in the mix that could potentially make a run to the finish line, but you'd have to think guys like Cowley, like George, they're pretty much there.
Yeah, they're there, and you know, I think also someone like Samuel Pupo, he's got a great chance. Luke Thompson, also a great chance. But yeah, we're going to see how it plays out in Newcastle. It'll be a whole different kind of playing field there as well. But we are anticipating the start of our women's final. Moana, what are you looking forward to in this final?
I'm looking forward to just seeing the girls like battle it out because I think it's gonna be like such a battle out there. All these girls are so competitive, like they're just. Annette is on a roll right now, though.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like she's kind of a wild card for me. I kind of think she might win. Erin, I think. It's hard to say. Like Erin's also on fire right now, and they look like the two most informed surfers to me as of right now. So. That's kind of my picks for the final.
I like your picks. I like you did a unorthodox pick right there, but I believe in momentum, and I love your pick on Anat because she has the most to gain from winning here. So she's got the most skin in the game, if you would. So yeah, she's a great pick there. But also looking forward to Molly, you know. I mean, she seems unstoppable.
She looks really good. She does. But I'm going to go with the same as Moana. I think because maybe more of a sentimental reason, I want to see Anat win, considering how much she has to gain for it. So I'd love to see Anat kind of hold up the trophy. Obviously, Molly, Erin, and Gabby, they don't really take anything from this other than reps at Pipeline, which is obviously, you know, priceless. But I feel like as far as crowning a champion here, it would be the fairy tale ending if Anat got to take it home.
It certainly would. It certainly would be a great story. And the swell, also, Moana, you got eyes on the ocean. I mean, it's kind of on and off, but I feel it's building.
It's so tricky right now because it would be firing right now if this wind wasn't on it.
Yeah.
So it's like you kind of have to just forget about looking for that gem. You kind of just have to keep rolling the dice and, like, you know, looking maybe for turns, like giant sections. The judges love that one giant hit. So I know all these girls already know that. But like you were saying earlier, this is really good for Annette because all the other girls on the Challenger Series they're not in this final right now.
Yeah. She's going to take away the most from Hawaii for sure. And I feel the playing field also just is a little bit evened out. If it was barreling, like Moana said, if we didn't have this win, then the clear advantage to me would go to Molly Picklum here.
Yeah, I agree 100%. If it was barreling right now, Molly would be like, you can't
give her the trophy.
Yeah. Especially if it was backdoor barrels.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I guarantee that. She came out swinging, you know, in the early rounds with some backdoor barrels when the conditions were nice, Jess.
Oh my gosh, that first heat
Yeah.
we saw her in, she just set herself leaps and bounds ahead of everyone. And she actually almost made a crazy one in the quarterfinals where she kind of got clipped right at the end there. But Molly, if anyone's going to find a barrel out there, it's probably going to be Molly. Erin, like you mentioned, she's looking so sharp. And I feel like she's looking the strongest we've ever seen her as well. She's obviously been putting a lot of time in, getting strong, getting her reps in the gym. But then when you think about strength, then you can't go past Gabby Bryan because she's just incredible. It is actually a really hard final, obviously with the names and everything, but there's not one clear person that could stand out. It's going to be all of them needing to rely on their strengths and using them to their advantage to take home the win here.
I agree with you, Jess, and I also want to say that, you know, even though it's not perfect, all of those things that you talked about, all those storylines is going to make it a very entertaining final. And you know what, Moana? The final's on right now. We got the clock ticking down. Started at 35 minutes, open priority between the surfers. How do you play the open priority part of a heat?
Well, I mean, it just depends on where you're at. And we're at Pipeline right now, so it's so different surfing a heat out here compared to like literally any other venue. It's just, you can, whatever works for you at somewhere else, it's probably not going to work for you out here. Annette, paddling for a wave, doesn't get it. But the start of this heat, Molly paddled way deeper than all the girls. She's sitting the deepest right now. So I feel like she's kind of putting that stamp down that she's in control right now.
Yeah, the apex predator, if you would. Jessie, when we start off this heat.
Oh, absolutely. And I think as well, I'm not sure if it's the same growing up in Hawaii, but growing up doing the Grom comps, it's kind of drilled into you back home that you need the inside at the start of a heat. It's always kind of been drilled into us. So Molly keeping that through her professional career here now too.
I kind of thought Erin was going to do something like that. She's going to stay busy. I feel like Erin, whenever I surf with her free surfing, she catches like 1,000 waves.
At Rocky Point, I watch Erin, like, it seems like she's on every other wave.
Yeah, she
literally,
is.
like, in a section.
When I'm sitting next to her, she's like, wait, Moana, do you want to go? And I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I do.
I'm like, actually,
you
yes.
had the last 7.
But I love that about Erin. She's so respectful.
Yeah.
She surfs with me and she's like, always asks me like, do you want to go? I'm like, thank you, Erin. I appreciate that you're being so kind.
I like when surfers play mind games and they're just like, this one's not that good. Do you really want it or what? Like,
Yes.
I don't know. Like, do you want this?
I always do that to my dad. We'll be out snapper and I'll be like, you should go left.
You should go left.
It looks open.
Man. No one's going left.
No, literally no one.
Erin's up and riding again.
Erin, just taking a look at that. Classic quote from 1989 world champ Martin Potter when he surfed snapper. He told me, Kaipo, in my mind, everyone's going left when I paddle for them.
You got to think that way. It's so hard to surf out there. You got to put the blinkers on, pretend like no one else is around, and then just all systems go. And then sorry,
champion mindset.
It's a different kind of hard with crowds at snapper, but right here, Moana, like on a nice day, any size, this is probably the most frothy crowd in the world.
It's insane out here on a normal surf session. You have like all these different tiers of surfers. You have like the John Johns.
Yeah.
They're like the apex predators. Like, don't mess around with them. When they're paddling for a wave, like nobody's gonna paddle for it.
Yeah.
Then you have like the next level down. I feel like Barron is like right under John guys.
Yeah.
Because he's not as, he didn't spend as much time as John guys.
Right.
Then you have like the next little crew down. Like,
then you got your Kalanis and stuff.
Yeah.
Where does Joey Johnston sit in that kind of crew?
Oh, Joey is like kind of, I feel like he's kind of like in the middle-ish area. You know, he hasn't been he spent like maybe 4 or 5 years surfing pipe like regularly, but he actually never used to surf pipe before that.
Really?
Yeah.
How long does it take? I mean, you're the perfect example. How long does it take until you start actually getting good ones out here?
I would say...
How many years?
For me, probably it took like 5 years.
5 years?
Wow. Maybe.
Yeah.
It took a while. And that's why people like me and Joey, we all grew up surfing the same wave, and we would avoid pipe at all costs. Even though we were really good at getting barreled, we had so much, talent for barrel riding, we never surfed pipe because it's like, it's too gnarly. We're never going to catch a wave.
Yeah, that's true. But you've climbed the ranks just like, and I like the fact, Moana, that there's a hierarchy. It's one of those, it's a rare thing for a surf spot, but when you're at the world's most dangerous wave, it's almost a safety factor where there always should be a hierarchy.
For sure. Like, pipeline is just such a wave of consequence. Even like today, I'm surprised nobody got hurt yet. There was a couple wipeouts that I saw today where I was like, whoa.
I think I'm right with you. I agree with you. I saw a couple of head first ones that were like sketchy in 2 feet of water.
Yeah, no, for sure. Some girls definitely are going to wake up tomorrow and they're going to be like, ow, that hurt. Oh, here we go. A little paddle battle.
Wow, Gabby loves starting her heat with a paddle battle. We saw that with Zoe McDougall earlier today as well. So doing it. Get the reps in.
I like that. I like that. Yeah. Gabby, what do you think her strength's going to be in this final, Jess?
Oh, absolutely her power. I mean, she just is so strong. Can see here, it almost felt like a Nat pulled back. I felt like Gabby was like, I'm going this way, but it was head down, and she only pulled back because she couldn't get on. But wow.
In unison, Molly Picklum, just vicious on the backhand, adapting to the conditions, you guys, and just staying with it all the way in. Well, that's how a world champ starts a heat.
Molly has such a solid backhand, and I feel like obviously she goes right so much, and then when we do see her go left on the tour, we see a lot of barrels, which is incredible. Now that we have Raglan on the tour, she is really going to be able to showcase that she has an unreal backside Rio, and we just got to see it in live. She is just so, her timing is just impeccable, her technique is amazing, and I feel like that's a real statement. There's that inside position, she's held it and really stamped her authority right now.
Grom training worked. Talk us through this replay.
Yeah, Molly, you can see built some speed, dropped down to the bottom and just connected beautifully. Had backwash in that wave, but so much control that she even used it to push her tail, whip it around more. That's going to be a really big number. I could potentially even go excellent for that big turn. 2 nice jams through the inside there, but you'll watch on that bottom turn, she just drives so hard. From the minute she has her eyes on the lip line, it's all systems go. Gabby getting a nice slash in, a little late, unfortunately, on that second one. There's so much energy that you can't really afford to be getting to those sections late. It's going to knock the board out from under your feet, and that's exactly what we saw here from Gabby. Got herself up, and then the board just ripped out from underneath her there. So it's all good. She'll reset, but I feel like we're going to hear a pretty big number from Gabby Bryan.
And Nat got this one.
And Nat, I'm really looking forward to seeing what she did here. Nice connection. But again, we saw that there's this big conversion of whitewash between the right and the left, similar to what we see at Margs. Actually, we see that a lot on the end section, and it gets the better of people a lot. You need to be getting to those sections really early.
Well, and I know you like to go left, but when you go right here at backdoor and you get clamped like that, what's it like rolling underwater on that shallow reef?
It's not fun. The whole time you're underwater, you're like thinking, oh no, I'm about to get slammed on the reef right now. And then more often than not, you're going to hit the reef.
The odds are so high, right?
Yeah, and it's just like you get so pounded and you're so winded, and then you're just like, oh, paddling back out, like, oh, I gotta like reset now. Like, that was kind of gnarly.
Yeah, I mean, that's the challenge. And but we started the round the 32 this morning, so this is the 4th time these surfers are surfing, except for Molly Picklum, right?
Yeah, she had her round of 32 heat on day 1, which was 8 days ago. She's been waiting a pretty long time to get her second ride here now.
So theoretically, she should be fresher because she didn't have to surf that round this morning. She's already got a 7-point ride. And you know what, Jess? How smart was that? She already got the backup.
Molly, I mean, this is world champion spec. This is exactly what we expect from her. She's waving down the ski, conserving more energy there, Kaipo. She's really trying to rake it in, make sure that she's staying fresh for the next 26 minutes. But 7, to back it up with this one, it comes in as a 2.43, but it's so smart, like you said, Kaipo, just getting it back up straight away. She really does feel like she's surfing her own heat right now. Great bottom turn up into that foam, and there's what we were talking about, to getting to that section early. But if you're going to get it late, pushing up and over the foam is going to give you the completion. That bottom turn had so much speed. That's why we saw this incredible connection with the lip line there. So Molly, 7 for that one single maneuver.
And that's the kind of commitment on the backhand coming out of that replay from Molly that we saw her win a world title over there in Cloudbreak. I mean, she was so dynamic on the backhand. The ski ride, pretty important. What's the advantage, Moana, I mean, of having the skis?
We normally never have the skis.
Yeah.
This was like the first time, and it's like almost like you're cheating. You're like, whoa, what the heck? Like, I'm gonna get a ski ride out there and I don't need to. Molly was gonna paddle back out. It'd probably take her at least 3 minutes to get back out there. Oh, Gabby just got a really nice wave too.
Hammer time right now on the backhand with Gabby Bryant. She sinks the last nail right there.
Okay, Gabby.
Wow, back in. Erin Brooks. What?
Oh, sick.
Great surfing, quick feet from Erin Brooks. She's solid, but does not get the finish. But Gabby's swinging right back to Molly's 7-point ride. We'll see how that compares. What do you think, the comparison?
You know what? I'm going to sound so biased in this,
Yeah,
but
it's okay.
I actually think I prefer Molly's wave. I think it had a really big moment of wow on that. So did Gabby's. But yeah, I actually think I preferred Molly's.
So we'll see what the judges come through. And you know what, to your point, there's been time and time again where we've learned the lesson. It's not about quantity, it's about quality when it comes to maneuvers.
And
the judges really stay on that line.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm coming from. I think that one single hit of Molly had a bit more intensity than what we saw of that really nice connection of turns from Gabby, taking nothing away from Gabby's wave. It was exceptionally served, a lot of speed. This is that power we're talking about. Nice connection on that first one, really tight whippy turn in the pocket. That second one almost felt like her board got caught up a little bit because she's so strong. She threw so much water off that back foot. Great connection through the inside section again for Gabby. She liked it. She had a lot of speed, a lot of control through some lump and bump on that wave, but I just think Molly's may have had a little bit more X factor. But Erin, this is what we expect from her. Are you kidding? 2 of them. Wow, really solid surfing. Such a shame she couldn't get this finish, but I'd say the damage was done on those first 2 turns before, so the score shouldn't be too hindered with that finishing turn.
I agree. And then Anat got one as well.
Anat, I want to see her really start to open up in this. And I think if she's going to win this heat, she's going to have to win it on her back end. She's not afraid to put it in these really chunky lips. And that's what's gotten her incredible, excellent scores so far this event. So I feel like she's going to need to try and swing. I know it's going into the wind, but when she connects on her back end, you're going to see moments like we saw of Molly on that 7-point ride.
Yeah, and so we're waiting for that score for Gabrielle Bryant. We're waiting for that score for Erin Brooks, really to set the situation. Down to 22.5 minutes in this 35-minute final. And priorities set. So control to Molly Picklip. She's got the lead, and she's got first priority. Oh, no. She doesn't have the lead anymore because Gabriella Bryant just dropped a 7.1. So advantage to Gabby. Still waiting for score for Erin Brooks.
I think that sits pretty well. Like when you look at the combination of turns from Gabby, it got her that 7.1, but you think about Molly's, it obviously had 2 snaps at the end, but 7 points really sit on that first turn. So I think the judges still keeping that scale really relevant. It's quality over quantity, and one big turn can still get you 7 points.
And here she goes, Gabriella Bryant, the power surfer from Kilauea on the island of Kauai, having to deal with a lot of jumble and backwash. Beach is changing. I'm seeing a little bit of backwash, Moana.
Yeah, it's crazy right now. The beach, it's like there's no beach.
Yeah.
It's like a bunch of rocks everywhere. So I'm not sure. Usually, like when there's no sand, it makes no backwash, but for some reason we're getting backwash now. Yeah, that last wave from Gabby, not that last one, but the 7 that she got, that was some power surfing right there. And it was so different from Molly. Like Molly did that one beautiful like up and vertical, like fins out the back. basically got a 7, I feel like, for one turn.
Yeah.
You know, Gabby had to put together like 4 turns to get that 7-1, but I think that's a fair score.
Yeah, and so what I'm hearing, I think if Molly puts together 3 of those turns,
yeah, what would that be?
then you're in the excellent range, right? Then you have to be 8 and up, right?
Points. No, I totally agree with you, Moana. I think the judges really nailed it as far as those scores. I think the 7-1 is super fair. This last wave of Gabby had to deal with all that backwash we were just talking about. Came through this second section. She's whipping that board around really fast. And I feel like potentially on a bit shorter of a board than what we saw her early today. And this is that Grom-like energy we were talking about with Erin. She has caught so many waves in this final, and I feel like she's trying to surf herself into a rhythm right now.
I guess that's what's because I don't know why she took off on that wave, but you pointed out great. Like that's the Grom-like energy.
Yeah.
It's like, and you know, Moana, you surf with her the most. It's just she's just surfing the way she normally surfs.
She does
everything.
I think she's gonna go again. Oh, here goes Molly.
Molly backdoor off the bottom, times it, snaps off the top, pretty strong there, but gets eaten up.
You can't do that at backdoor. I swear, it's just so powerful. And if you're just like getting a little bit too much into the lip, the power is just gonna take you over.
And Anat just getting caught up there as well. We'll see if Molly signals for the ski or decides to paddle back out on her own.
Looks like she's gonna get the ski.
Well, you said you felt like you were spoiled. That's a smart competitor right there.
Yeah, she's preserving energy at all costs.
Because if you were to paddle the long way around, Moana, I mean, a lot of times surfers will catch a wave at backdoor, then they'll do the loop back around to the Ehukai channel. How long does that usually take?
Oh, that takes like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
At least. Sometimes longer, and it's like that's such valuable time that's just getting wasted away. So here goes Molly. That was kind of a gnarly drop, and then she just comes up, cranks into the top, and then gets hung up, and she got stuck at the top a little bit too long.
And then Erin caught her left, Jess.
Yeah, she's staying busy. This is a nice, pretty solid section that was coming towards her. So for her to get that connection, get the projection out of it as well, you can see she's starting to build that momentum we were talking about, because it's kind of feeling like she's starting to get left behind. You're going to need at least a 7 in this heat if you want to win, because we know that Gabby and Molly, they're going to have the ability to back it up right now. But I was actually going to ask you, Moana, the rocks on the shore, I've actually never seen so many before.
Yeah, this is what happens when there's just back-to-back, like, big swells. It just, like, funnels that sand, like, all down the beach. And, yeah, there you can see there's so many rocks. When I was coming in for my heats this morning, the normal spot that I come up the beach was just, like, covered in rocks. And I was just, like, oh no, I'm gonna get slammed on these rocks right now, and I kind of did.
Yeah.
So quite far up the beach too. Like there's actually not a lot of distance between even where the Volcom house is to those rocks. Yeah. It's very close between. I was like, I've never seen this.
And
before.
Jess, it gets sketchy too, because there's this sand rock that's like made from compacted sand that's like super sharp, like little blades on.
Easy to slice your foot when you're like trying to paddle out for your heat.
100%. Yeah,
or duck dive into a rock. I actually duck dove into a rock.
Yeah.
And I was like, did I just hurt my board?
Bottom duck dive, bottom board things are not a strange thing in Hawaii, man. Just put that puka right through the bottom. Puka's a hole.
Here we go, Gabby.
Wow, my goodness.
There
wow.
She's so powerful. I just love the way she surfs.
So
but this wave is just not doing it for her. Kind of like, I just want her to get like a wave that has giant wall in front of it. That was a nice little backup score though. Erin too, it's like this is what you have to do when the waves are kind of junky out at Pipe. You just got to keep trying, you know. There's still 17 minutes remaining, so a lot of time on the clock. The girls are just, I think it's hard to identify a good wave right now.
Here comes Molly, Jess.
Yeah, looking sharp, Mo. I feel like she probably would have heard some noise from the beach on that last one from Gabby, and I was thinking about it just then. That first opening turn from Gabby had that same amount of energy, speed, velocity that Molly's turn had. So I feel like it made me go, oh, okay, this is a final right now. This is what's coming on. This is incredible. Solid turn in the pocket. When was the last time you saw that much water come off a turn? Yeah. That is incredible how hard she can push, and it feels like she's still sitting in second gear. When she connects, yeah, I said it to Joe, when she connects, you actually feel bad for the wave.
Wave abuse. Here's Erin.
Erin, like you mentioned, Moana, you have to keep catching waves. She's getting those really nice first connections.
Yeah, and then the waves are just kind of like dying out a little bit. Same with Gabby. She got that first like super beautiful turn, and then the wave just kind of just wasn't doing it after that. That was a nice airdrop.
Live action with Lelior. Oh, he gets swept out. So we're still waiting for that score for Gabby Bryant, and it looks like we're still waiting for that score for Erin Brooks as well. And the judges will owe us a small score for Anat Lelior.
Yeah, I feel like Anat is, and it hurts me to say this, I feel like she's trying to force it a little bit. She's not kind of in that flow state we've seen her in all day. Obviously, she's been exceptional. You're not going to be in the final if you haven't had an incredible run of heats. And I just feel like, yeah, potentially she's getting caught up in the names rather than just sticking to her game, trying to serve. You can see great drop on that wave, no barrel, but just, I have this theory that laybacks don't score.
Ah.
In surfing. They don't score as much as like a big finner or something like that. And I just think Anat's trying to force it, go above and beyond where she doesn't need to do that. She just needs to be doing what she has been doing all event, which is just hitting it. It literally is just belting it in the pocket. So I hope she can simplify it and go back to just putting her board in the steepest part of
right now, still comboed out of the lead. Gabriella Bryant, a 5.6 came in through for Gabby, so that 5.6 increased her lead. Just dropping a 4.8 for Erin Brooks. Erin's gone into second now, Jess.
Yeah, Molly got that big open 7 at the start, but a 2.43 for the backup. So again, like you said, Moana, you just have to keep catching waves and hope that you're going to kind of fall into another really good looking wall. And what these ladies are looking for is a clean wall, one that is really going to stretch section on the inside at pipe, but with the direction of the swell, it's making it kind of hard to find one of those end sections that pushes back towards you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now it's a short interval swell, so it's like really peaky, and that's why it's not like there's not a long wall in front of you, and that's why the girls are kind of only able to get like one really nice big turn in that section before the wave is just dying out. But hopefully we can see the girls get some more waves that are just like, you know, running down the beach with some more wall instead of that one giant turn.
Well, we talked about Anat Lelior and, you know, where she is with the rankings and how dynamic it is that we have the 3 CT surfers taking some points off the table. Looking at our live Challenger Series rankings right now, look at Anat all the way up into 9th. If she wins, she goes up into 5th. A runner-up finish will earn her a 7th place on the ranking, still above that cut line. 3rd, she goes to 8th, and if she, you know, if she gets 4th here, she'll stay in 9th. But she puts herself in a really good position, Jess, for the final event and qualification.
9th place is great to be going into Newcastle, especially for Anat. If we think about the conditions we had at the very start of the Challenger Series season, it was pumping, and it was pumping right as well. And I feel like Nui's really going to suit her backhand, and if she can just connect, find that flow state and that confidence that she's been carrying with her since really Portugal. Portugal was a big event for her.
Semi-finals?
Semi-finals, and in a big way, took out some really solid names. If she can find that same confidence and take it from here as well, she could be on the championship tour. She could be at Bell's.
Yeah, so just a little looking into stop number 7 a little bit. Will we be at the same place that stop number 1 was as far as breaks in Newcastle?
Yeah, as far as I'm aware.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
That's where Surfest is. For as long as I can remember, it's always been there.
That's awesome. So, like, the people who have been successful there already at the beginning of the season are going to come, you know, a little puffed up, having some confidence at the end of the season.
Jacob Wilcox, Kika Vaselko, Sally Fitz obviously just qualified. She had 2nd place there. Callie Voss.
Yeah, great. But we're kind of looking pretty forward right now. This in the present right now, we have Gabriella Bryant, like I said, the Koi powerhouse, 7.1, 5.6. She's in the lead. Erin Brooks staying busy. Moana catching a bunch of waves. Look, she got 6 waves in. She's in second. Molly needing a 5.71 to take that lead.
Yeah, we have a lot going on right now, and it's kind of still first place is up for grabs right now. I don't think anyone's, like, Gabby shouldn't feel safe right now because Erin and Molly are just going to keep swinging until that horn blows. And I safe to say, I think Erin's probably going to catch like 5 more waves at least.
Yeah, Erin, let's go 7. She has caught so many waves already in this heat. I love that they're getting a moment to kind of just digest right now. Obviously, it's been a really busy last 25 minutes for these women, and I think now they're going to sit with what they need. Sit with, okay, I just need to get one more wave, belted a couple times, and I could be in the lead. However, if you're a Nat Laylor, it's a different story. Unfortunately, it's start again.
Yeah. Yeah, she's just got to get busy, and being the bottom of the pecking order or the priority order right now, she's certainly going to have to just take whatever comes through. And I feel Erin Brooks, on the other hand, can kind of slow it down, slow her flow, if you would. She was very busy at the beginning of the heat, but now needing a 7-point ride and holding priority, it would pay off for her to be much more selective. And just up and out by Molly Picklum there.
See, this is how it's just going to show, like, even Molly is having a hard time identifying, like, the really good waves because it's so crumbly. It's, like, so much water is moving out there, and it's really hard to identify what a good wave looks like when you're just out there.
If you were out there, do you think you'd be on the back door or the pipe peak?
I would be on the pipe peak for sure right now. I think it's a little bit less sketchy, and also, like, there's more wall to hit. Like, I feel like backdoor, maybe it's like one giant section, but that's kind of risky right now.
Yeah.
And you might get super pounded and like be winded or hurt yourself. I would definitely stay on the pipe peak, and I'd probably be doing what Erin's doing, just try to catch as many waves as possible. But I mean, right now we have 2 girls with 7, so obviously their strategy is working. Molly only needs like basically a 5.17 to win this right now.
Yeah. Well, it's a tight final right now, and still up in the air. Currently, it's Gabriella Bryant. Can she hang on? We're going to find out. We come back with the conclusion of the women's final at the Lexus Pipe Challenger after this. Here we go, Gabby Bryant, looking right. She's winning the final right now, and she's bashing the lip at the same time. Gabriella Bryant, nice cutback, gets eaten up on the return, but does not increase her score line. Kaipo Girl, Jess Starling, and the Queen of Pipeline, Moana Jones Wong, Mojo Wong, in the house right here. Gabby Bryant, 3.27, not changing things. Still in the lead, Gabriella Bryant, but Erin Brooks has a chance. She's got priority. And we're in this last 6 minutes right now, Jess.
Yeah, can you believe that? The heat has just flown by.
It has. It's been a good time. It's been fast. But, yeah, it's been a lot of good stories, a lot of interesting lead changes in this. And Moana Pipeline, all of its different personalities is showing kind of, you know, the Willy Wonka. Right.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw it all throughout this entire waiting period. We saw like the massive like 3rd reef day. We saw like that like 6 to 10 foot day. And then we saw like a 5 to 6 foot. Now it's like still size.
Yeah.
Still size, but we kind of saw every face of pipeline there is.
And you know what? I guess that's a great thing to acknowledge, in that, you know, both for the men and now for the women in this final, you win this event, you had to go through all kinds of conditions, Jess, and adjust to those.
Oh, absolutely. It's been a roller coaster of an event. Just to, you know, I feel like I've just constantly been on the edge of my seat. You never really know what pipeline's going to throw at you, and I think that's what I've learned most about this week, is it's so unpredictable. But when you get that wave, it's obviously so perfect and incredible to watch. And I feel like it's that feeling of getting that wave is exactly what all 4 of these women are craving right now. And I think they would be happy to go through any type of condition to to experience that perfect wave at Pipeline.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's, obviously with the 3 CT surfers in this final, the CT surfers are taking this event also as a chance to have more reps out here at Pipeline and to get more comfortable and figure out different personalities and different positions on the reef, Moanas, because we're going to have the Pipe Masters at the end of the year. December 8th is going to kick off.
It's back.
It's back.
It's back. It's going to be like so epic to see, that format brought back, and it's just going to be so much more exciting than like ever before. I think it's just everyone's so amped on this, and it's just like, the Dream Tour is back.
It's going to be back, and it's going to be interesting to see if Mojo Wong gets a wild card there. It might be breaking hearts.
You never know.
At the end of the year. So it's a long road to get there, but it's worthy of a conversation. I'm just saying.
I think Pipeline has to be the most like stressful event for everybody.
Yeah.
This is like insane. Like the amount of stress that everybody's been feeling this past 2 weeks, however long this waiting period has been, it feels like it's been forever.
Anat Lelior needs something big, winds up off the bottom and hooks it off the toe.
Oh, that was scary.
Yeah. Hey, she's going for it.
She's doing what she has to do, and she has to go big.
Well, that was big. I love the quality of the turn right there, and she gets back up. She's a warrior. She gets right back up and starts paddling back out, Jess.
She is not scared at all. And I mean, they're turns that she's been making all day today. She really has stamped her authority as she's got a really solid backside Rio on her. Unfortunately, not getting the completion on that one, but you can see just where she was, and then you look at the reef, there was a big rock popping up next to her as well. So I think that's why Pipeline, it's also so entertaining, because it does have that danger factor, and I think it keeps us as spectators on the edge of our seat, but it also keeps us really worried. But I love that Anat has had the experience, and she mentioned in a post-heat interview she could cry. But she talks about her experience with Pipeline and learning, and having it with only 3 other girls out there has been one of the highlights of her life so far. And I think that really speaks volumes to the type of competitor she is and the type of event that this is too.
I love it. Just a warrior. Just shaking her head off and taking the paddle in. She's likely not going to take out this win though, because we got 2 minutes and 20 seconds, and she needs a two-wave combo to take the win. But what a great showing by this surfer. Inspirational actually coming into this event, because there were some hard, spooky heats. I mean, I'm just commentating, and sometimes I get scared and I can't even sleep at night. How's the stress level as a competitor here?
Yeah, I mean, for me personally, I probably have the most experience surfing out at Pipe, and I have been like having sleepless nights, lack of appetite, just like stressed out, like the most stressed out you could ever be. And it's like when I finally get in the water, I feel so depleted already. I'm just like, oh, I've been stressing out for the past 2 weeks about this, and now I'm finally out here. I wish I didn't stress out this much. I have no energy left in me. It's just so nerve-wracking, because it's not even big out here right now, but it's just so powerful. You can still get so pounded, and it's just Pipeline just changes so fast. You can't really ever be super prepared out here, because you can train out here as much as you want. I've seen so many of the boys be training out here non-stop every single day. They went down in their first heat.
Yeah.
So it's what does that have to say?
It's just hectic, just because of time, right, Jess? It's able to manage the clock and manage time. For example, we're down to under a minute. Erin Brooks has been sitting with priority, needs a 7-point ride, but has not made a move.
No, and this is, we're just talking about this Grom mentality from Erin. She's kind of switched gears into athlete mentality, and now she's really trying to find a big 7-point ride here. She's trying to scratch to get around this one, but as we see that set roll through, you can really start to feel this new energy start to light up this lineup. I was getting a bit tongue twisted on that one, but Erin, she's going to use priority here.
Here's her opportunity. Needs a 7-point ride. Nice. Oh.
See, that's what I was talking about. The power at backdoor is just especially right now on a rising swell, it's just so powerful, so punchy, so easy to dig a rail or just do what Erin just did. It's so hard. She's one of the best surfers in the world, and if she dug her rail like that, it's just how hard is that section to hit?
really hard. And Molly Picklum here. So I want to say that's it.
Gabby might, I think Gabby's our winner.
I believe that's it. I mean, technically we are owed some scores. They're not going to be any scores that are going to change the outcome. So we might as well do it, Jess. We might as well time to congratulate Gabriella Bryant. She's our 2025 Lexus Pipe Challenger presented by Billabong champion.
Gabby Bryant takes home the trophy. What a deserving win. She's been such a powerhouse all event. Those big rail carves, single maneuvers on her back end, and even a couple barrels. She's been just so incredible, and I think what a statement to make before going into that championship tour season. She's just won at Pipeline, and not a lot of women can say they've done that, and she's just added her name to a list of greats.
She added her name to a very short list. She's going to join you on that list, Mojo.
Oh yeah, I'm so happy for Gabby. Like, Gabby actually got second at the QS a month or two ago to Carissa. So Gabby was just surfing so strong this entire winter and season on the CT. So she is amazing. We love watching Gabby.
And she gets the taxi ride in on the Red Bull jet ski with Kavika Foster, OG Hawaiian Water Patrol. And he knows how to park a ski right on the beach.
How cool for Gabby. What a moment in her career. You know, she would have been dreaming of being a champion at Pipeline for so long, and it's finally here. She's going to lift that trophy, a beautiful trophy as well, above her head and take home, you know, obviously the point's not going to matter, but the fact that she did it is incredible. What a way to start her season.
Look how stoked she is. I love seeing stoked Gabby. Gabby's always stoked though, but this is so awesome. And like, that was a hard final, and Gabby like really, you know, did not get intimidated by anybody in that heat. She was like just throwing buckets the entire time and surfing so strong, so confident. She deserves that 100%.
She certainly does. And it's a great moment on the beach here for Gabriella Bryant. And a great confidence builder. Remember, she finished third in the world last year. A world title is going to get decided here this year, and now she's already has that feeling of winning at Pipeline.
Right? Look out for Gabby.
Yeah, I mean, this is big, you know, as a sign. And hey, smart. Gabriella Bryant, Aaron Brooks, Molly Picklum, all three of those CT surfers, top 3 spots in this event. There we go, the chair up the beach. And I'm sure we're going to be hearing from Gabriella Bryant real soon, Jess.
Oh, absolutely. This is really cool to see. Some of her best mates as well, Sophie McCulloch, Amuro Suzuki, cheering her up the beach right now. And it just goes to show how tight-knit the women's surf community is as well. They are all so supportive of each other. They're not going to let her feet touch the sand. She's going straight to the staircase, straight to go chat to Mitch. And I think it's so interesting when you see someone like Gabby get a win so early in the year. It feels like it's going to be a pretty solid run for her. Think about the likes of Luana Silva last year, getting that World Junior title win. Had her best year on tour to date. Gabby's year last year was incredible, so imagine the run that she's going to go on now.
I think so. I think it's a good omen, you know, for surfers to have a successful, basically, you know, Moana, this is like a preseason game, if you would. You know, it's the next level down from a CT, but it's certainly had a stacked field for all of you.
So stacked. I mean, like, this is probably more stacked than how the men's field was.
Oh, it was. We had more CTers on the women's side than men's side, for sure.
Yeah, and even in our QS, we had, like, the max amount of CT girls you could have. So Gabby had practice at that QS and now at the CS out here and finaled both of them. So Gabby's kind of on a roll. She has momentum. She's going to do some damage this year.
Yeah, momentum's a big thing. Your thoughts on just, you know, having a run of good finishes, Jess?
Oh, it's really crucial, especially for someone like Gabby who came really close to winning a world title last year. For her to have this moment, potentially even get one back on Molly, it's so crucial just to give her the confidence to skyrocket her into what could be an incredible year. And to think, you know, we're starting at Bells, a wave that really suits her surfing, those big power carves that we love of Gabby Bryant. They're going to be on display and in a pretty confident way.
All right, well, we're going to take a break right now. After this break, we will hear from Gabriella Bryant. Thank you, Moana Jones-Wong. Always great to catch up with you. Thank you, Jess. But I think it's going to continue on. We got the 8:05 post show coming up after this break. We're going to hear from Gabriella Bryant and celebrate the women here at the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. Gabby's your champ.
It's time for the 8:05 post show here on Friday afternoon. What a time we've had here at the Bonsai Pipeline for the Lexus Pipe Challenger, presented by Billabong. Getting it all done before the wild storm hits this weekend. Big shout out to contest officials like Brian Robbins, Robin Billy Kemper, making the big calls to get the best possible conditions for a lot of CT talent and of the best Challenger Series competitors on the planet before they head to Newcastle. Thanks for being with us on the 8:05 post show. Joe Turpel, Jesse Starling, and a proud Wailoa Bulldog graduate. Local boy, Ross Williams.
I appreciate that shout out, Joe.
I thought you would.
Bulldog pride.
That's right. Ross, a pretty fun day. And for the women, first off, congratulations to Gabby Bryan.
Yeah.
The whole idea here is to get prepped for the CT, get more practice at pipe and backdoor, and mission accomplished for the Kauaian.
There is 25 waves ridden in the final. Top two, so divided by 2 equals, never mind, she got a couple good waves out there.
Oh my gosh.
I almost freaked Jess out. Yeah, she's like, oh.
Doing the math right there. I just gave you a shout out for Wailoa Bulldogs right there.
It just made, you know, the brain go, and I think my last math class was in maybe 10th grade. So
oh my goodness.
That explains my equation there. But hey, it all boiled down to Gabby doing a couple nice hacks out there. Good for her.
Yeah, that signature power that she delivers was brought to backdoor and pipeline, and the fun part for us, we got to see her mix it up going backside as well.
Bring on Raglan is all I'm going to say. Molly, Gabby, their backhands were looking absolutely on fire. I mean, that first big single turn that we saw from Molly, we're all in the booth like, oh, okay, we're on.
Fresh out of the water. You guys ready to hear from the champ?
Ready.
Gabriella Bryan with Mitchell Salazar.